Hello, everyone. It's time for the second half of our alleged 24-hour stream for Smallville Season 7. Once again, I'm Captain Logan, and here is John, and we've had a little time in between. I've reviewed both Batman Under the Red Hood and Death in the Family in the interim. And now it's time for lots more Season 7 Smallville. John, you've had a little rest. Are you ready to get back into it?
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Uh, I'm excited for this episode because I just saw this is the Black Canary episode, and I was talking to
Oh
somebody about this
no.
last week. I think right after the show, because I couldn't remember if it was this season or next season that they bring her in.
Yeah, I always remember that as later. I guess they introduce her here, and then does she keep coming back, or is it a different Black Canary? I can't even remember now.
So it's that thing where here Clark has to stop her because she's working on the wrong side of the law, and then
Oh,
she'll show up later working for Oliver's like team.
that's right.
Um,
But it is the same actress all the way through, right?
yes.
Okay.
Oh, and because we were talking about like we still don't have a great Black Canary on screen. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I love Katie Lotz, but that's a completely different character. Like, we don't have a great Dinah Lance on screen.
yeah, like I really liked the one in Arrow, Laurel, up until season 3 when that whole show just goes to crap. But
Yeah, well, I liked her as a character in first season, but I never wanted to necessarily see her be black. I just didn't see it. I was like, I'm sorry, this girl as a superhero, I don't see it. And then and then they did Sarah Lance, who was like pitch perfect, but a totally different character. And then when they finally put Laurel in costume, I was right. Like it never worked.
that's fair. No, I did like
And that
Sarah
actress
Lance,
early
even
on
though
acted like she was never going to be Black Canary. She's like, oh, we're going a different way. We're doing a different thing. And then, of course, later on, they put her in the costume. And I'm like, if they had thought they were ever going to do that, they would have cast a different actress. I don't know what it is about her affect. She just doesn't seem like an action hero to me. And the Katie Lotz absolutely did.
no, Katie Lotz is really good until they go to Legends and just make her a completely different
I
character.
know. Then she's a totally different
Uh,
character. But her in season 2, it's perfect.
so good.
So freaking good.
And her and Amel had chemistry. They
Yes,
should have just kept her around.
I know. Well, it's that problem we have with a lot of things, right? Where they should have just. I mean, you say this in hindsight, but it's kind of too bad that just wasn't the casting in the first place
Well,
and the
because they
characterization.
reinvent Sarah Lance like entirely. The Sarah Lance you get to in season 2 is not the Sarah Lance that you see in season 1 in
No,
the flashbacks or in the
no,
pilot.
that's just like well, and to the point where they retcon it, where they redo that flashback with her in it. Do you remember
Yeah.
that? But I'm a little reminded of, and we'll get into the show. But I'm a little reminded of the Black Widow thing. Another female character with black in her name. Where the Black Widow we have now in MCU with Yelena. I wish that's the way we did Black Widow in the first place. It's like we had to try it again, and we finally got it right this time.
Yeah, that's a little bit better for me because it's a legacy thing.
Sure, I'm just
It's
saying. I
not
wish that was
we're not
the
retconning,
original
but no, I can see
characterization.
what you're
I
saying.
wish she was allowed to have a Russian accent in the first place. She's fun. I can, pardon me. I can see her having her own franchise and having multiple movies in it. Like, I think they should give Yelena a trilogy right now. She's one of the only things I'm excited about in the MCU. I think she's wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Thunderbolts, but she's the best part of Black Widow. And
She's
I really
the best
like
part of
her in
Black Widow.
Hawkeye.
She's one of the best things in Hawkeye, and that's a good show anyway. But she's great in it.
Yeah. Give me the Kate Bishop and Yelena team up movie. That's all I want.
Leo, question: am I allowed to sue for false advertising? I'm not
I
sure
think
what he means by that.
Really 24-hour streams.
Oh, is that what it is? Because it's not actually a 24-hour stream? Yeah. We're just being consistent with our titling, because when we started these, we did, in fact, sit through these for a whole day, and we didn't break, and then it almost broke me, so we had to quit doing it that way. I think I'm just getting older, and my body physically cannot handle doing it that way anymore, but we still have these long...
You heard it here, folks. Smallville
long marathons.
Cap.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be my epitaph. That seems like a fitting epitaph for me. But you know what? It was already false advertising, John, because it doesn't take 24 hours to watch these seasons.
Yeah, it was like 20. The closest is, what, season 2? That's 23 episodes?
Oh, I guess, yes, that's right. I guess I should have remembered that this is the Black Canary episode, because it's called Siren. That's like their
This is
canary
Smallville.
cry.
That could mean anything.
It could mean anything. Okay, I'm going to try to get back into this. I feel like I just woke up 5 minutes ago. So season 7, episode 11, 7-11. It's a very convenient episode numbering. Siren, get ready to get into it. Press play when I say now. And John, we're not going to have Robert today, except for maybe a couple episodes this afternoon. He said he's busy. So you and I are gonna have to we're just gonna have to wing it all by ourselves, man. We're gonna have to keep it as engaging as possible.
That coward backing out in the last possible second of this season.
Oh, I dressed him down, man.
Come on, Robert.
I was not nice about it.
The best part of this episode, I can already tell, is just gonna be that Oliver's back. I think Oliver is probably my favorite character in this show.
Well, and ever since his introduction, you're just wanting him in the show more. And when he gets written out in 6, you're like, oh, really? Like,
yeah, it's disappointing.
And so I remember the 7 before I dropped off of it, the whole season, going, God, where is he? Like, the show really needs him.
That's the best thing 8 does, is just like, he's a series regular now.
And we've just got this Supergirl who apparently brought that t-shirt and a bikini from Krypton. Anyway, here we go. Everybody get ready to press play when I say now. I'm just about to do it. If you're watching live in the comments right now, we sure appreciate you. Or I should say, if you're watching live, thanks for watching, and leave comments. We will periodically interact with you throughout the show. There's the super chat menu. You can make a spin the wheel of weird, and you can be an honorary season 7 Kryptofreak if you put in a $10 super chat, or your super chats accumulate to $10. Appreciate the support. And now it's time for more Smallville. I want to do the announcer voice guy. I can't. Did you say last time or previously? Was it previously on Smallville? I think it is the previously thing. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
Every time you say it's time for, I just want to cut in with time
force. time
I was
for.
watching Time Force instead.
We should do that. That's how.
We should. That's my. I think they've settled that or RPM is my favorite season of Power
Then it would be time for overacting. Oh man, this is so intense.
Burning to DVD.
This is so intense already. Yes, she's burning a DVD of whatever this is. Do you remember, John, the not Black Canary character that we had a season or two ago? I guess.
Yeah, the vigilante.
The vigilante
Did
girl.
She have the exact same power.
I don't think she had a canary crying.
Because that is one thing that Arrow messes up on with both versions. And I know later they're like, here's the actual Black Canary from Earth 3 or whatever.
Yeah. It's very lame.
It's a completely different actress. But both Laurel and Sarah don't have any powers. And they have to give Laurel that stupid collar.
Yeah. To force a canary crime. They give her a manufactured one.
And it's like, why is she canary themed? She's only canary themed in the comics because that's her power.
Because that's her power. Yeah.
It's not the other way around.
That makes no sense. The only way it would make sense to do that is if you were in a world without superpowers at all. And even pre-Flash, well, maybe that's not true. Maybe first season Arrow has no characters with actual powers. and they're thinking they're trying to be more grounded and realistic. Because remember that we're just gonna talk about Arrow this whole time. That show wants to be Nolan's Batman so bad.
Nolan's Batman, yeah. You know, you and Austin did a stream on like really cool things that kind of ruined everything.
This looks like bullet time, but I'm not gonna count it because it's not Clark.
Yeah, and it's not really bullet time. It's
slow motion.
But if you didn't put it on there, you should absolutely put the first 2 Nolan Batman movies on there, because they ruined a lot of things for afterwards.
Yes, they did. I think we did talk about that. I mean, in score, if nothing else.
Oh god, I'm so tired of the Hans Zimmer trailer music.
Yeah, and I'm tired of Zimmer doing it in other movies too. Like, we just watched Top Gun Maverick again last night, and I was like, Nolan, it's not Dark Knight Rises. Like, the third act of that movie, with the dogfight sequence, he thinks he's scoring Dark Knight Rises again. It's hilarious. And, like, it's good, but I don't want to be reminded of other movies, and that is it. Like, Zimmer used to be a lot more versatile and broad in his scoring. I watched another movie the other day.
I haven't seen Top Gun, but I have that with his Dune scores.
Yeah, sure.
It's just really generic, and I don't love those movies. I think Part 2 is pretty good. Part 1 is really boring.
The other day I watched another movie, John, that Hans Zimmer scored very early in his career. Let me see if you can guess it. 1993, a movie made by Disney. And it's a sports movie. And Hans Zimmer did the score.
Okay, so I don't know what year this came out, but is it Angels in the Outfield?
It is not Angels in the Outfield, but that's a good guess. Are you ready?
Okay. Yeah.
You will not believe that Zimmer did the score for this movie. Cool Runnings.
I've never even heard of that.
The Jamaican bobsled team movie. Oh, you should see it. It's actually pretty good.
Meanwhile, Clark and Lana's relationship drama.
Yes, they're on the outs because Clark isn't like Bizarro, and Bizarro was a better Clark than him. You know why? Because he was assertive. She's really sad not to be dating Crystal Face anymore.
Yeah, you should have just let them go off and be together, and that's how you write her off the show. She's dating Bizarro.
No, I'm with you. That would have been great. She just goes off with Bizarro, and then you do a big arc with her later where she comes crawling back to Clark when Bizarro starts acting like comic book Bizarro. Like something happens to him where he's degrading or something, and now he's talking in opposites, and his body's falling apart.
I think Clark is in the right to be upset. Like, you say you love me, but you prefer this other version of me that's acting like the
Oh, I agree. It's so superficial on her part.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Who's this woman?
That's Black Canary.
Oh, yeah.
But they actually put like a wig.
They put a wig on her.
Just a blonde wig on top of.
No, of course that's what they did.
Hair.
Well, and it's the exact same thing. God, I gotta wake up here, John. It's the same thing that they did, if memory serves, with that other vigilante girl, right? Or am I thinking of a different character? Wasn't there a vigilante? There was a vigilante girl somewhere that was working at the Daily Planet, and then was a like street level nightlife vigilante.
The only one I can think of is just the one that you're talking about, where he's after the watch. But I don't remember her working at the Daily Planet.
It's all running together now, John.
Why are you back to wearing the blue jacket and the red shirt?
This is absolutely the last episode he should be wearing that. We just had Bizarro. The audience should be going, oh my god, is he back? We saw him explode, but maybe he didn't explode.
Speaking of weird Disney movies, though, that you brought up a minute ago, last year I went through Wes Craven's filmography because I'm a big fan of like Nightmare on Elm Street and stuff. Did you know he did a Disney Channel movie?
No, I did not know that. I'm gonna see if I can find this other vigilante I'm talking about, because I'm positive there was this other girl, but and it's funny because we've done all this and we cannot remember.
is there was an actor in it that you're a big fan of, and now I can't remember who it was.
Oh, cool. Yes, so it is the same episode, John. So the woman who calls herself Angel of Vengeance in season 5 is working at the Daily Planet.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's the show, right? Like,
yes,
they don't think they're going to be able to do a character, so then they do like their version, and then when they do get the chance to do the character, they just do the same thing again.
Yeah, and they have to do obvious Superman connections with characters that have nothing to do with him. So it's like, oh, it's a vigilante character, or it's a superhero character. She has a secret identity. We haven't had a character with a secret identity yet, and so we've got to give her the Clark Kent thing before he's working the Daily Planet, just so that we can have a blatant DC reference.
Oh, that's so. The movie is Case Busters from '86, and it's got Pat Hingle in it.
It's got who?
Pat Hingle.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, it's on Disney Plus. I mean, it's a Disney TV movie, but
at any point in that movie,
it's interesting that Wes Craven directed it.
At any point in that movie, this dialogue writing is really bad, by the way.
This is such a forced conflict, like.
We haven't seen him in a season, Clark and just immediately they're screaming at each other. And I don't need this character to ever say the phrase "domestic bliss." Stop it. You just see the writing underneath it. It's like that's not a thing. That's not a thing he would say. No.
Because Clark is upset that Green Arrow has recruited Chloe to help him, doing the same thing that she does for Clark.
Everyone in the show gets very jealous of everyone else to the point where everything is a triangle. Even if it's not a love triangle, it's some kind of a triangle. This is girl in the chair triangle.
Now, I can see the better version of the scene because he's trying to be a protective friend. He's worried because Black Canary attacked Chloe the previous night.
Sure.
But it comes off as, how dare you do what I also do?
Your days of breaking into this office are... Oh, it's a hot chick. Never mind.
This is the other thing that we have to do with all of these, is somehow they're connected to Lex Luthor.
Yes. Well, it's to give him screen time because he's a main character. So they're always trying to figure out how to connect people to both Clark and Lex somehow.
I don't know if you remember this, because...
And it's even harder at this point... Sorry, it's even harder at this point because Lex is evil now. So you got to give these characters screen time with him having a bad guy plot.
What works here is because she doesn't realize who he is, and he's manipulating her into thinking Green Arrow is the bad guy. So she thinks she's doing good, but she's actually not.
That's so that
I like that it works with his kind of vigilante status, plus Lex being a manipulator.
Yeah, and that's so that, and I'm glad that they did that so that she doesn't have to be, a straight up unsympathetic villain in the first place and then be redeemed really easily later. And also, she's not that far away from what Green Arrow is. And they have, of course, that obvious connection.
My biggest issue is
Lana with glasses looks terrible.
Yeah.
She does not pull that off.
I don't remember the resolution of this, but Black Canary should not in any world be a threat to Superman, right?
Well, you're going to have that problem a lot, right? So obviously, just Black Canary being a DC character, we put in the DC references slot, so that's a count. Yeah. I'll try to pay closer attention and see if there's any blatant references to any Green Arrow lore or anything about the two of them dating.
So Nicholas Bodo wants to know what our favorite Hans Zimmer score is. I think mine is The Lion King. I love everything about that
Oh,
movie.
it's such a good score. Yeah.
And I forgot that was him until I looked it up earlier.
I always forget that too. That probably
Because like in
technically
my
is
head, I
mine.
just like think of Elton John.
I still go back to the Batman Begins score all the time, so I would have said that.
It's a good one.
But that and Lion King are probably fighting each other now that you say that. Like you said that, and instantly I got the music in the Wildebeest Stampede stuck in my head. Like that's how good that score is. Dun 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 dun. Like it now it's gonna be there all day long.
Well, we got to do the Lion King commentary.
We should do animated Disney mania. Austin and I have talked about doing that.
No, what you should do is watch the animated version and then watch the crappy live action remake after.
Look, I already did a blind commentary on that once. I'm not doing that again.
Remember Windows phones?
No. No, I
Nobody
don't.
does. They didn't last long.
I can't believe I momentarily forgot that was Black Canary. Well, good job. They did a great job making her alter ego look different enough, I guess.
Leo says that he wants to go on record say I still blame Smallville for the fact that Green Arrow and Black Canary don't end up together in Arrow. It's still BS to this day. I blame the writers from Arrow for going, who's our love interest? We'll just rip off the show that came before us.
Yeah.
And there was a big thing. I'm convinced to this day they listened to a small but vocal online fan base, and that's how we ended up with Felicity being the way she was.
That's exactly what happened. That's a good early example of when you're writing a show, don't look at Twitter. And also don't just go with whatever you think your audience wants if it's not in character and right for your story. Like,
yeah, because I mean, by the end of Arrow, who cared?
No, and they beat that to hell, and they made her more and more unlikable all the time, and the marriage thing was ridiculous. And
my favorite is where she cures paralysis. Do you remember that?
I forgot about that. Okay, we got focus here. We got focus here.
Okay. Purple Boy wants to know, Captain Logan, if at your age now we were taken back to 2000 and to make Smallville, how many you weren't?
I don't know what that means.
How would you write it? He would do 5 seasons, 4 of high school and 1 of becoming Superman. So basically just how would you write Smallville?
Well, I've talked about this before, but yes, I would make it, honestly, I would do it in 3 to 4 seasons. I think that's an even shorter show. You just make it high school, and you make it deeply like family drama focused, and it's a lot more like it's a thing that would not sell on the CW, or that they wouldn't have thought would sell on the CW. You don't even see Powers every episode. Like it would be such a more understated kind of show. It wouldn't be a superhero show. It wouldn't have that kind of formula. And Lana would be the confidant. That was always my big thing. Is if she's got to not know about the secret for the whole first season, fine. I would have maybe even let her find out in the pilot. In the comics, she's the confidant. Clark shows her his powers, and she's the only person that she confides in.
Okay, so in theory, this is a really good conversation. In practice, what the hell is she talking about?
Yeah, help me out, because I'm not focused on this right now. I had to answer that question.
I can't even turn my head without you judging me. The only thing we've seen her do is try to murder Lex when she got his superpowers. I would also be judging her.
She or the writers have lost the plot here.
Now, if my read is correct, where they're just on 2 completely separate paths now, and neither of them is willing to admit it, like, this is just frustration bubbling up, that's interesting, but I don't buy that that's what they're doing. Because she also has, and I like this line. She has, "Do you have any idea what it's like to wake up every morning and know you're gonna fail in the eyes of someone that you love?"
You could take
But again,
responsibility for your
I
own
don't know.
choices.
Yeah, like I don't know how she feels like she's failing, because the only relationship drama they've had this season was when she got superpowers and tried to kill someone.
It just feels like that obligatory moment in the season where they have to be at odds again. John, it just feels like serious Bible stuff and like outline stuff. This is the map. At this point in the season, this is what's supposed to happen.
Oh.
In exactly the same way
Also, that would have been walking away angry.
Oh, thank you. In exactly the same way as Lex has to appear in the episode at this timestamp. Like, it's like that.
And like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like Clark has been kind of understanding. Like, yeah, she needs time, she needs to recover. The only thing he's judged her for is trying to kill someone.
Well, and even that he was shockingly understanding about. He just chalked the whole thing up to the kryptonite and the lightning.
Yeah.
In fact, if memory serves, she kind of had to make him understand that the lightning didn't really change her, and that's what she wanted to do. Like, that was already her.
Eric Andreas is just so good in this show. And this stuff is what makes it more frustrating, because I actually buy this.
I mean, I guess it's nice of them to give us a half-decent romance on top of the nonsense they're always doing with Clark and Lana, but, like, this isn't going to last either. Like, we already know how all this has to work out, which lessens the drama a little bit.
No, but what I do like about this is the payoff, because remember, he had to leave for Green Arrow stuff, so he kind of just left her high and dry, so this is kind of her closure.
It does seem kind of manipulative on his part that he knows that she's upset with him, and when she shows up, he's trying to look all sexy, and she calls him on it. That also feels like a quota thing, though. It's like Justin Hartley's back on the show now, and that's what the girls in the audience really want to see, so it's a CW show. You got to throw that in there.
See, I can see that, but this is also Oliver Queen. Like, I buy that he would do that.
Or that maybe he's usually doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I forgot that she finds out that he's Green Arrow here, though. That's good.
Oh, yeah.
I guess if he hasn't been able to... If they haven't had him in the show for, like, a whole year, the first time you see him, we have a major development like that, that's nice. But, of course, it's her going through the whole, oh, God, Clark Kent is Superman thing before she's ever going to do that. How do you feel about that, John? Like, because that's yet another, and maybe it's better handled with this in particular, but it's yet another, like, proto example of something before it actually happens in the history, where, like, everything has to be opposite initially. For instance, Clark and Lana or Lois have to hate each other when they first meet, and then B, everybody has to have already experienced things prematurely before we finally get to them when he becomes Superman. Like, all the way down to he's going to fight nearly his entire rogues gallery before he puts the costume on. And this is kind of in that vein.
Maybe it's just because Hartley and Durance have really good chemistry. I like it. And I think it also works because then they don't do the double beat when she finds out.
It's different.
Clark's secret. She's okay with it.
That's true.
They remember, oh, she's already been through this.
I'm going to call that a blatant DC reference.
Which part?
The Lois finding out a superhero secret identity thing.
Okay.
Like, because I feel like that's why they're doing that. Is like you're getting to see her have that reaction before Superman. Because that's a thing we do in lots of Superman continuities, is like the moment Lois finds out, and how does she react, and does she look at Clark is deceptive and a liar for keeping this from her. We actually do it multiple times in Lois and Clark because she gets her memory wiped after it happens the first time or two or three.
So, do you think Black Canary kind of looks dumb with this whole master manipulation plot? Like, she never thought to see like what Lex was doing before she bought his story.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were gonna say she looks dumb because of the paint on her face.
Oh no,
which is also which is also curiously what we do with Arrow in that show, and I feel like that show is taking a lot of its cues from this visually.
No, it absolutely is.
But I'm sorry, what point were you making again?
Because so she calls him a terrorist, and he's like, "You've got it backwards. Nobody's ever been hurt, and Lex's factories aren't exactly producing, whatever." So she took this job and believes Lex, but never looked into his factories or if there was any casualties from those explosions.
Yeah, and also, Lex has a really shady track record if you know anything about him whatsoever, and if he doesn't, his father most certainly does.
And you're a reporter? Like...
Yeah, you're a reporter, and you have a naive viewpoint on corporate CEOs and the way they're power hungry. Like, you're not worried about that? I don't mean to say that every corporate CEO is power hungry. I'm just saying, especially in this universe, it seems like most of them are. If you're not, Yellow Raven is terrible. Okay, so hold on. That's a blatant reference. And Clark Kent just named Black Canary.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy? We still do that. We still have to come up with some reason for them to get their name. It can't just be, they thought of it.
Well, and what we often will do is get cute about it, where we do it as a reference. Like, the audience is waiting to hear the name, so we say the name. But then that's not going to actually be... Maybe it is with this, I can't remember. But very often we'll do that, where that's not the way they get their name. It comes up some other way later, so that it seems really contrived, because two different people came up with it. And when I say we, I mean just in superhero fiction in general. Like, we do this in movies a lot, where it's like, somebody will say it as a reference, and then the news will name them.
So here it works because all of them get their actual names from Oliver. So in my head, Clark just could have easily told him, hey, it's Black Canary, whatever. But Darren Root asks, and I'm bringing this up because I'm also
tycoons who buy out the press deserve justice? Okay.
Is Killer Frost a Superman or Flash villain? And I think, isn't she just one of those that kind of bounces around?
She does. She's not a Superman villain first, though. If anything, I think if anything, she's actually more of a Flash villain than a Superman villain. But I don't know where she starts.
Especially now.
I'm not a big Killer Frost guy. Well, yes, especially now. But, like, pre-Arrow the TV show.
Yeah, I have no idea. The only thing I've seen her in outside of Flash is the Assault on Arkham movie.
Now, I do think it's kind of interesting. I don't know if they're thinking about this, but just the right-wing, left-wing politics of this, where Oliver Queen is... Was that a throw? Did he just kick her? I missed it.
She kicked him, but because he's Superman, she just bounced off.
That's awesome. But I was just going to say...
Okay, so admittedly, this is cool, where they're thinking, he has super hearing, so this would, of course, hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad. Although that's interesting.
But am I stupid? Like, he can just not super hear, right? Like,
that's the thing is, in this scene, they've decided that he can't turn it off, but I think he's selective about it. So yeah, that is kind of a problem. And it's crazy it makes him bleed. Like, that would be a massive weakness. And what I was going to say is, John, it's interesting that in 7 seasons, and I realize he hasn't had his super hearing for more than a few seasons, we've never done that, I don't think. Like, when he first got his super hearing, he was real sensitive with it, but after he learned how to use it, I don't think we have until now gone back to that can be a major weakness. And this plays it like it's Daredevil or something.
Yeah.
He will know everything from now on, even though I don't actually respect him that much, and I wish I was still dating his diamond-faced doppelganger. And I'm upset with him for some reason. He's always judging me from wanting to murder his ex-best friend.
Well, and you know what's crazy? Because she went off on him about that.
Oh, these platitudes! Like, these platitudes! Sorry. If Clark could hear her right now, he should never want to date her again if he has any chance of ever becoming Superman. She just said, sometimes justice comes with too high of a price. Okay, well, that means you don't believe in justice.
No, that's revenge.
That means that's not important. There's a hierarchy of priorities, and you just put justice really low on it.
Well, because she's also like, Clark is gonna know everything from now on. But she hasn't even mentioned, oh, I kidnapped Lionel and kept him in a shack for 3 months or however long between seasons.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And put a bear trap on his hand.
I think maybe the show has forgotten they did that.
No, because if I remember correctly, that does end up coming up.
Oh, okay. Credit where it's due. That's bare minimum. Way to remember things you did this season, but credit where it's due. This is a nice set.
Yeah.
But anyway, real quick,
lose it at a certain point,
what I was going to say about politics real fast, and obviously I didn't want to get real deep into politics, but I almost said Black Widow again, but Black Canary backing a corporate tycoon, not looking into his background and MO and all of that, against Green Arrow, thinking that Green Arrow is the bad guy here, is kind of interesting. With comic history, given that Oliver is usually played as the like ultra liberal Robin Hood type, and I wonder if they're thinking that at all, that like the character that traditionally he'll get with they'll be kind of soulmates, is on the opposite side ideologically from him. Or at least looks like she could be, although it's all sort of a misunderstanding. So I don't know if that really tells you anything about her like personal philosophy or politics.
Factory was an auto parts factory. What?
No, she's been buying into your propaganda.
I don't know what this Oliver Queen believes.
No, they're real vague about that. I was gonna say that's not a real great way to prove.
That was a terrible fall down. Whoa.
That was weird.
That was very weird. Why would you do that?
Okay, so I have a lot of problems with that choice there, John. That he shoots. Well, they're still doing it.
This is like a really good fight scene that's occasionally ruined by a weird, freeze frame.
Well, the other problem with it is I just don't buy that Oliver is getting lucky this many times in one scene to not get shot in the face. And if any... Okay, also, this is bullet time. John, in the same episode... Wait a minute, he's just Hitman. Did you see that?
Could have been a cool Agent 47.
Oh yeah, absolutely would have been. In the same episode where we make Clark's super hearing a massive weakness, Lex can shoot a gun right next to Oliver Queen's face and he has no hearing problem. Like, it doesn't blow out his eardrums or anything. Okay. Like, silly TV or comic logic, okay, but you can't do that in the same episode where you just made Clark's ears bleed with the canary cry. That wasn't a mic drop gong. That was for the bullet time. I should start using that for mic drops, though.
Purple Boy says, I think Superman's problem is that his superpowers are not idiot-proof. Writers having to contrive stupid scenarios for him to be hurt just make him weaker.
Well, and of course we do that with Kryptonite all the time, too. You just have to be really inconsistent with it so that it can do whatever you need it to do in a scene.
Leo, and also this Oliver Queen doesn't end up with Black Canary because of stupid reasons.
Yes, but
I mean,
but they don't know
bother
that
me in this show.
They don't know that they're not going to do that when they introduce her here, though. Now, I will say they're not making a big deal out of it. Like, they're not winking at the audience, I don't think, or maybe they will toward the end. I can't remember, John, about like, oh, this is his soulmate from the comics.
No, I don't feel like they ever have any kind of moment where it's like, oh, these two could end up together. But also, Chloe and Oliver comes out of nowhere, too. It just felt like they had to pair off everyone at the end.
Yeah. And I think they had okay chemistry. It's interesting that he dates both...
That's why it works for me, is they have chemistry.
It's interesting that he dates both of the cousins. It's like he's only attracted to journalists. Or people who have been
Chloe
journalists.
Was long past journalists. I don't even know if the show remembers she was a journalist at that point. No, I really like this scene.
But I just think the ideological thing that I mentioned earlier, even if it's really vague, like, it's inherently an interesting starting place when you're looking at this episode and you know anything about comics. But then they don't actually do anything with it.
Because I don't know if you've ever had this thought. Because, yeah, she says the whole dual identity thing, but I think her first line is more telling. She doesn't want to wonder where he is every night.
Yes, that's really good.
Bleeding out in an alleyway. She doesn't have to worry about that with Clark because he's bulletproof.
Yes, but she might be a little bit more worried about it if she saw him fight Black Canary and her screaming made his ears bleed. She might be a little more worried at that point. You're right. I've always liked this scene. This scene is coming back to me.
Well, and what I like about it too is,
so that must have made an impression on me when I first saw it. I think
there's an argument to be made that these two could have been the right people together, just at the wrong time. Like, she's just not in a place yet where she can share that kind of responsibility with someone.
And if they hadn't gotten so convoluted,
the Clark and Lois stuff, she's ready at that point.
If they hadn't gotten so convoluted with Lana's quote-unquote story through the series and just constantly trying to come up with something for her to do, you might have had a really nice parallel there where if only Lana had been in a different place in her life, like if they'd met later or something, if they were both more mature, whatever, she might have been perfect for Clark. Like, if he'd met her when he's already Superman, maybe they would have worked out together, and they could have played Lois and Oliver as a really nice, and I think they think they're doing that maybe, parallel to Clark and Lana, the relationship that seems perfect to them and that they wish would work out, but that it's just not, for lack of a better word, their destiny or whatever.
Well, and to your point, I think the parallel is almost there, where Lois and Oliver are good together, but they're neither of them are at a place where they can be together. Where Clark and Lana, which I can't say it's the writing, it's just like how things have turned out. They're past to the point where they can be together because she's so tainted by her time with the Luthers and her experiences and her anger. So there is a nice parallel of these two got together too late and these two got together too soon.
Yes. Yeah, that is really good.
But I think some of that is entirely on accident. We should have counted how many times they used the word destiny in this show.
Yeah. And you know me, I always cringe at that a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, I hear what they're saying, it's just, it's laying it on too thick. And I've never liked the idea of a
Well, I
Clark
don't
Kent.
believe for a second that this character would say Destiny.
Destiny, yeah. She's just not that, like, ethereal and frou-frou about things. She's a lot more down to earth about stuff. I mean, that's why I like Durance in this role.
But I like that it's Clark that she comes to about this. You know, this is kind of seeding like, oh, they've moved past that dislike of each other.
Yeah, that's true. And you are seeing a pretty natural evolution in their friendship.
Yeah, and it's so funny because I remember as a kid when I got to season 8, I was like, oh, they like each other now. Like, what is this light switch? And then when I rewatched it to prepare for this, I was like, no, there's like little seeds that you can follow.
I would almost go as far as to say the natural evolution of, up to a point anyway, of Clark and Lex's relationship in the show has now been transferred to him and Lois.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say a minute ago is, as you know, John, I've never cared for the angle in the show with Clark trying to figure out who he's supposed to be. Like, figure out what the universe wants for him, as opposed to just learning what the right thing to do is and being proactive and making his own way, making his own destiny.
Well, so,
and if they made that
so,
the character arc where he had to learn that he makes his own way, that he shouldn't be waiting for the world to tell him what, and that, like, he's not responsible for the meteor shower and all of that, that might have worked okay, but it would have been insufferable if they did it for season after season before they got there.
His question shouldn't be who should I be, it should be who am I?
Yeah, and according to the creators of the show, that was supposed to be the theme of the first season.
It's kind of there from what I remember now.
Yeah, but it's not resolved.
No.
Because it was supposed to be, we've talked about this, but who am I? Second season, where do I come from? Third season, where am I going? And, like, that sounds great on paper. I don't know if I don't know if you can say that that's actually effectively handled. And then what's the rest of the show after that?
What am I doing?
Season 4 through 7, I guess I'm a loser that gives up a football scholarship, doesn't go to school, or drops out of school, and then somehow works at the Daily Planet anyway.
So he's gonna miraculously fix their relationship here, I think, by just letting go of all of his concerns. This is where the relationship should have ended.
Well, yeah, but how many times have we said that? No, this is where it should have ended. We'll make a new companion show. We'll try to get the How We Should Have Ended people to make a companion show called Where It Should Have Ended.
Hey, they remember season 3.
Wow, good job. But she's made to look like an idiot because she ever bought any of his thinly veiled lies about what was happening when he ripped off said vault doors. I hate writing in this episode. Not all of it.
It's frustrating because there's scenes that I love that I think are really good, and then you get stuff like this. I almost said something I don't think I can say on the channel.
It's hard sometimes, John, when you're watching Smallville.
It's hard sometimes when you're watching Clark and Lana.
One of those classic Clark and Lana in the kitchen scenes. See, you couldn't have done this early on in the show because this is where the parents always were.
And I don't know if you've had this, but it's funny that we're doing this as Gunn drops the first like real trailer for Superman.
Yeah, true.
That movie looks so good.
I agree. I'm excited about it.
And I think because I've kind of decided this Lois, Erica Durance's Lois, right now is my favorite like live action Lois.
They could
I
beat
think
that.
I think James Gunn's version could surpass her. We'll see.
Well, I've always said this, but like Amy Adams is great casting. She just doesn't get anything to do.
Yeah. I also think it hurts that because I'm a bigger fan of that trilogy than you are.
I know. Well, being a fan of it at all would make you a bigger fan than me. I think it's.
She has no chemistry with Cavill, so like all the romantic scenes, especially in BVS, are really awkward.
Or I should say, I think it's baffling before it sucks. But I mean, like it's interesting. And I've never gone back to the Snyder Cut because I just don't have 4 hours.
Twice now.
I don't have it, John. I will
We'll do another commentary for that before Superman comes out.
So for the Green Arrow stuff, and I agree with you with that. I guess I can't say confrontation, but that exchange at the end with Lois and Oliver and her fears about being with a superhero, and the whole like if I'm with a cop, every night he could die and I'm at home waiting. I mean you're right, that's a great scene. So I'll flip green, but boy, there's some really bad dialogue that episode.
Really bad. I'm also gonna flip green. I don't know where my sign went, so I don't have my sign with me. But
here's my sign.
Yeah. Nicholas Bodo wants to know what's our favorite adaptation of Supergirl. My Adventures with Superman by default.
Yes. Well, and like I like her fine in the TV show first season, but it's all downhill from there.
She's great in that first season, and then yeah.
Unfortunately.
Hopefully this, and I didn't hate the one in the Flash, but she's like there for 5 minutes.
Yeah. No, me neither. And she was a real different kind of casting, real different take, and I appreciate that.
I feel bad for that actress because she was really excited.
Yeah, that's really sad. But yeah, hopefully Woman of Tomorrow is just definitive.
Girl. I hope so, because I actually read that book and it's wonderful.
It's really good. Not a lot of counting this last episode, John. There were a few things.
No, this was a little against the grain. Although I feel like this is more indicative of what we're gonna have, especially in seasons 8 through 10, where it's less Kryptofreaks and more just DC villains.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that they're not still doing a lot of the staples with the, like, it's not just about the Kryptofreaks. They're still walking away angry, and they're still maybe not quite as much convenient unconsciousness, but like it happens. You get a lot more DC references, of course.
There's still going to be some of that because in a weird way we kind of have to reset the status quo since Lana's gone. So in season 8 he'll have a new love interest in Lois that doesn't know his secret.
And so we have to keep doing that. But at least every villain isn't obsessed with her and kidnaps her. I mean, I'm sure there's some Lois kidnapping, but it isn't like the entire city thinks that she's the hottest girl that ever lived, and they're all stalking her. I'm telling you, the real reason that Lana is as out to lunch as she is right now is that she never got into therapy.
Of course.
In fact, in a weird way, she's so unsympathetic. And I mean, there are places this season where I have liked her more than in previous seasons, weirdly. But because we, not to rehash this, but we both really liked the idea of she's been too influenced by Lex, and that's kind of created this monster. But I forget where I was going with that. I'm waking up, John.
Wake up.
Get out of bed.
We have to watch Kara have amnesia.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Guys, let's take a real quick break and then we'll come back to watch the next episode. So the next one is, what's it called,
Fracture.
John? Fracture. Oh, right, because her mind is fractured. Great.
My skull is gonna be fractured after this episode.
Is she gonna be a homeless person like Brainiac?
She works at a diner.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, because this is so it's funny because the synopsis just gives away the whole episode. But this is going to be yet another person who becomes obsessed with a woman on Smallville, so kidnaps her.
Oh, good, good. Why don't we have
Yeah.
that on the list, just generically?
But the twist is she has amnesia.
Yeah, that's not a twist in the show. You see how many amnesias we have? There's 15. I mean, I know it's been a whole 7 seasons already, and I expected more of that, but, like, amnesia is not a thing that happens every day. That's still a lot of amnesia, folks.
I woke up the last 3 days with amnesia.
I feel like I've got amnesia right now. I can't remember what point I was trying to make about Lana. Where the hell was I going with that? I don't remember. Anyway, like I said, let's go to a break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys, and we'll be right back. All right, folks, we're back, and we're about to watch the second episode for today, the 12th episode of the season. It's Fractured. John, I remember the point I was starting to make about Lana that I totally derailed myself.
Oh, you are no longer fractured?
Yeah, yeah. I've started piecing it back together a little bit with help from Brainiac. But anyway, what I was trying to say earlier is Lana is so like unsympathetic and unlikable through a lot of the show, obviously, that she actually kind of wins back around and becomes at least pitiable, if not sympathetic, because there is the argument to make that she ends up being as just ridiculous and I don't know what word am I looking for. John, maybe I needed more sleep last night. I don't know. But there's the argument to make that she's the way she is because of all of the trauma in her life. So saying like she didn't ever go to therapy, and maybe it makes sense that she's as ridiculous as she is because of just the sheer number of times she's been kidnapped and almost blown up and dealing with aliens. And
funny that you say that because
the sheer number of things she's dealt with in her life, like, of course she doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's funny because I think it's the beginning of season 7 of the season where Lex is like, yeah, she's like the product of both of us being with both of us or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Where I think the show just thinks that all that's wrong with her is just because of Clark and Lex.
Nicholas Bodo, I'm just going to address this real quick because it keeps coming up here. How is the main antagonist from Woman of Tomorrow, since he's going to be in the movie? I've read that book once, and I liked it a lot, and I don't remember a ton about that bad guy right now, but yes, he is going to be in the movie, and he's really interesting in the book. It's kind of crazy that
remember who it is now.
Well, it's made up for that book. I forget his name, and it's going to be kind of crazy to have an original villain like that that's really recently created. Well, especially because Superman movies have a track record of having no villains besides Lex and Zod. And now we're going to do a Supergirl villain, and immediately she gets her own Rose Gallery.
Oh, wait, so he's going to be in Superman?
No, I'm just saying, like...
Oh no,
I just mean the history of... And I know it's a Supergirl movie, just the history of Superman movies, the history of movies in that world. We don't have a lot of villains, and it's really funny that her first movie, she'll have an original villain.
Well, and it's also interesting because how often do we just straight up adapt one graphic novel?
Original. Yeah, not enough.
To be as part of our continuity.
Not enough, and that's one of the things I was really hoping Gunn would bring to it, just being more of a comic guy, that he would recognize there are stories that are that would be really great to just straight up adapt. And to do it with something so recent was really surprising to me. I'm just glad it's something I liked.
Yeah, because I remember when he first announced it, and I looked, I was like, "Oh God, it's Tom King."
Well, it's
that
the
could
good.
Be not good.
It's the good Tom King. He's got like a Jekyll Hyde thing going on.
Yeah.
Anyway,
his Batman. I'm done.
Anyway. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into this one. Everybody, get ready to press play when I say now. If you want to watch it along with us, we encourage you to do that. Do you have any idea what the heck we're talking about? And here we go. Everybody, please press play. It is Fracture right now.
Cap, we're going to Detroit.
I know you never thought you'd see that in the Smallville episode. The opening seconds of the episode. Detroit! I wish it was even bigger, like a Rousseau film.
If they really wanted to surprise me, RoboCop would show up during this opening scene.
It already kind of looks like we're in RoboCop. Well, I guess that's immediately sort of a fun, provocative in Medias Res opening where you've got Lois following Lex around with a gun. You're like, how did we get here?
Yeah.
That's not bad. She has amnesia. And what you don't understand is I've been obsessed with her for saving my life, but I just haven't brought it up in a few episodes.
Adventure of Purple Boy, Batman and Robin 97 is canon to Smallville. Of course.
What now?
I don't know. He just said Batman and Robin 97 is canon with Smallville.
Well, it feels more canon. This is so silly. It feels more canon with Arrow because of McGregor syndrome.
It's true.
Do you remember that?
But Batman and Robin is better than Arrow.
It's not better than the first couple of seasons of Arrow. Do you remember who has McGregor syndrome?
Is it Clock King?
Clock King. Clock King has McGregor syndrome.
Is that why you're saying the first couple of seasons are better than Batman and Robin? Because Clock King is in it?
Well, that's a great episode, but they just are.
No, I know. I do love Batman and Robin, though.
Well, you can like things for different reasons, John. These are not really comparable entities. They become more comparable as it goes along, because it seems like, especially with DC, all superhero things, if they're allowed to run on too long, become really sad parodies of themselves.
Yeah.
About last episode, I just wanted to reiterate real quick how ultimately lame bringing in Black Canary was. Like, I don't think we emphasized that enough. It was kind of sad they didn't really do anything with her. And I had forgotten that there's not even a hint of her and Oliver's romance.
So, how funny is it that just apparently everyone outside of the core cast is a deranged, crazy person in this show?
Everybody outside of what? I'm sorry?
With the core cast. Everyone outside of, like, the main cast, whenever you just meet a one-off, is, like, a deranged, crazy person.
No, they're all nuts. And it's not always... Oh, that is... Lex shot in the head, folks. Now, we don't count specifically shot in the head, but he got shot. That makes it sound like I count just in the head, John.
Wait, what? I don't remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
He's dead.
I can come back from that at Smallville. It's fine.
Darren, imagine if Supergirl went this long. Supergirl didn't even maintain quality after the first season.
Can you imagine if that's the way we killed off Lex? Because keep in mind,
that would be amazing.
He's gonna die in 8 episodes.
Yeah. Well, no, that's not true.
He's gonna. No, I know. The show is gonna pretend like he's dead in 8 episodes, and it won't be what we usually do, where the very next episode, the second part of the cliffhanger, comes up with some convenient, easy way to show that he was never dead in the first place. Like, we're not doing that. Or do we?
The person that said,
sorry, how early in season 8 do we get the not Rosenbaum Lax with the thing on his face?
Let me see.
That's not the very first episode of the season, is it?
No, the first episode is where they're looking for Clark and they find him in, like, Russia.
Okay.
Somehow.
So let's get ready to talk about anything but this episode, because I already don't care. Like, we have to go through this whole rigmarole of Kara, or Kara in this, I guess, not knowing who she is.
Oh, and I forgot. Lana comes back for, like, an arc. Like,
yes.
She's there for multiple episodes.
Yeah, she does. She's played as recurring but not regular in that season. And then is written out entirely. But yeah, this just feels like padding and wasting time, John.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna do this, this is how we should have met her.
So, that is episode 14, with the fake Lex and writing Lana off.
Yeah, so at least they let us think he's dead for a while. I mean, I say that like he's Lex Luthor. You know he can't be full-on dead. Because this show was never going to have the guts to go that... I say the guts. That's not what anybody would have wanted anyway. But, like, this show was never going to go that much its own way. where it's
Yeah.
like Clark and Lex's entire history
Well,
is
even
before
then,
before he puts the costume on.
even then, I'm pretty sure that Oliver's like entire thing in that first half of the season is like determined to find Lex.
No, Lionel, your line is he's in a coma again. Everybody winds up in
Leo,
comas
has
in
anyone
the
seen
show.
X-Men Evolution? He says it's underrated. Also, their Kitty Pryde is really great. You know, I really wanted to like that show. I went through it like last year.
Yeah, I never got real into that show. I get why people like it.
It's just, yeah, and there's things I like about it. I cannot get over the fact that it is an X-Men show where they live in the mansion but go to regular high school.
It's like what you would have done with it in a CW drama.
Yeah.
Darren Root, I'm going to admit my stupidity. I thought Wonder Woman and Lois Lane were the same person. Like, as a kid or up until just a couple of days ago?
I hope it was just until like a minute ago.
Yeah. I hope it just clicked. It just clicked for you, where you're like, "Oh, wait a minute. I guess Superman and Wonder Woman are not always dating or married."
Purple Boy has asked this a couple times, and I just keep forgetting to bring it up.
Yeah.
But when will Captain Logan be on Talkville, and what would your question be for the boys?
I'm not going to be on that show. I mean, I guess I could still call in and try to get a question on. I did that real early on, and
Maybe that's what he means.
Mine wasn't selected. What? Sorry, what's that, John?
Maybe that's just what he meant, because he's like, when will you be on? Like, what would your question be?
At this point, I'm not sure. I'd have to really give it some thought. Because, I mean, you know, they've done, and I haven't been watching season 6, but, like, they've done almost 6 seasons of that show, and they've been, you know, pretty thorough. And the other thing is, some of the things I would maybe have thought at the beginning to ask about would be sort of pointless because of what, and understandably so, I'm not knocking them, but just the sheer amount of stuff that Rosenbaum and Welling don't remember from shooting that show. Like, you'd hate to waste your question on a thing that you know they're probably going to go, I just don't remember.
Yeah.
So I probably wouldn't ask, I'm not sure if I'd ask any behind-the-scenes stuff, because I'd be afraid that anything I would ask, they'd go, I just don't remember being on set that day. Unless it was, like, working with a particular actor or something, but I mean, they've been pretty thorough about that with anybody I would want to ask about. So yeah, I don't know, I'd have to give it some thought. And then you got to be careful not to ask too much, like, lore or comic stuff, because, again, not knocking them, but they're just not into that stuff. Like, they were working actors that did their best with this show, but they're not fans. So you got to be careful not to ask too many fan questions.
Well, it's funny too, because they've started, at least where I left off, they started doing that, like, where they bring on a Patreon guest.
Yeah.
But their Patreon prices are insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
So again,
but that's, John, that's not
how do you
surprising
strip
because
somebody of their basic biology.
Yeah.
Why doesn't she have her powers?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why are we
I have
doing
to
this plot again.
I have to pay attention to this episode here.
So I don't know if you missed it, but he is going to go into Lex's memories to find where they found Kara.
Just to have an excuse to give them some screen time and some hero villain drama, I guess.
Lana, why are you dressed like a 40-year-old secretary?
Is this going to be this season's version of that episode last season where Clark and Lex were trapped together and...
Maybe. I wonder, is this the episode where he's like led around this maze by a kid?
Oh, I forgot about that. Maybe it is. Maybe it'll be a companion piece to that where they had to work together and they didn't full on find common ground, but they were reminded about like why they were friends and kind of missing each other, but they're just on opposite sides now. And if memory serves, this episode, well, maybe they won't even get much screen time together. Maybe he's just going around Lex's subconscious and he doesn't actually talk to Lex himself much. Because now I'm starting to remember this.
Like the biggest waste of time.
Yeah, I think Lex will occasionally show up just to scream like "Get out of my head." Isn't that what they do? I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe.
We'll see. I'm trying to remember.
Why is
maybe
the
it's not a
setup for
companion
this?
to
We
that.
found Kara and Lois is missing, and the payoff is Clark's in Lex's head for the 600th time.
Well, have we ever done exactly this before, John?
Yeah, because remember, I complained about this when we did this setup last time. There's that episode. I want to say maybe it's season 4 or 5, or no, maybe it's season 3, where Lionel has Lex like in a machine, and Clark goes to save him and gets stuck in Lex's head.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I think they're using the same technology to do this again. Yes, that is exactly what this episode is.
I mean, at least this is kind of cool and eerie looking, I guess.
Yeah. There's Kara.
I don't know. There's a little bit of atmosphere. They should
You know
have.
what we still haven't brought up yet, Cap?
Yeah.
Veritas.
I know, that's crazy, and I always remember that being this whole season. And it hasn't even come up yet. Because we were speculating that this would feel like it was in 2 totally separate seasons, and it doesn't really yet because we haven't got to the Veritas stuff.
It will when we get to the Veritas stuff, because at that point, Kara's gone.
Yeah, but like we're already into 12, and it's feeling like just more of an extension of what we had in that first half.
Yeah.
And throwing back to last season with Green Arrow. Because that was really just tying up... I almost said tying up loose ends, but just like kind of a sequel to
Kids.
To Green Arrow stuff from last season. Adventures of Purple Boy. At what point in the writer's room would Captain Logan have lost his mind if you were on the show? Yeah, at what point would I just throw my hands in the air and walk out? Possibly Ship impregnating Martha. That might have done it. Maybe even, I know I'm really on about this, maybe even Lana doesn't know the secret because of the tornado. That should have been the turning point with them with the show. And that, I would have probably fought tooth and nail to let her know at that point. And if the producers or the network wouldn't allow it, I would just leave.
So, Cap, we're both pretty big...
I'm gonna die on that hill, folks. Sorry, go ahead, John.
So we're both pretty big Supergirl fans. I think we've established it.
Yeah.
When Smallville introduced Kara, were you really excited to just see her work as a waitress with no memory?
I sure was. That was the big thing I was hoping they would do, actually. And she's serving pie, which makes it even better. Oh, she's calling herself Linda. That's a blatant DC reference, folks.
Oh, yeah.
Linda Danvers. Danvers, everybody.
Also, can we talk about how scummy it is that Lex finds Kara, who as far as he knows is just Clark's cousin, and doesn't notify her only close family? Like, that's not a criticism. I just think it's interesting that either they didn't think about that or they are thinking about that, and it's just further pushing him down that path of, yeah, I'm not going to tell Clark that I found his family.
Right, John, because that's the most evil and egregious thing he's done the last couple of seasons. Like, of course he's not going to tell Clark about that, because he's just using her, like...
Look, I'm not saying that Lana deserved what she got, but I'm also not saying...
I was going to say using her like he used Clark, but I mean, we've been over this a million times, but like initially it was obviously more than that, and then that's what it becomes, of course. Yeah, I'm remembering this right. See, now he is straight up, I am the villain of the story, Lex, in his mind, and he's got to wear the the white suit from the President-elect stuff.
Yeah, but then he gets taken out by a 2-year-old with a baseball bat.
Well, the rules are different in your mind, John.
No, I do like that the innocent version of Lex still calls himself Alexander.
Yeah, that's a nice distinction. And that he's still in there somewhere. But they're real fractured at this point. That's why it's called that.
Yeah.
Oh, and I
One
guess
is
it's
a
a
child,
double.
the
I guess
other
it's a
is
double
adult.
entendre title because this is Lex's fractured psyche and it's Kara's fractured memory. So that's the surface way the themes are converging, or the subplots are converging. So in a way, this is a companion piece to that episode from last season because it's Clark connecting with Lex again in some way, where he's remembering there's still a human being in there. But I like that that human being is even further away than he was a year ago. That's all actually really good.
So Darren Ritt says, how would he know of his family? She's been going by Kara Kent since she showed up.
Yeah, he would know
Lex
that.
is obviously keeping tabs on the farm because he knows when Lana comes back. Lex would know.
Ooh, his miniature painting. I can relate to this person.
Yeah, but I didn't know you were in this scene.
I am. Darren Root, with all due respect, though, buddy, you thought Lois Lane and Wonder Woman were the same person. So, no, I'm just
Photo
kidding.
wants to know, do you guys plan on reading the Absolute Universe? He's heard great things about it, even if Batman looks silly. There's a couple of books in that universe that I want to check out.
Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to review the first arc of Batman in a couple of weeks for Batmay. And I'm very curious about Wonder Woman and Martian Manhunter. I've heard really good things about both of those books.
I'm also really curious about Green Lantern. Austin was telling me about that the other day.
Okay. Yeah, he's been reading all that stuff. Okay, how do you think they're doing with de-aging Lionel here, John?
Somewhere between Saw 6 and Tron Legacy.
I mean, if you think about it, in the pilot, we had to... This is all real sad and scary. This hurt my feelings, John. I don't like parental abuse.
No, this is, like, I'm complaining about this episode because it's kind of derailing any momentum. But this is also where the show's at its best, when it's just about how screwed up the Luthors were.
Yeah, and I'm glad we're able to keep getting this actress back for Lillian, because she's really good.
Cap, she tried.
I know, she's trying. Try, Lillian's actress, try. Whatever her name is. Oh, there's Veritas. We got the name drop. There it is. Hey, John. We're not. There's no count or anything, but we've been waiting for it this whole time. I'm gonging it. We got Veritas. Yeah, Veritas.
It only took them 12 out of 20 episodes.
That's how stupid of a retcon that whole thing is going to be, that it sticks in our brains being the whole season.
Okay, so she just like... okay, so that's walking away angry.
Oh, that's true.
She just says, "You've said enough." He is 5 and was being abused by his father. What did you expect him to do?
Look, she's just under a lot of pressure, okay? It's hard to be a good parent in that moment. I mean, I sympathize a little bit.
I don't mind her being snappy with him, but I don't like the dialogue choice that "you've said enough."
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Mean?
Okay, so let me go back to a point I started to make earlier. Do you agree with me, John, that if we had to do this amnesia thing, that should have been the way we introduced the character, instead of getting to know her for a while and then we have to shut everything down for her to lose her memory? Like, she could have been in Smallville, and I'm not saying I love this, but just if we had to do it, Like she's in Smallville, she's waiting tables, she's not sure who she is, and then maybe Clark takes her to the, like, somehow he figures it out and takes her to the fortress or the cave, and she has like a memory dump from the wall that brings everything back, and now, oh, I'm Kara and I'm from Krypton and Argo City and Kara Zor-El and or sorry, in Zor-El and all of that. Like, I don't know.
If you have to, I would prefer that. Because what's frustrating is I think she has a perfect introduction. You know, she's set free from the dam. She's lost, confused, looking for her cousin who she thinks is still a child.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I do like that better.
It's everything that after that where I'm like, no, stop it. But no, if we have to do that, that'd be the way to do it. And, like, keep her powers. Maybe she just doesn't, like, she has amnesia, but she still has her powers, and that's how Clark figures it out.
Now, in their defense, John, you complained that we had several episodes where we kind of just dropped Lex looking for her and being obsessed with being saved again. And now, retroactively, we're saying he's been doing all that behind the scenes with finding her at this diner and everything.
Yeah.
Again, I don't love it, and it does feel in the moment like we dropped that thread, and you can't trust the writers of the show. Like, there's no reason for you to go, oh, that'll come back. It's gonna make sense.
I like that we're picking this back up. Like, I don't mind that. I don't need this stuff. Like, make that the focus of the episode, not Lex is in a coma because he got shot in the head and somehow survived. And Clark has to figure out where he's at. Clark has super hearing. You mean to tell me he can't just run around and find someone?
Could we
remember the telescope?
Could we get another line reading of that there, Rosenbaum? No. It's not a great line. You're doing your best with it, but I think one more take. So, I don't know if you agree with this, John, but something I would have done with evil Lex in his mind is I would have blood all over this suit the whole time.
I don't know. I like that Lex's image of himself is, like, pristine and clean.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, this is messed up.
And where Clark has to watch this. Oh, and where he's forcing Clark to watch it?
But there is something really funny about Rosenbaum, like, holding his head there.
Well, okay, but I mean, you can say a thing that you, when you're having sex, that you're not going to mean later. I mean... Hey, Clark, your life would be a lot better and smoother, and you'll find a lot of peace if you just stop going after Lana. Like, I think it's really time to move on from that now.
Well, it's funny because in a way the show proves that too, because the minute he becomes interested in Lois, his life becomes so much less complicated.
Yeah. Well, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, John, but I still think that he should have a lot more pause after that marriage in jumping right back into bed with her.
The only reason that I don't hate that is because I think at the end,
especially because of the revenge thing. I mean, she's like anti-Superman right now.
She's like, "Are you sure he's still the same person? She's still the same person."
I'm sorry, John. I talked over you.
I was just saying that I think at least at the end of 6, they know that it's a bad idea because I think Chloe has like a talk with him. It's like, are you sure that she's still the same person you fell in love with? She's been with Lex.
I don't know. The internal struggle
leave
personified here is obvious, but I do like getting to see it play out. This is the stuff that...
Of course he's fading. He was shot in the head.
This is the stuff that we haven't gotten to spend enough time with in the show in a while, and that makes Lex just
Clark,
feel
stop
kind of
just
two-dimensional
standing
villain.
there watching.
Again, just the confirmation that like there's still goodness in him in some way is really great, especially how buried down it is. I do really like that whole thing. Oh, the point I was going to make about Lionel is it was easier to make him look younger in the pilot, which was he's now aged 7 more years.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm easy to sell with that stuff. I'm a Saw fan, and Saw their idea of de-aging Tobin Bell is just putting a backwards cap on him. It's whatever.
They should have done that.
They should have.
Every time he's in 1989, he just has a backwards cap. This is completely blatantly out of character. They don't even try with the kind of hat he would wear if he was going to wear a hat. It's just like a Chicago Cubs hat or something. Like, why is he wearing that? Every time you see him from behind, he's got the Chicago Cubs logo. The days of you barging into my office in my brain are over. Oh man,
this is how we're gonna get out of this.
She's bringing back her healing powers. That's why he's not gonna die here, but ostensibly will in 8 episodes. She's not gonna be around to save him there. I like the hesitation, because I don't think it's just, oh no, this might kill me. I think it's Lex.
Well, it's if he dies, Clark dies.
Yeah,
but in doing
so like
that, she's saving Lex.
She has to.
Why did you like do that speed up, slow down shot?
Yeah, that was dumb. Roosevelt's performance in this goes without saying is really great. And I love how demented the exaggerated evil... Well, I say exaggerated evil version of him is, but like... The good side is still there, but he's almost fully embracing what we're seeing here. And I liked the really subtle difference in how he's playing Evil Lex in real life and this version that's the like villain of the story version that we saw in the Black Kryptonite episode. He's not 100% at that place yet, but he's really close.
I really hate to keep bringing this up, but it's a plot point of the season.
Yeah.
Why is he now wearing the red jacket and the blue shirt?
John, they're not thinking about it. I don't know why you should.
I don't either, but my brain notices these things.
There's something kind of The Shining about this.
Yeah. Alexander's like, come play with us.
Adventures of Purple Boy. I've always seen this show as a perfect 101 case on how to not, or class on how to not write a show while having flashes of a good idea. The show in the early days was a good writing exercise for young kids. Yeah, 100% agree with that. I mean, that's why I've always had a love-hate relationship with it. There's a lot of really good ideas on paper that aren't executed well, and there's
Cap, do you get it?
Lots of different people we
lights
can
coming
blame.
down on him.
No, I'm really glad that you pointed that out. That symbolism was way too subtle. I don't think I ever would have figured that out. Do you think at this point in the series, Jonathan or Lionel should be calling her Chloe by now, or do you think Lionel? You think it's not even anything like a respect thing or a like chivalry thing, but it's just he's too posh and cool to say the name Chloe out loud. It's like, I think that name is stupid. She's Miss Sullivan. Clark can be Clark, but she's Miss Sullivan.
He only really starts calling Clark after the Jor-El thing. So I think it's just, it depends on how familiar they are.
He never called him Mr. Kent, though. He never said that. Like,
Didn't he?
No, I don't think.
Uh,
I could be wrong.
I think the real answer is just Jonathan Glover can say Miss Sullivan really well.
It's like his version of Mr. Anderson.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's negated by kidnapping and holding them at gunpoint.
Thanks for doing that for me. We got another one of these, John.
I love when they say I am rational while they're holding a gun at their kidnapping victim.
You gotta love how low of this is not a fair criticism. I'm being a little facetious when I say this, but you gotta love, John, how this show, it seems itself to have such a low opinion of humanity as a species, and it's based on Superman. Just the sheer number of complete psychopaths. Where I made this point last week, but like, and I don't even know if we're in Smallville or Metropolis right now.
We're in Detroit.
Oh, that's right, we're in Detroit. Well, it makes sense, we're in Detroit. Never mind. But just in
and this one's even worse because
of Smallville,
we don't build any of it. We're focused on the Clark and Lex stuff. This feels like an afterthought.
Because it is. That's a throw.
There's a throw. He just killed that guy.
No, he didn't, because he didn't intend to, so he's not dead. But in this world, most characters will kidnap you or bury you alive or kill you if you just, like, accidentally trip them in the street.
Do you ever think that Jor-El's kind of a dick for taking her memories and just dropping her off in Detroit, of all places?
I mean, this is the guy that kidnapped a girl and called her this girl's name and put her in a cave wall.
Yeah, but that's not as bad as taking someone
That's
else's
not as bad as
putting them in
putting
Detroit.
her in Detroit. Maybe he just doesn't know how bad Detroit is. Maybe he thinks Detroit is protected by RoboCop. He's gonna be fine. Miss Sullivan. Oh, Oliver Queen. Oh.
Lionel is a really good liar.
Especially contrasted with Clark.
You know, Clark is a terrible liar, but I think that inadvertently, in some ways, works for that, like, Boy Scout, farm boy thing they're going for.
Yeah. Again, that's a thing that works on paper where the execution isn't great to me. Because it doesn't come off like it's just because he's naive. They play him stupid sometimes.
This Clark is stupid? No.
I think.
I'm shocked.
I just think there's a way to play that where he's like, you know, look, I'm altruistic. I don't like that I have to lie, and so
this is probably my favorite thing about this season.
Yeah,
where we've reversed the roles, where now he's trying to be the loving father.
And it's just way too late.
Lex has always wanted, and it's way too late, and Lex wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Oh, when he finally says it, I forgot about this. He finally says, "I love you," and look at the way Rosamund's playing it. There's this split second where he's like, finally, oh, wait a minute, I don't care anymore. I really like that he has.
Lionel realizes it's too late.
Yeah, and I like that Lex has no response there.
Yeah.
He says everything he needs to with his eyes. That was a great moment. I think this episode almost deserves a green sign flip just for that scene, because that scene feels really important for their arc. Now, I don't think the show should have taken 7 seasons to get there, because I don't think this should be a 7-season show, but that's whatever.
Well, no, it's not a 7-season show. It's a 10-season show.
No, it should have been a 4 or 5-season show, or less.
No, yeah, it's a very intricate character study across 10 seasons
The
Except
fact
season
that
8 is a soft reboot.
so here's my evidence for this should be a much shorter show. Like I need any. Goff and Miller, like I said earlier, they give you your 3-act thematic idea or like character arc. Who am I? Where am I going? Sorry, I'm listening to the scene. Who am I?
I
Where am I?
like this scene too because I like
Yeah.
their friendship.
Who am I? Where am I from? Where am I going? And then they never tell you what 4 through 7 are supposed to be. Like they don't have those questions for the other seasons. That makes it, by definition, a 3-season show.
I thought she was gonna say it comes with a lot of responsibilities.
Well, now she just said
Oh,
responsibility.
wait a minute.
Yeah, there you go. I'm not gonging for that. That is not an intentional Spider-Man. And also, that would be a DC reference, so I still wouldn't gong it.
No, but it would be refreshing with how many Spider-Man adaptations lately talk around that line without actually saying it.
If I were her, I would have said, as great as this power is really, really crappy. Like, it's too powerful, so they have to give it all these restrictions. It's really convoluted for a crypto power.
I don't know. I don't think it's that convoluted. It's just it's equivalent exchange, right? She takes their injury and almost onto herself, but then it leaves her in a near death state depending on the injury.
Right, but that feels contrived to give a good guy a power that isn't a like
why that is her power I don't understand, but I also don't understand half of the powers they assign people.
No, you're right. Like, not all powers are equal, like, if you look at it from like an X-Men perspective, but we've had characters with this ability before, and I think that's why it always felt kind of convoluted to me, where we've had characters that could just heal people. That it didn't have to be the power exchange thing.
Okay, so I think he's lying, but he says, I did call twice, but Lana hung up on me before I could get a word out.
No, he's definitely lying
there.
It
is 2007 at this point?
Yeah.
Clark has a cell phone.
Yeah. Call him, text him. Well, and did you notice Clark immediately called him on it? He said, I can't even tell when you're lying anymore. Or he said, do you even know when you're lying anymore? And I like that there because Lex could easily make himself believe little white lies like that. Like, oh, I tried.
I like sarcastic Lex.
Oh, me too.
He's just like, wow.
That's thematically a pretty good line for this episode. There's nothing lost that can't be found again. Kara's memories, Lex's relationship with his father. Not that that's a thing that was lost,
Remember
but just
Sprint music.
Because that's more like I always wanted this and I never got it, and now I've gotten it. Is it possible for us to have a relationship? Now it would be if Lex was just humble about it. But that's some decent writing.
I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty sure she's driving up whoever's cell phone bill that is. With
I have this great doctor. Her name is Chloe Sullivan.
You know what? You know what my problem is going to be with this? We're gonna do the arc where she trusts Lex.
Yep.
Clark is like, Kara, no, he's dangerous.
Kara, no.
And she's gonna go, I can do whatever I want. You don't own me. Blah blah blah. And then it's gonna be, oh, Clark, you were right. I should have listened to you from the start.
Yeah, I know I'm a broken record. I wish Clark felt a little bit more mature had learned a little more, was more in general proactive, because being put in the Jonathan Kent position with her here, he's not anything like there yet.
No, and I think part of the problem is that we don't actually let him do that.
Yeah.
Because she can only be in so many episodes. So there's just entire episodes where either she doesn't exist or she's off surfing somewhere.
You almost need it to be...
I don't know where.
You almost need it to kind of be her show for a while.
Yeah. I'm shocked they never did like a Supergirl spinoff.
I'm not, because the obvious spinoff with this was always Green Arrow. And so if anything, there should have been multiple spinoffs. But like, if you were only going to do one, it would have been Green Arrow. As evidenced by the fact that the very next thing they did was a complete start over, brand new universe with Arrow. I mean, with Green Arrow. John, so, I'm conflicted, but I think I liked this one more than you. And I think the writing was a big step up from the previous episode. I'm with you about stopping the momentum, I guess, and like backtracking with the coffee shop stuff and the amnesia and all that is really irritating. But I do like a lot of what's done in his head, in Lex's head. And that line at the end that kind of thematically ties everything together, I think was pretty good. Like, yeah, I am going to go green on this one.
If the entire episode was everything after he gets out of Lex's head, you know, that scene with Lionel and Lex, the scene with Clark and Chloe, the Lex and Clark scene, all that stuff is green. I really don't care about the stuff in his head. I'm going to go a light red.
Wow. We have a disagreement here. And it's a disagreement where I'm green. That's really unusual.
I know.
That never happens. I'm surprised
this is not
you
a
didn't
bad
like...
episode, by the way, by any means.
I'm surprised you didn't like the stuff in his head.
It's okay. It's just, it's too been there, done that. I didn't get anything new out of it.
So let me reiterate what I think is new about it. It's checking back in to see just how far gone Lex is at this point, but letting us know that there still is a sliver of hope for him. I do really like having that. And again, in contrasted...
the bulk of the episode.
Say again?
But does that need to be the bulk of the episode?
I guess not. I mean, it is an obvious conceit. I'm with you, but I'm taking this on Smallville terms. Once again, grading on a curve here. It's also kind of silly. Well, I say that. I mean, the point here is Clark getting in his head and seeing that there's still a person, like a real person in there, but also seeing just how far gone the dark side is, just how scary that is. And maybe it deserves green to me just because of that one moment with like the freaky eyes and the big like demented smile. Like Rosenbaum in that scene is awesome.
No, Cap, dark side is season 10.
I know that. That's not what I'm talking about. But I was just gonna say, at first I was thinking you don't need a device to go back and do those flashbacks, because we do flashbacks in this show, but Clark has to be there. And it's about seeing into his psyche right now in the moment, not just about telling us things that have happened in the past.
I have a feeling I'm going to regret giving this a red one after this episode.
Maybe so. I can't believe I went green on one that you went red on. That's really unusual.
I know, that's a rare. I do like the back half of the episode a lot. Like I said, the stuff with Clark and like, well, and part of it is because I also remember we're going to get more of that kid later, where Lex starts like hallucinating him and then throws him in the fireplace.
That's right.
I think that's all you really need.
You know what? That's fair. I forgot that that's coming. But I also think that his memory should be a little more unreliable. Like, I think it's a little easy that you have the memory sections and then the personification of personality sections, if that makes any sense. Where, like, Clark should be looking at Lex's memories of being in that diner with her and going, okay, like, is this exactly how it happened? Especially because you get to the end of the episode and he says, "Do you even know when you're lying anymore?" That is, by definition, an unreliable narrator.
Yeah.
Not to say there's anything that seems exaggerated about those diner scenes. Okay, great. $5 super chat. Thanks, man. That means that we get to spin the wheel at the start of this next episode. In honor of fan favorite character Pete Ross returning, spin the wheel. Oh no, it's that one. This episode is called Gum, right?
No.
I know. I'm kidding. But it should just be called Gum.
It should. It should not be called Hero.
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
No way. I didn't remember that. Hero. Okay. Need a hero to save us. Okay, I'm going to ask you this straight away. If you were going to bring Pete Ross back for one episode, what would his status quo be? What do you think he should... And I might need to take 5 minutes to remind you of who this character is. But what would you... What would you say he's been doing all this time? We've not seen him in 3 seasons.
The problem is that I don't know anything about Pete Ross. Like, I don't think he's ever been adapted very well. Like, we get a glimpse of him in Man of Steel. He's in this show so little that I could jokingly say I have no idea who he is every episode, and it makes sense. Honestly, I would have just had him settle down in a normal life, maybe like with a family or something at this point.
Yeah, I would have had him either already in politics or like working on somebody's campaign.
Okay, is that something in the comics? Like he's a political guy?
Yes, Pete Ross is President Lex's vice president.
Okay, my only exposure to President Lex is that Public Enemy's animated movie.
Yeah,
but I don't think Pete Ross is in that.
He might be. I can't remember. If he is, it's real brief and you wouldn't know it. And of course, traditionally he's a white guy, so if they just showed it in the background, you wouldn't know it was Pete Ross.
Well, that's like in Man of Steel, one of those bullies is supposed to be Pete Ross, I guess.
No, not a bully. The kid with glasses that works at the IHOP, that's Pete Ross.
Yeah, but in the flashbacks, isn't he one of the bullies?
No, he's not a bully. He's Clark's friend.
Okay.
He's not a bully. We don't get much screen time with him, but he's not. I don't think he's a bully. I think he's just there.
Okay, because I thought he was one of those kids. You know that scene where they like push Clark down and like he grips the fence and the reveal is that
that's
the fence?
Yeah, that's not one of those kids.
It's not him.
I'm almost positive it's not. Somebody can tell me if I'm wrong.
Ross working at IHOP in Man of Steel was the best adaptation.
But no,
he's more memorable.
One of the reasons I'm suggesting that is because do you remember the episode in, I think it's first season, when Clark is running for class president and Pete is trying to run his campaign and like it's his idea in the first place? That's a reference, and if we didn't hit the gong for that, we should have. But that's a reference to his political career in the comics.
Okay, if that's what that is, because I believe you, I wouldn't have called it. So unless you called it, I don't know if we counted it.
Yeah, I don't know if we counted it. John, I'm sorry, I need just a really quick break.
Okay.
I just gotta run off and do something real fast, and then we will start this next episode. It's here somehow.
Cam just really doesn't want to watch Hero.
I really don't. No, I'm sorry. I just gotta run upstairs for a second. I'll be right back.
No, that's fine.
Okay, John, we need a hero to save us. I'm not gonna stand here and wait.
That song is better than this episode.
Yeah, let's have Chad Kroger come in and write a Smallville episode. It can't be any worse than this.
Why is it One Republic of all bands?
One Republic.
So the whole setup is that Pete is like a roadie.
Oh, I didn't remember that. Okay.
Yeah, they do him at a One Republic concert.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's like politics. I don't know. Not really though. Hey, let's spin the wheel, and then we'll get into this episode. Here we go. It's spinning.
Where you can only be nice. I'm leaving.
John, so for the first 5 minutes of this episode, I can only say yes or no. So John can continue on with regular commentary, but I can only say yes or no. Are you ready, John? Just ask me all kinds of questions. I love the wheel. It's the best idea we ever had. Okay, here we go. Are you ready to watch Gum?
Yes.
All right, everybody, please
I hope
press.
that's what you titled it in the stream.
I wish Pete's power was like Chloe's, where every time he uses it, it almost kills him. All right, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. This should open with a preview on Smallville, where it just shows you like a bunch of pointless Pete clips. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't say things except for yes or no. No.
Cap, do you like when he does the stretchy powers?
No.
One Republic sucks, by the way, and
yes?
I'm glad they're no longer popular. The Adventures of Pro Boy says, "Oh my God, I just left for 30 minutes and you're still here." It is a 10-hour stream.
Yes.
Also, is it weird that Jimmy and Kara are the ones that run into Pete, like somebody that they have no idea who he is?
Yes.
Hey, it's that guy.
Yes.
He needs gum.
Yes.
Okay, so they are having a One Republic concert, at the time huge band, in a gum factory. And there's like nobody here.
No. Yay. Yes.
This is like their only song that I find somewhat tolerable.
No.
I said somewhat.
No.
Is it weird that Kara just immediately falls in line with "I like popular music"?
Yes. No.
Okay, Cap, is it a reference that it's spearmint gum with the giant S logo?
Yes, no, yes.
Is your brain broken yet?
Yes.
Okay, so let me get this straight. She still has amnesia, but she remembers that she likes Jimmy.
Yes? Oh! Nope. Nope, 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 nope.
Response here should be, who?
Who? No.
I remember flip phones pictures were not that clear.
Nope.
Somebody save me from this episode.
No.
So I will say, I've never liked this episode, even like when I watched it on DVD.
Mm-mm. No.
Like, I normally like, when we bring back an old character and let him catch up with the current status quo, but their way of doing it is just so lame.
Okay, so we're at 5 minutes. I don't have to say yes. I agree with you, but I can talk again. So, this goes without saying, but what's awful about it is it's like they pulled an old episode they threw away from second or third season out of a drawer and went. We never did the stretchy power thing. We want to bring Pete back. I don't know what to do. I guess he'll just be a Kryptofreak. By the way, one of the gongs was for Kryptofreak. I counted that.
Okay, I was about to ask.
So I thought she got her memory back at the end of last episode. I guess I wasn't looking at that right.
No, she hasn't.
She still thinks she's from Minnesota.
Yes.
And then she'll realize that she's not from Minnesota. She's from the very similar looking Krypton. But if you're going to do this, just don't bring him back at all. Like,
Now,
I know we can't remember. I know we can never remember who this guy is, but I don't think it's fair to the legacy of Smallville's forgotten sidekick character.
I will say I do like Clark's reasoning for not just taking her to the fortress to instantly fix this. The last time I went to the fortress, he kept me prisoner for like 3 weeks.
That's a really good reason. Yeah. It's too easy and convenient that two of our current main characters, like you said, that have never met this guy before, run into him and get saved by him. That's dumb. Also, if you're going to give, and this is so weird, but once again, let the show go its own way if you're creative enough about it, as weird as this would be. Like, if Pete's going to get stretchy powers, just let him be Plastic Man and make him a Justice League character and let him be recurring. It's stupid,
we
but
also have to talk about the elephant in the room.
It's better than this.
He is also going to be yet another person that the minute he gets powers is going to go crazy.
Yeah, and even though he didn't get powers, he's basically been a Kryptofreak before. That's the other thing that sucks about this is too close to the Nitro Racing nonsense.
Yeah. Oh god.
We already did that with him.
That's
a nice bit of continuity
because at a certain point we just retcon.
He's got the painted figure from his
best friend
from his memory. It's stupid that it's the Veritas thing, but I'm sorry, John. Good.
Yeah. Oh, and it's on the window. I bet you didn't know that before.
Because it wasn't. It wasn't there before. Right?
But at a certain point, I don't think
so. Are they retconning this?
But at a certain point...
Did they always have a V there and now they're going, let's be really clever and backtrack and say what that's about? I don't think so, though.
I don't think that was there before. But at a certain point we retcon it to where Chloe is the childhood best friend, like just her. Why is Pete Ross even in this show? Do you lose anything by just removing him completely?
He's in the show because he's in the comics, and Chloe was the made-up character that they wanted there to be like a Lois Lane type, and to give you easy, obvious love triangle stuff if you wanted it. I've always thought that. Now, they don't go to that right away, to their credit.
Why do you trust him? I don't understand.
Because he found her in a diner. And it's not remotely suspicious.
In a diner with a box of scraps.
It's not remotely suspicious that he goes to this diner in Minnesota and is infatuated with her. If anything, she should be creeped out by him. Now, I get... Oh, Detroit. I'm sorry. She's from Minnesota. She was in Detroit.
I just love that you named that place as like 3 different other places.
Something about Smallville going to Detroit does not compute for me.
Well, it's the lack of RoboCop.
Because their Detroit looks exactly like their Metropolis.
Hara, did it ever occur to you that he doesn't trust you because you're talking to Lex?
Yeah, I think it's also funny to note that we sort of did this when Clark himself got amnesia.
We did. That was handled better though, because there's that. I like that scene in that episode where Lex gets him by himself, and it's obviously a ploy to try to get him to reveal something.
Yeah.
Why are you still chewing gum?
Why is it not affecting Clark? And before you say there's maybe just not enough kryptonite there, when he puts it in his mouth, it's glowing like it does when Clark is close to it, and it makes that sound effect. This sucks.
Well, you see, I don't think you knew about this, but gum is actually a containing agent for kryptonite.
The only other
thing... they should have been doing this whole time is wrapping all of the kryptonite in gum,
that
it wouldn't hurt Clark.
Yeah, well, it worked with the inhaler, too, I think. Pete is processing everyone else knowing Clark's secret now very easily.
That looked really bad.
And to be fair, the stretching thing is one of the hardest effects to do.
Yeah, I mean, we still haven't gotten that down.
Well, and it's such a
but...
Here's the thing. It's such a cartoony thing to do that I don't think you can make everybody happy with it. Like, the best stretching effect, there's always going to be someone that says that doesn't look real because it's not a thing that arms or legs do. Right? Like, there's a heightened cartoony component to it in the first place. How do you make it look realistic? And also, what makes it not look real is that it's rubbery, but it has to be rubbery. That's what the power is. So, yes, I'm with you. It's never looked great, but I don't actually know what it looking great would look like. Senior Six Gums makes a sound effect. No, it was the kryptonite, like, the sound we always get when we see kryptonite. The gum was making it. Robert, I can't believe I'm missing the triumphant return of Pete Ross. He wasn't trying to get in here, was he?
No, I think he's saying that because I messaged him saying he was missing it.
Oh. Sorry, Robert. We can't watch him out of order, though, you know? We gotta keep going in sequence.
Yeah, we'll see how it is with FF. It will always be funny to me that Marvel was just like, yeah, we're adapting Miss Marvel, who's in the comics power is just stretchy limbs again. We can't do that on Disney Plus shows, so she's gonna get energy powers.
I mean, there's a lot of things they can't do on Disney Plus money that they're doing anyway, so... I say money, maybe it's just time. I don't know
what they can do on Disney Plus, because...
I don't know.
No, what's really frustrating, I know this is a side tangent,
You're fine.
is they keep announcing all this like cosmic stuff for Disney Plus or like high sci-fi stuff like WandaVision and Loki, which should be movies. The stuff like Hawkeye is what works for the TV. There's no superpowers. It's just a dude with a bow and arrow.
This is awful.
Yeah, that I have nothing to say. Like,
No, because you can't even read, and I'll try to do a little bit of analysis here, but it'll be completely pointless and will waste everyone's time, because Pete is being affected by kryptonite. Everything he's doing will probably be hand-waved at the end as, well, he was affected by kryptonite and he wasn't himself, right? So,
which
what I...
is
Yeah.
It's even worse in this episode because at least my read on it is it's only as long as he's chewing that gum. He willingly continues to chew that gum. He chose to turn into that.
So that gum is his red kryptonite, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Because I don't understand his argument that Clark should tell everyone his secret when the reason he left the show was being, and they even address it in that scene, was knowing Clark's secret makes him a liability, and people will come after him and torture him or kill him
gonna do this again?
For information because he knows Clark's secret. And if Clark just comes out and tells everyone his secret, all of his friends and family are in danger. And Pete was really understanding and sympathetic about that before and left for his own safety and said, like, I understand, but I can't live like this. And now when he comes back, he says, you need to share the glory. Now that I've got powers, I want to be like you, but I want everyone to know that I'm super, and that's what you also should do. And it's just, I keep saying superficial, but it's really super. But then it's not, like, it seems super out of character, but then you can just hand wave it by saying, well, he's under an influence, so that's what he's doing. And then there's the, is that really how he feels about it question? But that's not exactly how he should feel about it. And he always had the, I don't want to just go in Clark's coattails or like ride his coattails. He was always a little bit jealous of him. But, like, we should be past some of that. What this should be is, I want to be a superhero like you, Clark. Not, I want to tell everyone my secret identity. Why would he do that?
So, in that conversation that they just had...
Yes, I did not watch any of that.
She's like, oh my god, it's Pete Ross. And she explains, he was my best friend even before Clark. And Jimmy's response is, oh, you left him for Clark. What?
Oh, God. Love triangle phase.
It's like, oh god, are we doing this again? Kara does not look like she's actually there in that photo.
Everyone is just so petty and superficial. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, it's just like, why are we still doing this? Like, every time she mentions Clark, Jimmy goes rabid.
He needs therapy as bad as Lois, or as bad as Lana, and for completely different reasons, and it's a lot more pathetic, because all these horrible things have happened to Lana, and he's just so insecure, he can't deal with his girlfriend knowing other men. Knowing them. Having ever talked to a member of the opposite sex.
What do you mean your best friend is a guy? I can't handle this.
It's different if you're spending every waking moment with some other guy. There's the argument to make, and different people feel differently about this, that if you're in a real serious relationship, or especially if you're married, and this is a more traditional way of looking at things, but, like, I'm not gonna just go have dinner with some other woman without anybody there when I'm married. It just feels inappropriate. I'm just not gonna do that. And if that was the situation where he just wasn't comfortable with her being alone with Clark all the time, not because he doesn't trust her and he's jealous and just because he thinks that's inappropriate to do when you're that's understandable, but that's not what it is. He's so insecure about it. That should just be a value conversation. My value is you don't hang out with another guy by yourself. Oh, you don't share that value? I can't date you. That's it. Then they should break up.
But Cap, I don't think are they? They're not together at this point, are they?
I can't tell. I can't
I
remember if they're
don't know.
together or not right
But
now.
also, can we talk about the double standard? Because
Yeah.
this episode opens with him taking Kara to a concert alone. So apparently it is okay for him to go to a concert with Kara,
so
but
that
he loses his mind every time Clark comes in for the conversation.
so that makes him a horrible person. Also, Jimmy right now, and maybe he just doesn't understand how this works, but the show doesn't either. Jimmy right now is saying Kryptofreaks should be allowed to live normal lives, basically. And it's like, but does the kryptonite make them crazy or not? We're back to this. Clark on green kryptonite, counting it.
Well, and what's the hollow part of that is because he has a conversation with Chloe about where he calls him a Kryptofreak and she gets mad. So I don't know if he actually believes that or if he's just saying that because Chloe is a Kryptofreak.
I think you might be right. I think it's probably that. Okay, we got to spin the wheel again. We got another super chat. Let me go ahead and read that. Thanks a lot to Brady, $4.99 super chat. Watch toward the end of the episode, Aaron Ashmore breaks character laughing when Pete says it's kryptonite free to Chloe. This episode sucks ass.
I mean, I can't disagree.
Thank you for the super chat. That's a lovely super chat, and we will thank you for writing "sucks ass" in a super chat. And at the end of the episode, we will look very closely and try to find where Aaron Ashmore breaks character. I'm looking forward to that.
To your point about Pete and like the secret identity thing, it also feels like he hasn't changed in 3 years because the minute Pete comes back to town and sees a Luthor, he goes crazy. Oh God! Please stop with the stretching powers.
So, like, I'm not saying that looks at all good. The point I made earlier. No, that's awful. Whatever it should look like, it's not bad.
You're always gonna have some uncanny valley with it because, like you said, limbs don't stretch like that.
Yeah,
that looked like a PS2 game.
It would feel uncanny valley if it happened in real life because all of a sudden you don't have. I feel like somebody that had those powers, John, their limbs would move differently all the time because you basically don't have joints in the same places, right? Like you should look like a cartoon character.
Where it's like a temporary power.
Okay.
What does that do to his bones and his organs?
I don't know.
This is a horror show. Like, make this a body horror episode. Like, oh God, my limbs are like collapsing.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? You just made me remember this point that he gets stretchy powers and all of a sudden he wants to be a public superhero like Mr. Fantastic.
Is that a reference?
No, but even if it was, I can't count it. It's not a DC reference, John. Is that a reference? Okay, let me spin the wheel here.
Robert Wild, did we ever make Jimmy a Kryptofreak in the show? If not, that's a big missed opportunity. No, we did not. We do give him that weird episode where he's like a spy.
Oh, yeah. But no, he's never been a Kryptofreak.
I think Clark's hiding something from me. He doesn't trust me. 5 minutes later, Kara rummaging through her cousin's stuff without permission.
Okay, John, so what came up on the wheel is for the next 5 minutes, this will be fun for this episode, we can only do color commentary. Which means for 5 minutes, we can only describe what is happening on screen.
Kara's doing something stupid, and Lana's like, hey, stop it.
That commentary has a lot of opinion in it, John. Lana is smiling, and Kara is being sanctimonious. And they're referencing the Christopher Reeve episode.
Kara thinks she deserves to know this for some reason.
The writers are making a big deal out of continuity. the camera is really close to their faces. The dialogue just said the word hero, because that's the episode title.
Lana is speaking from previous experience. Kara is begging to know things for reasons.
That she will know when she gets her memory back anyway. And I'm just going to say it, this episode is wasting time. This was not a good place for us to have to do the color commentary thing.
Yeah.
It's dumb, but we're going to do it.
Kara is angry for reasons.
Kara is threatening, or on the verge of threatening.
Kara is walking away angry.
This one's got some counts.
Lana looks mildly confused.
This is an establishing shot of the Daily Planet.
Jimmy Olsen is holding paper. Pete Ross has broken into Lex's office.
A pathetic cuck just walked off an elevator.
Captain Logan has been spending too much time with Austin. That virus was symbolized by a scorpion. Get it?
Lex Luthor just showed up out of nowhere. And just said the name of the episode again. Lex is speaking rehearsed
Lex is
dialogue.
referencing a dynamic that didn't exist before.
Lex is looking for common ground.
Jimmy is hearing this to further fuel his love triangle phase.
Pete is quoting Matrix Revolutions. No, Reloaded. Lex is pointing at his own chest.
Lex is blackmailing Pete because Pete's an idiot.
Lex is doing the same thing he does with every member of the Justice League, which is why Pete should be a member of the Justice League. Blackmail them and try to use their powers. Lex is being condescending.
Lex knows something that I don't know how he knows. Oh,
maybe they'll make that clear.
Lex knows something, so he can reveal it while Jimmy is listening in the shadows. So Jimmy could be made aware.
Jimmy was eavesdropping. Well, at least he didn't walk in on two characters making out. I mean, that's something.
Chloe just described my feelings about this episode as nothing sacred anymore.
Okay, we can go back to speaking normally now.
Thank God. Okay, why does Kara need to know so badly about these symbols?
Why do we have to spin the wheel twice on this episode?
Clark, have they had a conversation?
Nicholas Bodo keeps asking this, so I'll just answer it real quick. Have you guys seen the new toys for Superman? I have. And I want the McFarlane Lex Luthor figure with the purple coat. It looks wonderful. That's the big one I want right now.
I don't really keep up with like toys because I'm not gonna buy any of them, so I have not.
I'll get a couple things. Especially if I like the movie as much as I'm hoping I will. And I'll probably get some kind of crypto toy for the girls, because they'll be excited about the dog. Adventures Purple Boy, do you guys think Rosenbaum will hate the series finale? I think through Talkville, he's slowly starting to realize what show he was on. I feel the finale will hurt him bad. I think it being the last episode and it being the end of their show, he will sugarcoat it. And that's
I'm also not convinced they get there.
Yeah, I'm not either. I mean, he'll have to watch 3 seasons he's not in, where the show becomes very much something he will not care at all about. But if they do get there, and I'm not throwing shade at Rosenbaum when I say this, I think he's pulling his punches a little bit early on, and then I think slowly he just says, like, ah, screw it, and he quits doing that. And then by the end, again, it just being their last episode and the kind of bittersweetness of an ending and all of that, I think he'll be more charitable than he would have been if somehow that episode was earlier in the series, even if it's kind of subconscious.
Pete paused to like look at his hand, like all triumphant, and he was wearing the same expression that Zach in Power Rangers wears when it's actually Premator pretending to be Zach when he's proud of himself for having sent Trini and Kimberly off to the park.
I can't believe you made
to be ambushed by putties.
I can't believe you made a Premator reference in this episode. That's amazing. Premator is in the board game, John. I painted him.
Oh, that's awesome.
Isn't that cool?
We've talked about it, but like that's one of my favorite Mighty Morphin villains.
Oh, he's great.
I just love that the minute one of the characters is actually Premator in disguise, they can't help but make monkey or banana puns.
Dude, having
he just,
to
grabs a shake off the bar and is like, banana shake.
The more we watch this show, the more excited I am to finally do some Power Rangers with you. Oh my god.
It's going to be so much fun.
It'll be so much easier than this.
I'm almost done with SPD finally.
Oh, cool. That show's really interesting. I've never watched all of it, but every time I see some of it, I'm like, God, I wish this was the direction the whole thing went, where it just got more creative in the ways that show is, and more character-driven.
There's Clark on Green Kryptonite.
Again.
It's good.
Second time this episode.
I think so. I think people hyped it up a little bit too much for me. Like, it's really good, and it is, like, in the top 10 of Power Rangers that I've seen. But it wouldn't make my top 5.
Well, it's not what I want premise-wise. Yeah. But I just like all the production value in that show for, like so much of the American stuff that we build. I give it a lot of credit for that stuff.
Yeah.
And Pete is just the straight-up bad guy and actually put Clark on Green Kryptonite. Why is this what you would want? So, John, you're not going to know about this, and I'm going to be irritating and go to Star Trek again, but this is a lot like what we do. And actually, this episode is somehow better, but still sucks. In Voyager, when we bring back Kes for one episode, she's written out of the show, kind of like Pete is, when we bring on 7 of 9, and then we bring her back for one more episode, and she's the bad guy. And it's lame and not at all what you would have wanted to see done with that character. But there was more potential in that idea than there is with this, where this is completely throwaway. We're not doing anything with him.
No, this is back to formula, but now you're bringing back a character that I'm sure some people liked.
If they remembered him at all. Did the gum just come out of his mouth? Is that what we did?
Yes, but it looked like it came out of his nose.
What's funny about this is if Lex just figured out that we've been talking over this, so I might be missing something, but if Lex just figured out that Pete is getting this power from chewing gum, he could just mass produce that gum, and then he could have an army of stretchy people.
McCaffrey says Operation Overdrive was the series that made him think I might be too old for this. I've also heard Operation Overdrive sucks, to be fair. I haven't seen it. RPM is great.
No, Purple Boy, I'm not up to date with the boys. I watched the first half of the first season, and it's a good show. I just don't care. I may finish it at some point. It's not my thing. It's just not a thing I want to watch.
Yeah.
And I know it's a superhero thing, and I know it's now a beloved superhero thing, and I should catch up on it and weigh in at some point. But at the point that I'm lighter on this now, I guess. But at the point that came up, I was really tired of super dark, super edgy, super cynical superhero fiction. I just didn't need it then.
Honestly, I think you would have a better time catching back up with Invincible.
Say again?
I think you would have a better time catching up with Invincible.
And that I do want to do. And I realize that it also has that to some degree, but it's the flavor of it is just something
It's not a satire.
Yeah,
it's more
that's right.
Genuine.
That flavor is something that I enjoy more. And I get that The Boys is intentionally cynical. I'm not dogging on it for being what it wants to be. It's just not something I want to watch.
No, I will dog on it for being the same joke for the last 2 seasons, but...
Oh, good.
Yeah. I'm kind of over The Boys. If this next season wasn't the last season, I probably would have quit watching.
If I'm Sam Jones, I look at the script and I go, wait, I'm just going to be in a straight-up season 1 formula episode? Hell no.
Well, he needed money.
Well, and maybe in his mind he was coming back for the fans, and he just they wanted him back.
Three of them.
He's like, I'll just do it, but not knocking him. And he seems like a really cool guy, but
yeah.
Darren Root would be an odd way to introduce Elastic Man or Plastic Man or. I don't think there's a character named Elastic Man. You've got Plastic Man and you've got, what's his name? Who's the other stretchy guy?
DC? I have no idea.
I can't think of it. Somebody will say it. It's just not coming to me right now. Matthew Bass, The Boys went downhill the last 2 seasons. I mean, what doesn't? What these days is on for even 4 seasons and shouldn't have been done by the second? Very few things.
The problem with The Boys
elongated
is
man, that's it. Thank you, McCaffrey. That's what I was trying to think of.
They've settled on a joke, and just they're beating that joke to death.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's what you.
Is Tom King writing it?
He might as well be.
I've got to find another way to save the world, and you'll never see me again.
You'll never see me coming. Because I'm not coming back.
And you don't want Pete Ross returning to be...
Pete Ross?
You don't want that to be maybe the worst episode of the season?
Yeah.
Because it should be a real exciting... Like, I know they never did anything with this character, but just, oh, finally, he's coming back.
Like, the best part of this episode is just him catching up on the current status quo. Because we've shifted status quo so dramatically since season 3 ended.
Yeah, he comes back, he's like, I don't recognize the show. I'm like, I don't either.
Instead, he comes back and just starts judging everyone.
You know what's ironic about it, too, John? And this is not by design, so I'm not giving this episode any credit at all, but he comes back to a totally different status quo. Feels like a different show. Everything's happening in Metropolis. Everybody knows Clark's secret identity, etc., etc. And he goes, oh, no, I can't have that. I gotta bring it back to season 1. I gotta have the Kryptofreak formula. We gotta count Clark on Green K not once, but twice.
So, the Adventure of Purple Boy wants to know Sam Raimi's Evil Dead trilogy or Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy. Both are perfect. Stop hurting my feelings with your correct take on Toby. I mean, I'm going to pick the Evil Dead trilogy any day. Like, that's my favorite trilogy of films.
I don't even care that much about Evil Dead, and as a trilogy, I agree with that. In fact, I've not even seen Evil Dead 1, and I agree with that. Because I've seen the other 2, and Evil Dead 1 can't be as bad as Spider-Man 3, so by default, Evil Dead wins as a trilogy.
There you go.
That was a very surface response, and I stand by it. Oh,
Yeah,
so
I
he
mean,
is
anybody who knows me knows Evil Dead 2 is like my favorite film of all time. So that anything with Evil Dead is gonna win.
Okay, so they are not dating. That's true. It does still feel like a double standard. Like, if they're not dating, why is he acting weird about Chloe knowing guys from before they were dead? They're not even together, and he's trying to date a girl. That's not even like, is it in character, is it not in character? That's them fishing for something dramatic for Jimmy Olsen to do, and he's only been in the show 2 seasons, and he was doing that from almost the start.
Oh God, stop it!
Stop it. So he's like, and now he's just rebounding.
Interest in seeing if we can breathe some fire into this ember. Nobody talks like that.
And also, there's no ember. Like, were the fans just, stoked to see Jimmy Olsen and Chloe dating? Like,
and 2 sentences ago he said, "I think it fizzled out for both of us." Which is it?
was he talking about them or Kara?
I think he's talking about them because they were like, "Can we still be friends?" And then he changes his tune like immediately.
Again, he's just so desperate and pathetic.
I changed my mind. This song sucks.
It's too late to save the show.
Oh wait, this is a different song. No, this song does suck.
It's too late to save the show. Purple Boy, Spider-Man 3 is a 10 out of 10.
It ties in with the concert at the beginning, and they're saying, "Oh, he's hidden too much from Kara," but like, has he? What is he supposed to do? Just tell her, "Oh, you're an alien, by the way."
Yeah, she's not ready for the, like... Well, I could see that either way. I gotta think about that for a minute, John. Because it's like...
But consider this. She's also buddy-buddy with Lex.
Right.
So he has no way to know that if he tells her, she won't go running to Lex and tell him everything.
And she is a nuclear weapon, power-wise.
Yeah. Well, not right now, because she doesn't have any powers.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, she's missing her powers. So, what... So really the only reason not to tell her is because of her connection with Lex, I guess. But maybe it's also, I can't tell her my secret because with amnesia, I don't know how much I can trust her. She's not the same person.
Right? Which is funny because I think she's acting like the exact same person.
No, well, that's true. But if you're Clark, you don't know what she'll do because she's naive and confused. And yeah, so no, I sympathize with his not telling her all of that right now.
Yeah.
But then there's also
Clark
the question of,
right.
There's also the question of how long will she be missing her memories? Like, he doesn't know if there's anything that can just bring them all back, or if she's just always going to be like this and will have to slowly be re-educated.
Okay, so you know what I just realized? This is the Lex Lana thing from last season all over again. She's upset with Clark, so she goes to stay with Lex. Lex manipulates her into turning against Clark. Matthew Bass says, neither of those hold a candle to Sam Raimi's underrated masterpiece, The Quick and the Dead. That is a great movie, but Evil Dead 2 is the greatest movie ever made, so there's just no comparison.
My son would agree with you. Jason loves Evil Dead 2. And the place we go to play pinball just got the new Evil Dead pinball machine, and he's so excited we've got that local and we can go play it now. It's one of the coolest pinball machines of all time. And I'm not even an Evil Dead guy, but it's really neat.
There's an old PS2 game back when we still did like single-player horror IP tie-ins called Evil Dead Regeneration, and they actually got Bruce Campbell to voice Ash, and you're paired with a little deadite guy voiced by Ted Raimi, and you solve puzzles by like kicking him at stuff. It's amazing.
Well, John, it goes without saying, but that's a red sign flip.
Yeah.
They just threw a season 1 or 2 episode. I said 3. It's a season 1 or 2 episode. As a reunion show.
Yup.
That was painful.
Nicholas Bodo wants to know if Jason has seen the original Evil Dead, or is it way more inappropriate than Evil Dead 2?
I wouldn't know. I've never seen it.
I don't know if you'd show that to him because
Okay.
that's more of like the straight up serious horror three.
He's seen Evil Dead 2 and he's seen help me out. What's the sequel? Army of Darkness. But
Army of Darkness.
and he didn't love Army of Darkness. He thought it was fine, but he really likes Evil Dead 2.
It's my least favorite of the three, but it has my favorite version of Ash, where he's just like a dick to everyone.
Okay, John, I know we took quick breaks in between episodes, but I need to break for lunch real quick, and I probably won't need more than 10 minutes, if that's cool with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then hopefully we can start trucking a little bit quicker so that we're doing because right now we're kind of
6
like
more episodes.
We're kind of 1 on the hour, but no, we're doing a little bit better than that. We've gained at least 10 minutes here, so that's good. So we'll be back right around 1 o'clock my time. So 10 minutes from now, I'm gonna go get lunch real quick. Is that enough time for you, John?
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna eat anything. I'm not hungry yet.
Okay, sweet. Well, we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Thanks for hanging out with us, and stay tuned. Don't run off too far. Well, I didn't have the screen up where everybody could see us yet, John, but thanks for that.
Anytime.
Well, I'm so excited to finally get into the nonsense retconning that is Veritas, because the next episode is called Traveler, and I know what that means.
But wait, it gets better. This is the episode where Lionel kidnaps Clark for reasons.
Oh, man, I forgot about that. Yep, this is where we're going to pretend like Lionel always knew that someone from space was coming, when that's not at all what was happening in the pilot, and you can tell clearly. Also, he should have been able to put together Clark and his superpowers and everything much, much faster if he was expecting this anyway.
And I don't know if you remember this, but this cage that is going to be in this episode is actually going to come back next season, because they try to lock Doomsday / Davis in it.
Oh, wow. I didn't remember it was the same thing.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten all about that. All right. Everybody excited? I hope you're as excited as I am. It wouldn't take much.
I'm so excited I could take a nap.
Yeah. I think this episode is only exciting compared to the last one, which I always hated and was somehow worse than I remembered it. We didn't even talk about how that whole thing is just a gum commercial.
Yeah.
And
Why
that's
would you
weird,
wonder-
right?
That's something I never understood in episodes like this, where it's like you pay to have your product advertised, but it's the thing that turns somebody evil.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, it's like, and any way you slice it, it's bad, because it's like either it's false advertising where it makes it look like it does something great, like give you a cool superpower, or it makes you evil. Either of these things is not okay.
Yeah.
But enough about whoever that guy from previous seasons allegedly was. We'll never talk about him ever again. We're going to have an episode in the last season with the bug guy. We still have the bug guy to talk about again, and Pete Ross will never come up again. I'm not saying they'll never mention his name, but he'll never matter again at all. And the bug guy will. I just want to throw that out there. All right, here we go. I'm getting so ahead of myself. McCaffrey. Oh no, Veritas. Somebody throw in a $5 super chat and give us a wheel spin so that we can do something fun while we're watching this. All right, here we go. I'm just kidding. Do what you want to. Appreciate you guys watching. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. Right. Are you ready, John?
Yep.
Now. Previously on Veritas. So, is Lex gonna kill Lionel, like, the very next episode? Or one or two
that's
from
like
now?
at the very end of the season.
Is it really? His being up in his office at night here, I thought might be setting that up. I wasn't sure how close we were.
No, because we're gonna have that mini arc where he is like terrified, and like goes to Clark for help, and Clark's like, "Yeah, you threatened to kill me. I'm not helping you."
It's like, I did it for your own good, son. I'm a good person now. I told Lex I love him. I threatened to kill you for altruistic reasons. And remember, your soul made me a good person. I mean, I went back on that later, but it made it possible. Thank God for mind swapping in prison. I never get tired of Lionel with opera behind him, though. That's always good. McCaffrey, Lionel dies in 2 episodes.
We still have...
Okay, so we're close. I thought I was remembering that right. God. We're close.
Oh, for some reason... Well, I guess it just it throws you off because there's 2 less episodes. So like it feels like it's at the end of the season because it kind of is.
But I knew it wasn't like the episode before the end or anything. I knew it was closer than that.
Cap,
yeah.
I don't know if you remember this. We also still have the It's a Wonderful Life episode, where Clark is sent to a reality where he never came down to Earth.
Oh, is that this season?
Yep. And you know what that episode is called?
No.
Apocalypse.
I knew there was an episode called Apocalypse this season, and I thought that was funny because we're still a good ways away from Darkseid.
Clark on Kryptonite.
There's Kryptonite. There's Clark falling out of the loft. That almost could have been a count.
I don't know if I buy that even with Kryptonite weapons that these soldiers can take him.
Well, we're trying to make an action show out of something that should have just been a drama, John. You're going to have to contrive that in some way. Anybody getting X2 flashbacks right now?
There are no exits that way, Clark Kent.
Clark Vereen. My favorite X-Man is Clark Vereen.
You know what this is giving me, and this is before this? This is reminding me a lot of the Wolverine.
Mm-hmm. Yep, good call. But I just mean because they invade his home in the middle of the night like that.
Yeah, so Lionel's an idiot in this episode, right? Because I don't know if you remember this, he trusts this guy, that sergeant guy, and the sergeant guy like goes crazy and decides that Clark is a threat.
Yeah.
So you're after the Traveler and want to keep him safe, but you didn't do hardly any research into who you're hiring to kidnap the thing that you want to keep safe.
There's a lot of that this season. There's a lot of just not bothering to do research on people. It's funny when Lionel Luthor makes the same mistake as Black Canary.
Yeah. This episode, the only thing going for this episode right now is that it's right after the worst episode, probably of the entire show.
That's it. Maybe
so it might get a grade.
Maybe the whole show. Yeah, again, just grading on a curve. And again, that's supposed to be like a special, exciting one-off episode. Those are usually okay.
Lana's like, I think something might have happened here.
It's possible Clark was just shooting an elaborate short film, but I don't think so. Writing. You know how when I see bad acting, I like to say acting, John? I'm going to start going writing. She goes, big chill a second time. Writing.
Somebody was like, I too have seen Joss Whedon's work.
Yeah, exactly. Another of those
one of these
good
days,
things that ruined everything.
You brought up the acting thing, which I found myself doing sometimes too. I want to show you Friday the 13th Part 3 because that has the most like acting scene of all time.
Really? That's exciting. Acting.
Yes. Oh god, it might be some of the worst acting I've ever seen.
John, I wish there was enough time in our lives for you and I to, on a weekly basis, sit down for several hours and just rip into things.
I know, right?
All right, John, what random crap are you going to show me this? What are you showing me here?
What are you showing me? Come on!
Okay, are we going to count every time he's on Green K? Because that's going to keep happening, right?
So I would say this would count for 2. Because the cage wouldn't count every time we cut back to it. But I think the darts and the cage should count separate.
I can't remember. Have we done this before? We've locked him in a kryptonite cage, or is this the first time we're doing that?
This is the first time, as far as I'm aware.
Sometimes what I'm remembering is...
Because most of the villains that he comes up against either don't know this weakness...
The problem is I've seen all of this,
they don't need it.
So sometimes while we're watching a thing, I'll think maybe we've done it before just because I remember the last time I saw this, and I can't remember if it's from earlier in the actual show.
Yeah.
That's, by the way, 2 episodes in a row where we get to count Green K multiple times. Is anyone going to be shocked when it turns out Lionel is behind this?
Is anybody going to be shocked when this guy turns out to be crazy?
Because, I mean, it's not going to be Lex, or he already knows his secret. And who else would have the resources to do this?
Lionel's gonna do the whole thing where he tries to shift blame onto Lex.
Why is he going to say it's really Lex's fault? Clark, you're an idiot.
I mean, why is Lionel doing any of this?
Yeah, I don't know.
McCaffrey says in Lois and Clark season 1 finale, Lex has Superman in a kryptonite cage.
Oh, that's right. But I don't think I'm going to count that as a blatant DC reference. Purple Boy, do you think thanks for sticking around with us, man. Do you think the writers know? He was so surprised we were still here after half an hour. Do you think the writers know what show they're making? Have they ever? Kind of feels like they ran out of ideas in episode 2, season 1. I mean, I'm not going to be that harsh on it, but it's a matter of wanting to make multiple shows at the same time. It's too many different visions at once. And some of that is network.
It's battling with the studio.
So that's network problems. That's what I was going to say.
No, because I think there are at least a few brilliant, maybe not brilliant, but cool ideas across almost every season.
I know, John, that you're a big horror guy and like B-horror guy. This show just should never have had those elements.
Yeah, I can't disagree. Like, I don't know.
Oh, look, it's Virgil Swan's daughter.
B-horror, like, there's moments that I like with that stuff, but they don't commit to it.
Right.
And it has to be watered down for TV. And
I mean, there's a way to do that better than the way they did it, but it just feels kind of bipolar.
This woman looks nothing like Christopher Reeve. Oh, God.
Thanks for this exposition. Especially to a person that knows about this. And you. See, once again, I'm a broken record, but this is why this is so retconny. A, Lionel is completely bamboozled and shocked and can hardly move when his son loses his hair in the meteor shower. That's the first thing. He's supposed to have seen some of this coming. And the second thing is when he meets Virgil Swan in the second Christopher Reeve episode, it plays like they've never met before. And there's no one else in that room, so there's no reason for them to keep up this pretense like it's their first meeting.
Nicholas Bodo says, "Do you think Smallville has a very inconsistent tone?"
Yes.
No, like I think it's mostly consistent. The writing is the problem, not the tone.
No, I think it's inconsistently. I disagree, John. I think the problem is that we got used to the inconsistency in the tone. The B horror stuff does not mesh with the Superman of it all and the like primetime family drama stuff. It just doesn't. It wants to be two different things.
That's what says I hate this Power Rangers stuff they've become. I wouldn't go that far. This is not anything like Power Rangers, in my opinion.
But John, fight me on that, man. What's your rebuttal with that?
With the sci-fi or the B horror and the family stuff, or the
Superman
of it all?
Yeah.
Just because I think Superman can experience B horror stuff. Like my go-to is in the comics, they do the crossover with Superman and Alien.
Yeah.
I think you could put Superman in those horror situations, but he shouldn't be the horror victim. He should be the horror like the savior from the horror.
Yeah, but the problem is it feels... What's the word I'm looking for? It's weird to make it the DNA of the show. It's weird for it to be almost every episode.
That's fair.
And that's why I think that it's kind of tonally at odds with itself. Like, especially because, and I've talked about this before, but this felt like it wanted to be, in some ways, a replacement for the X-Files. It makes no sense for a Smallville show to be a replacement for the or a Superman show to be a replacement for the X-Files. Now, you can again, maybe have elements of that in the Lex Luthor side, because the truth is out there and he's trying to find it through Clark. Like, there is that element of it, certainly. I don't know. I also think they could have done it better than they did it, if that's what they wanted it to be.
Yeah, and I also think the problem is that it's also not consistently B horror, because for every, like, fat vampire or bug boy, uh you get, like, I'm trying to think, that kid that controls metal or magnets or whatever.
With the snow globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was a kind of B horror element to that too.
Yeah. I don't know, just go weirder with it. Like, that's what I like about that fat vampire episode. That's so weird. I haven't seen that before. You know? So she held up a fake yearbook with, like, her school quote. I know AI wasn't a thing at the time. That reads like somebody wrote that with an AI. This is literally just a repeat of what we did with Lex and Lana.
That's true. And that makes it creepier.
Except I don't understand why she trusts him.
Because she's naive and has no one else to trust. Because she's confused. And this is boring. I don't care. Why would you think that would suddenly happen now?
And what is this procedure? Like, have they mentioned this before?
They are honestly stretching this a lot farther than I would have thought with the show. You'd think she'd get amnesia for like 2 episodes.
Yeah.
But it's a bad idea.
Is that it's longer because she's also not there much.
Yeah, there are other things that I wish we had actually spent a little bit of time on. There's nothing to explore here. It's just not interesting. I mean, there's stuff to potentially explore on the Lex side of it, but I don't like the way we're doing it. With the amnesia.
This is where you say, you're fired, get out of here.
Just let her and Lex become friends like Lex and Clark did, and then do that triangle. Right? Like, that's...
This is where you say, oh, I can't trust you, get out. But also, okay, so if this is supposed to be his, like, morally ambiguous way of keeping Clark safe, this is way too late in the season to be doing this.
Yeah, and you're keeping him safe with the thing that can kill him, and you can't be sure that he's not being exposed too much to it, except just, writing plot armor stuff. I know he'll be okay because, the script wrote this in. And now he's pretending like he didn't do it. Right?
Yeah, because, like, him being morally ambiguous is interesting. The problem is that this doesn't have any logic to it.
Right.
Why now? What does he hope to gain?
Yeah, the idea that he would manipulate a situation like this and still have to be in complete control, and that's how he's going to help someone, is very in character. It's like he wouldn't know how to team up with a person and work with them, even though he sort of tried to do that with Clark in the past. LX Dynamics. Why isn't it just called Lex Dynamics? He had a company called LexCorp. Why? Is it like he doesn't want anyone to know that he's involved? He'll just leave the E out. That'll do it.
Why does nobody ask, oh, how did he know kryptonite would hurt Clark? He doesn't know Clark's secret.
Yeah. Okay, great. Lex feels checked out. Yeah, he does. But he hasn't the whole season.
I
I mean, there are some great flashes.
I believe that Lana would instantly jump to, yes, of course Lex did this because she already has a reason to hate Lex. Chloe should be the one going, that doesn't add up.
John, real quick, back to the uh, to that earlier conversation we were having about uh, tonal inconsistency or whatever. I think some of it for me was just always the kind of gratuitous nature of it, where it's like I think it revels sometimes too much in the violence of it. Like in a weird way,
Yeah,
it's
and I
trying to
just
cast this wide net and be edgy enough that people that think Superman is too cheesy and wholesome will be interested in it. So like I appreciate that in some ways they get the Superman stuff right. In other ways I don't think they do that at all. And it gets murky because it's like, well, he's not he's a we've talked about this before, but he's a immature kid that hasn't found his way yet. But sometimes I feel like he doesn't have the values that his parents would have brought him up with yet, even as a high school kid. Like he kind of does, but he kind of, you know what I mean? It's just, it's the whole thing is awkward.
yeah, and like I can't disagree with the gratuitous stuff. It's just I can't be critical of that because I like that stuff.
Maybe tone is the wrong
Uh,
word to use and more attitude.
mhm.
Because I
But no,
agree,
this
you can
does have
put
that
Superman
problem
in
that
real.
I think a lot of Superman adaptations in
Yeah,
the 2000s and 2010s did of we have to make Superman cool uh and relatable, not oh Superman is relatable, so we are just going to put that on the screen, which is not to gush about the trailer anymore, but which I think is what James Gunn is doing.
yeah, exactly. And to some degree, you can have him come to that, I guess. But I think it should be more. I was raised with these values, and I'm conflicted about it sometimes because I'm still trying to find myself and find my place and figure out how to not use my powers when I get, real angry with someone or when the world's coming down on me, as opposed to just generically, I'm trying to decide if the universe wants me to be a hero or a villain, which is what this show does.
Uh, Jason was in the chat and says Smallville, more like Superman never had to be this complicated, Phil.
I like how Jason pops in one time just to dog on the show and leaves.
Yeah, because he hasn't seen this all the way through, has he?
No. And he won't watch it.
Uh he's he's smarter than us.
Okay, we should talk more about this Veritas stuff. So, how do you feel about the Teagues being involved with this?
uh, I kind of have the same reaction every time they announce, like they reveal someone who was uh, connected to this whole thing. Is like, I don't believe you.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like what all this was leading to. I mean, the only thing that makes sense is Virgil Swan, and I don't know why he needed a whole cabal.
Yeah, well, and especially with the Teagues because they retcon the Teagues already in season 4, where Jason has that light switch moment. It's
Yeah.
like, I guess, sure.
And like we know that Guinevere was had a relationship with Lionel. And so we're retroactively saying that it all had to do with their knowing that an alien was coming. It just doesn't match up with anything we've seen before. And Virgil Swan seemed to be doing fine on his own. I don't know why he needed these people. Maybe, but not even resources. He seems like he's got a lot of resources. And I do think this could have worked if the idea was there from the beginning, but it would have to go all the way back to the pilot. I don't know. Retroactively, it's a little bit like Smallville's Court of the Owls, I guess.
Yeah, but that at least has the benefit of being a soft reboot.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even dogging on Court of the Owls, but it's funny because retroactively, it feels like if that had existed, this would be ripping that off. And I'm conflicted because I'm glad that the Virgil Swan stuff is coming back in some way because we never get any confirmation about who exactly he was and how he was able to get some of the information he got. I don't know, John. Like, how much of that did you need, or was it enough that there's just this mysterious person that somehow figured out the Kryptonian language? Like, is that enough for you, or did you need more explanation?
With Virgil with
With
Virgil Swan.
Yeah.
I think what we get is enough.
Maybe so.
I didn't need any more. Because I can't just look at it as the canon. I can't separate it from the meta of this is just an excuse to get Christopher Reeve in a Superman thing.
Sure.
So like if he's already passed, I don't need anything else with his character, just leave it.
That's fair too. But you'd probably feel differently about it if it was handled better.
And that's possible, yeah.
Because that lore could be really interesting. I mean, it reminds me a lot of, like, Guinan in Star Trek The Next Generation. This mysterious character that we never know hardly anything about. And when we get a little bit of her origin, it's really disappointing. And you kind of wish they just left well enough alone. Like, it's like that.
So, this is how we're gonna get... This is what we're gonna use as an excuse to finally get Kara her memory back.
Well, at least we won't have to live in deja vu land, or deja vu
I don't know how they're gonna do it, but that's what this exists for, right? Is the reason for them to finally be like, "Hey, Kara, we need your help."
Yeah. And then I guess she'll probably break him out, and then finally not trust Lex anymore. Maybe. Will that all happen in this episode?
I don't know if she breaks him out, but she will like get them here, because she'd also be affected by the kryptonite.
Okay, great. Do you think they should have recast Lex post season 7? I mean, I will say, as lame as it felt at the time, if they had cast somebody else to have the ventilation thing on his face, like the thing keeping him alive, and he was like around in the background and we occasionally cut to him, I guess that could have worked. But then at some point, to have standard Superman status quo, you're going to have to let him look like Lex Luthor again. I wouldn't have wanted a full-on recast where he looks normal and has that off of his face. Like, I think that would have been a mistake.
I wouldn't have wanted a recast. All I would have done is I wouldn't have definitively killed him in season 8. I would have just left it ambiguous, maybe a voice on the phone or something with the Lana stuff.
Yeah.
And then keep the season 10 cameo almost the same except for the stupid memory wipe. And just say, oh, he recovered, off screen over the last couple of years.
And just have the guts to let him remember everything past this. Who cares? The show's done.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, how could Superman possibly function with Lex knowing everything? They could have come up with some kind of, like, weird truce. They could have come up with a better contrivance for why Lex won't tell everyone than the contrivance of wiping the entire show from his memory and doing a macrocosm of all the memory wipes they do in the show. It's the most insulting thing they ever did, and I will flip red on that on that last episode before we even get there. I hate that.
I have a question. How did they get here?
Because she doesn't have powers.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's possible that Chloe knows about the teleporter in the cave?
She does, but does that still work?
I don't know. We never use it again, I don't think.
And she almost died the last time she used it.
We just have no money, John. We can't show things like that anymore. We already scrapped that set. But then they should have just gotten there and she's like, wow, I'm sure glad that thing in the cave still works.
Also, okay, so The worst thing about this Supergirl's storyline is the fact that apparently none of the House of L could stand each other. And Jor-El is more than happy to just let feuds continue instead of, I don't know, burying the hatchet. Like, there's 2 Kryptonians left alive. Is it really worth continuing a feud when you're dead?
This is bad programming, John. Just that hologram was badly programmed. Boy, that fortress can do anything.
It really can.
They took that from Superman 2, man. They can do anything.
Yeah, Superman 2 sucks.
It can take away Clark's powers. Superman 2 does not suck, but it's got problems.
I do need to see the Donner cut to see if I like that version more, but...
Superman 2 is delightful, and you suck.
Superman 2 is as good as Spider-Man 2. I will let the viewers decide what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I hate Spider-Man 2.
Sean. I also like Spider-Man 2. I don't like it as much as I used to.
I beg your pardon, sir. I said what I said.
Hey, John's allowed to have any wrong opinion he wants to have. Yes, I put him in a cage. It's not the first time. I put lots of people in cages.
So my question is, they were preparing for this Traveler. What were they going to do with him?
I know. I've never understood what the end game was with any of this. It's just, we know there's an alien coming, and of course, it's really convoluted and silly that we have to say retroactively people knew the meteor shower was going to happen. You can't just let Bruce Wayne's parents get killed in the alleyway. There's got to be a conspiracy. It's like that.
Okay, so this is even stupider than I thought. So he kidnapped Clark to appease Christopher Reeve's character's daughter, and then the minute she sees him, he's like, put her on a plane and then take Clark home. So this was all a giant show for this woman that we've never met before, and now his crazy security guard man has gone crazy. He's like, no, you can't set him free. He's a threat, even though Clark hasn't done anything this entire episode.
What does this guy know about Clark and his powers?
I don't know. Like, is this supposed to be somebody?
Well, like, I know I say this a lot, but this is what happens when you just work backwards from a conclusion as opposed to letting your character's choices drive story. No. That is not how this show works.
Do you miss Bizarro yet?
A little bit, and I wouldn't have thought that, John. Have you had this thought? The way they do Mirror Universe Clark in season 10, the Earth 2 thing, that would have been another way for this show to handle Bizarro.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can remember if our precious resource, the Smallville Wikipedia, has an explanation for this guy going crazy. If maybe I just missed something.
You know what it's going to say, right? It is never established.
Oh, okay. So, Pierce had previously worked as a guard for.
See, I told you. She breaks him out.
Okay, so it's just he's prejudiced against Kryptofreaks because of 33.1.
Okay. That's easy. But all these villains are easy. Oh, I think I might have missed a villain death or two.
So
Did a couple episodes ago we had a villain that I thought might have died, and I can't remember.
uh,
I'm not remembering
this
now.
last episode is the Pete Ross episode.
I thought the one before that we had a villain.
Before that is the Clark and Lex's Mind episode. Did you count this one where Kara just killed that guy?
Yeah, no, I do have to count that. Yeah, thanks, John.
That kills people.
I want that Lionel right now holding that metal piece as an action figure with that look on his face. Like, that as a statue would be fantastic. So now I guess Lionel's going to have to explain himself.
Before that was Siren, which is... Yeah, no, we haven't had any villain deaths because Black Canary was the villain of the first episode we watched.
I guess that's true.
And then it goes into Fracture and then Hero and
then I know, I thought there was a minor villain somewhere. Maybe not.
Lionel kidnapped you for this woman. I wouldn't trust her.
Oh, look, she's got the Spawn in your notebook.
She's your biggest fan. She just really loves Spawn.
Well, I appreciate her watching that show, but I still don't trust her, John.
She's related to Christopher Reeve. It's fine. So Cap, when you get a book,
yeah,
do you often start in the middle?
Well, I mean, it's not a book you'd read cover to cover, John. It's just a man's scientific notes.
Yeah, but when you want to read the whole thing, not just the middle portion.
Also, it's kind of lucky that he just wound up on a page that was relevant to what's happening here. Or you could just go your own way, do your best, and not give a crap what people think of you. There's that. I think maybe by season 7 you should have come to that by now, Clark. I'm going to do the right thing as opposed to whatever I'm destined to do. You're not Neo, you're Superman. Okay, great. He's speed reading. You know? Well, he could have actually sped read.
Yeah.
So Lionel killed all these people so that he could get the Traveler all for himself. And I started saying that before she said it. Verbatim, she said all to himself. In the palm of your hand? It's ingrained now, John. We speak superhero movie. That's the language of the channel.
So my issue with this, besides the stupid retconning 14 episodes into the season, is both Lionel and this woman talk to Clark as if he's a child.
Yeah.
That just can be controlled. Like, this plot makes sense if it's like 6-year-old Clark Kent. This guy's somewhere between 20 and 30. I don't know where.
Or if he's
an adult now.
Or it might make sense if he's a robot and there's a secret remote control or something. Like, what's the mechanism by which they're going to control him?
So, I don't know if you remember this. I forgot about this until I said something. The thing that Lex is looking for.
Yeah, I forget.
It's an orb that will apparently let him control the Traveler.
Oh, that's right.
What it actually does is topple the fortress on top of them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot that's what did it.
I don't know how that equals controlling the Traveler, but...
Maybe it does that first? That was a rude super speed entrance, but we don't count those. I'm really sorry I had to use kryptonite on you to keep you safe. And Clark's response is, oh, okay, that makes sense. Sure. Safe from what? John, that'd be like if I strapped you to a bed and I took a bear trap and put it on your hand, and I said, I did this to keep you safe.
Okay, so Lionel just got letters saying that an invulnerable alien being with superpowers is in danger. And his first thought is, I must kidnap this man and put him in a cage with a substance that harms him.
I built it because I used to be evil. That's not an excuse. Do we believe that? Do we believe that, John?
The only other Kryptonian that's come to Earth before him was Dax and he didn't have any powers.
No, that's not true.
What do you mean?
I mean, Zod's henchman in 5
came after him.
Well, I know,
he
but
said you're not the only Kryptonian that's come to Earth.
Right.
Well.
Right. That's what he's talking
right.
about. Is there have been other Kryptonians that have come to Earth? I mean, he knew about Zod, the vessel, and all of that.
It's the Batman thing.
What do you mean? Okay,
Batman always has kryptonite in case of other Kryptonians.
Walking away angry. But John, I did not need that sound in the soundtrack. Did you hear that?
Did not.
Oh, it was very silly. Lionel says whatever he says that he's helping him. He's his friend. Whatever it is, I missed it. And then it cuts over to Clark, and like a trailer, the score goes, and then he says, "No, you're not," and then he walks away. It was a trailer moment.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. Walking away angry. That's what I was counting.
I have good news. I saw the episode synopsis for next episode. We're going to get rid of Lana and Kara.
Dagon Spear, this is the guy who locked his own son in a mental institution and erased his memory. Yeah, we talked about earlier before you were here about how some of this is maybe in character for him just because he's so used to being a megalomaniac, he doesn't know, like, real ways to help people. Like, taking complete control is the only thing he knows to do. But to John's point, he just seems really silly about it. Like, it's not very smart to try to help a person with the weakness that can kill them.
The Lex stuff, it was obvious what his motives were. It wasn't to help Lex, it was for his own personal gain.
Right.
He gains nothing locking Clark up in a room with a substance that can kill
That was
him.
nefarious in the first place. And it's too extreme. It's too cartoonish. I mean, obviously, at the end of the day, it's just an excuse to put Clark in yet another standard physical predicament like that, right? And to make you question what Lionel's motivations are. I just think it's too extreme and goofy to say, well, he doesn't trust anybody, so to keep someone safe, that's what he's going to do. Like, he and Clark both know that he knows his secret. He could just come to Clark and say, hey, you're going to need to get out of town for a while. If that's indeed the only reason he's doing it. I'm not convinced that the show isn't wanting us to think that there's more to it than that. What do you think, John?
I think Robert wants to join after this episode. He said he can join in about 5 minutes.
Oh, cool. We'll take a quick break after this then and bring him in. Dagon Spear, I've wondered if Lionel is really just trying to hide his past actions from Clark as well as keep him close. Maybe, but what does that have to do with hitting with kryptonite and locking him in a cage?
He's clearly hiding stuff. Like, he hasn't told him about Lana.
Yeah,
or that he threatened to kill him.
Well, you're flipping green on that one, right, John?
I am.
Oh, really?
Green. It's really stupid, but The Pete Ross episode was the last thing I watched, so.
Well, I guess we're gonna disagree on this one too. I don't know if I can flip green on start of Veritas because all of that is just
it's really stupid.
Dumb. Yeah,
but it's not. It's not boring. The Pete Ross episode is boring.
That's true, but I think just on principle, I hate that whole direction and how extremely retconny it is. And I think I also don't like the attitude the show has right now, John, where they're constantly... This is a big thing I'm getting on this viewing. Tell me if you agree with this. It's constantly patting itself on the back for how well it's remembering its continuity, while it's also giving its audience no credit and retconning things and hoping we won't notice. And I feel a little insulted with that.
I never get the sense of patting itself on the back. I mean, maybe just because I feel like there are more callbacks to previous seasons in this season than there are any other seasons that I can remember.
Yeah, that's all I
mean.
mean.
Also, on the flip side of that, have all along there was a secret society. Trust us, it was there.
Yeah, like they're trying to manufacture, all this continuity in the back end where they're like, no, all this was really leading to somewhere that we totally were planning all along. This is why the Teagues were here. What are the four families? I feel like I keep missing one.
Queens.
It's the Queens. That's right. And the only thing that, and I don't, maybe they do mention it. Do they say something about Lionel getting the Queens killed? Because they mentioned that with the Teagues, and they mentioned that with Swan. Like, he actually killed Swan.
I think that will come up later.
Okay, because that actually does go back to the pilot. And I've always thought that was one of the neatest, weird, like, DC references in the show. We talked about this a lot. That in the opening, like, seconds of the show, you see Lionel reading a newspaper about the Queens mysteriously dying. And you could build a whole...
Cap, this was all meticulously planned.
That's what I'm saying is, you could retroactively build a conspiracy around that fits with everything you've had already. But the problem is, like I said earlier, I just don't buy that Lionel ever met Swan before. And that the Teagues had anything to do with this. And so you could do something cool like that with the Queens, and maybe somehow something with one or two of those other families. But I don't think it could be this. Like, we knew that an alien was coming because Lionel was completely blindsided by all of that.
Yeah, and like I said, just leave Virgil Swan out of it. Like, that character exists just to get Christopher Reeve in this episode. If he's not able to be in the show, whether it be, due to illness or if he's passed away at this point, don't trudge his character through all this crap.
Yeah. Well, and I'm okay with him being a little bit ambiguous, where you're not totally sure what his morality or his motives are, but I think this ends up being kind of a bridge too far, where he's working with, some of these kind of more evil people.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break, and then real quick, and then we'll come back and bring Robert in. So Robert, if you're watching right now, feel free to go ahead and call in, and then we'll bring you on when we get back to the show here. All right, see you guys in just a minute. Hey everybody, we're back. I gotta stop the clock, John. This episode, mercifully, was not 49 minutes long. Robert's here. Hi, Robert.
We're almost there.
Hello.
Oh, we got a super chat and I missed it, so I will read that here in a minute and we'll spin the wheel for the next episode. And if it, you know what, if it says my name on it, I might make Robert do it.
You should make Robert do it. That's what he gets for skipping to the last few episodes.
Robert, it's good to see you, buddy.
Hey, good to see you too. I'm heartbroken that I missed the Pete Ross episode.
I am
I'm gonna
too.
regret that for the rest
we
of my
could have
life.
used your help padding that crap out.
Yeah, Robert, is this revenge for me making you watch The Fog last night?
Oh God. What would I rather rewatch?
The Fog.
I guess the Pete Ross episode.
Shorter.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Give me a second here. I just gotta. Whoop. I gotta size my boxes again. Every time Robert comes in, he just disturbs the balance. Robert, how have you been today, man? It's good to see you.
Pretty good, pretty good. Just busy, so I couldn't catch a lot of these, but glad to be here.
Yeah, thanks for coming in for a little bit. Quick plug, Robert's going to be with me tomorrow night for another show, and it'll be just a public broadcast show for tomorrow night and late. So if you're not a patron, you won't be able to watch it after the fact. It's yet another 89 commentary. It'll be the second one Robert's been on, and he's going to ask me some 89 trivia questions. We're going to do a trivia show and see how much I know about that movie, having watched it like 1 billion times.
Are you sick of it yet, Cap?
You'd think I would be. Not really. I'm doing okay watching it over and over again. Now, to be fair, I've cheated a little bit because I haven't managed to do it anything like every week this year. I have done 3 in a row now, and I'm not feeling too sick of it yet. This will be.
If you're gonna be watching 89 till you're 90.
Robert, this will be the 10th one, I think, for this series.
Yeah, big milestone.
Which will make it like the 21st overall, I think, or maybe more than that even. Anyway, so I've got to put in the episode title, and then there's always so much to do on this, you guys. The episode title is Veritas. Shocking. I should have just written that in on guesswork.
It's the big one.
The Sticks, John, are you now a Smallville expert? I mean, I'm not an expert, but I feel like I know more than any human should know about this show.
I felt
I think
that
you
coming.
do pretty good at Smallville trivia at this point.
Yeah, probably.
We should do that. We should have people throw us a bunch of trivia questions about this show and see how well we know it. John, let's do that when this is all done. Hopefully I can remember to do it. But we should put out feelers and see if we can get people to give us Smallville trivia questions and then do a show where we answer them. That'd be good.
Down.
John's like, no, I just want to do Power Rangers or Buffy. Like, freaking stop it. Maybe both at the same time.
We do Power Rangers, Robert. You have to be there. Go watch Power Rangers with us.
Come watch Power Rangers.
Only
with
if
us,
Austin's there.
Why does Austin have to be there?
To suffer.
Oh, you don't like Power Rangers?
No, I'm just talking about Austin.
Oh,
I know he'd hate it.
Make him. But he wouldn't hate it as much as this.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, as far as I know, the only thing Robert has seen of Power Rangers is the movie and the Turbo movie.
Okay, Brady,
One of those
$49
is all
super
right.
chat. The orb was programmed to take away Clark's powers and destroy the fortress if he ever became a threat to humanity. Only a human can use it. Well, at least it has rules, I guess. I don't know why they talk about it like they want to control the Traveler if the point is just take his powers away so he's not a threat. What's even the point of the whole thing? Like, is it just this thing is going to come? Is it just they're trying to be saviors of humanity? Is that all it is? Because you'd think that especially Lionel would have more nefarious motives than that.
It's almost like they didn't think this through.
They didn't think it through. Okay, let's spin the wheel real quick. It's our third wheel spin today. Look up a guest star's credits. John, I'm going to put you on that, man.
Okay. For this new episode?
Yeah, for this next episode. So let's figure out who the guest stars are. And because you've been doing some of this anyway. And you can look them up and see if they've done anything interesting. So yeah, Veritas. See who the guest stars are in Veritas.
So we have two. Well, we have three. Special guest star James Marsters as Brainiac, and then guest starring Jonathan Scarf as Robert Queen, and Rick Ravanello as young Edward Teague.
Okay, I would maybe look up that second guy and see what he's in, because we know who Marsters is.
Do we get a young Lex in this episode too? Because there's a lot of young Lex actors.
Yes.
He's
listed as co-starring, not guest.
Is the young Lex in? Yeah, but we could still count that as guesting.
So Jonathan Scarf? That's who you want me to look up?
Yeah, but is the kid that plays young Lex in this the same one from the Mindscape episode, or is it a different one?
Yes, it is the same as Fraction.
Because you mentioned that he comes back. I don't know. We could just watch the damn thing.
Why would we want to do that?
yeah, I'm with you. All right, well, let's see. Oh my God, the moon is huge again. It's gonna crash into the earth.
That's my favorite joke.
Well, what's great is last week, the day after we did the show, the moon was huge in the sky, Robert. Here, like I went out on a date with my wife, and we got in the car. We started driving out of the driveway, and immediately there's just this huge moon. It's like, I gotta take a picture of that and send it to John. And I did. I was like, John, look out! It's gonna crash into the earth. He was like, well, no. We're in Smallville. It looks a lot like the moon at the start of this episode. Okay, John, you can throw those at us when we start this episode. Let's go ahead and get the clock going. Here we go, everybody. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Let's watch Veritas. I can't wait. It'll be really funny, though, if I flip green on this one after I flipped red on the last one just for starting the Veritas nonsense. All right, Veritosity. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. We're almost halfway through the second half of the season, John.
All right, so Jonathan Scarf is mostly a TV guy. He was in Poltergeist: The Legacy. So real quick before I go further into stuff that he's been in that people might know, something I'm noticing about his filmography is he's in TV shows that share the name with like a comic book character but aren't the comic book character adaptations. So like he was in a show in '94 called Hawkeye. That I've never heard of.
Interesting.
He was in a show in 2003 called Peacemakers. And there was one more. Oh, and then he was in a 2011 show called Flashpoint.
If he was an alias, that'd be amazing.
I remember Flashpoint when that came out. I never watched it, but I remember all the commercials for that. That was another kind of lost clone, if memory serves.
What? No, that was a police show.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay. I'm thinking of something else then.
Oh, but I do remember this because I haven't seen it, but I want to because Amy Jo Johnson is in it.
Oh, really? Okay, I was thinking of a different show then. Sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about. It's fine. I mean, we're shooting for 10 hours. I feel like if I do 2 of those in a show, I'm doing okay. Shut up, John. It's fine.
Yeah, the only movie that he's been in that I've heard of is The Equalizer 2, and I haven't seen it.
Robert, there's so much suspense here. Are you just, like, on the edge of your seat waiting to find out what will happen?
Oh my God, it's Krypto.
No,
that's Shelby.
You fraud.
Does Kara still have amnesia?
No, she just got her memories back. She went to the fortress, and the fortress can do anything, so she just got her memories back. The fortress is a children's playset. You press a button, and presto, everything's fine.
That's what's weird. I always remember this as being the Supergirl season, but that's not entirely accurate. Like, I forgot that amnesia plot went on for that long.
Well, it's the Supergirl season in that she's still a regular in it.
She's on the cover of this DVD for the season.
Yeah.
She's the overarching plot, like
No
we
Brainiac.
talked about last week. Well, at least we got Brainiac. There's more of a chance of a green sign flip now. We've got Brainiac. But he's not homeless and eating rats, so that's sad.
How does she not know what Brainiac is?
Yeah, because didn't we establish Jor-El built him?
Yes. But remember, everybody in their family hates each other, apparently.
That's true.
Krypton's as dysfunctional as the Luthors. I think there's maybe an intentional parallel there with the whole planet and a family.
So I know you guys really hated season 5 going through it. I do remember liking him a lot as Brainiac.
We did too.
He was one of the highlights of the show.
He just doesn't get a lot to do.
And his villain plot is really convoluted and does not add up at the end. He does stuff at the start of that they just abandon later. The whole
you can say that about every season. That's not specific.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But it's also James Marsters, and I'm always happy when he shows up.
It's just nice to see him on screen.
When we get there, I think you'll like him in Buffy.
Oh my
god,
that's a throw. That's a big throw.
That's quite a throw. We should count
two. Murdered him.
We should count 2 or 3 throws.
Oh, he's fine.
This is fun.
Whoa.
Okay, so I'm not a Brainiac expert. Does he normally have Superman's powers?
No.
Not like 1-to-1.
Or at all, right? Like Brainiac doesn't usually have heat vision or fly.
Right, yeah.
When you say 1-to-1, name one Superman power he has.
Well, it's like super strength.
Generically.
And flying sometimes. Yeah, but sometimes Brainiac flies. It depends on the version.
So Robert, what you're saying?
But it's not because he's
fly now.
It's not because he's Kryptonian. It's because he's a robot that can do those.
Yeah. Well, sometimes.
Sometimes
there's a lot of different versions of Brainiac.
Yep. But I think with this, it's a combination of budgetary constraints we're not going to do, and also just with the premise of the show, it's kind of hard to do a flat-out robot man who's going to be in multiple episodes. But also, if it's related to Krypton and in Kal-El's past, we tend to just generically give it Superman's powers.
Mm-hmm.
They got to be on an equal playing field, Cap.
Well, and also they do it with him so that they can dupe us into thinking that he's actually a Kryptonian initially, and that he's here to teach Clark about the villainous ways of his father. Like they do that whole deception thing, and I think that's the real reason he has powers, is just to make that deception work.
She says, "How come you didn't tell me there's another Kryptonian on Earth?" For all Clark knew, Brainiac was dead. He hasn't actually interacted with Brainiac this season. Bizarro has. And she's had amnesia for like 6 months.
Yeah, Clark's line should have been, "I didn't know."
And so apparently she does know what Brainiac is, but didn't realize that was Brainiac. How do you not know what Brainiac looks like?
Well, maybe that's... Okay, you know what? That's okay, though. Because Brainiac is a black goo. And he makes himself...
Been shown that he can take he takes other forms by default.
Right, but do we know for sure that that's
he's
what
in a body, he looks like James Marsters.
Okay. But do we know that for sure? Or is that just the shape he's taken on Earth and he keeps turning into that so this actor can play him? Like, I don't know.
That's fair.
That was the correct response, John.
That is a question. That's a question ask Jor-El when I get to
heaven. Yeah, there are lots of those.
But if you only get one, don't waste it on that one.
Oh, good. We're back to this subplot. Oh wait.
Dagaspear says
That's
he
still
read the Secret
not-
Society thing was originally going to be in season 4. And he says, I don't know how concrete that is, and Swan was going to be involved. I mean, I like it better there, even though I still don't like the retcon nature of it, just because it is dumber the later you introduce it. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
And secondly, it might have tied the stones thing together better. Especially if that was the artifact that Veritas was trying to put together. Right? Like, they find out about those stones. They're trying to get their hand... Maybe that was the idea with... Retroactively, they're probably saying that was the thing with Teague. I guess.
I forgot how...
But having that is the artifact they're trying to put together to control the Traveler is better than the orb thing. I guess.
Cap, I don't know if you noticed, but you know that very important character from the last episode?
Who's that? Oh, the Swan's daughter, and she's just
Swan's
dead now?
daughter? She's dead now.
Oh, okay.
They die now?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm glad
Two thoughts.
Here, the show doesn't need her anymore because she gave Clark the notebook, and that's all she was there to do. Sorry, go ahead, Robert.
Two thoughts on this episode so far. One, this director really likes Sarah Savage. Two, Jimmy just had this awful moment where Lois is like, so where's Chloe? And he's like, well, this may shock you, but Clark called and they ran off on something together. Which you guys you guys talked over it, but I'm like, God, I forgot how awful this Jimmy is.
You gotta love how this logo that was never there
I don't
before on
think
the window is shining off of his face right now.
I don't know if you were in the chat during the Pete Ross episode, but he goes in that episode. He takes the photo of Pete doing the arm stretchy thing to Chloe. She's like, "Oh, that's Pete. We were friends, you know, even before Clark." And his response is, "Oh, you abandoned him for Clark? What?"
Why would you jump to that? Yeah, I think I did hear that part.
Worse.
God.
It's even worse because they're not dating at that point, and that episode starts with him on a date with Kara at a concert.
I guess the only other way to spin it is that anybody in the he's so enamored with Chloe that he assumes that any male in the general vicinity of her is wanting to get in bed with her. Like, so he abandoned you because of course he must have wanted to date you, but it just reads insecure.
Don't worry, Cap. Next season we're gonna get the perfect love triangle: Jimmy Olsen, Chloe Sullivan, and Doomsday.
And Doomsday.
That's true.
We're actually going to get to say Doomsday has love triangle face, which should be impossible. But we're going to get to say it.
Is that supposed to be Oliver Queen?
Yeah,
one?
well, yes, he's got a bow. He's got a bow.
So that's a blatant DC reference.
I mean, I guess it's a reference to the character that has a bow in the show. I don't like.
Yeah, but it's cutesy and flashbacky.
Yeah, fine. I'll count it. Whatever. Might as well. The count always goes up higher when Robert is here.
Why does he have a toy bow and arrow? Why else would he have that?
Well, because we live in a universe where you're supposed to find out what your own destiny is, and his is having a bow and arrow.
A bow and arrow. Or, as Robert says, a blow and arrow.
That sounds sexual. Don't say that. A bow and arrow sounds like something you can't go get at a regular store. Anyway. Anyway. Oh, look, Lionel's got that wig again.
Yay.
He refers to his life's work as mythology? Scarf.
The only thing I do remember about this society is, I don't know if you remember this, Cap, but there is a Star Trek actor that plays the only other surviving member. He's related to the Teague. Oh, it's the Teague guy. They reveal he's been alive and is like a monk somewhere. And I think it's the Doctor from Voyager.
Oh yes, no, it is. Robert Picardo is in the show, and he's a psychopathic bad guy. But I didn't think he was a doctor. I thought he was a priest.
he's like a priest or a monk.
Oh, monk. You said that. Okay, yeah. Yep, that is who that is.
So, Kat, do you think giving Dr. Swan a daughter and then Aaron's unceremoniously killing her off, do you think that's a little distasteful? I don't think they gave a lot of thought to it, but I don't love that choice.
I mean, we don't give a lot of thought to any of the background stuff of the Swan. I don't know if it's distasteful as it is just sloppy, like the show is with a lot of stuff.
I'm kind of with John, where we just shouldn't have touched that character again after Christopher Reeve passed.
And I'm still gonna say,
like any of this.
You were only saying that because it's so mishandled.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's possible.
But also, it should have come earlier. If Dagan Spear's right and they talked about it in 4, I might have been okay with it back then. Because at least it's 3 seasons in a row that we're building on the Swan stuff. You get him in 2, you get him in 3, and then he's dead in 4, and his death, you use his death as a catalyst for something, right? You say he just died last year and somebody discovers that Lionel Luthor killed him. Why did Lionel kill him? Why, what's the mystery there? And then Lionel's after the stones, and this writes itself. I mean, I can put this together for you real easily and fit it in 4. You're way too damn late here to do it now. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
So, Cap, do you often find yourself remembering things that you've forgotten after being shot in the head?
It helps when you have a logo in your glass that wasn't there before to jog your memory of things that have just been retconned.
Well, no, that's not what did it. It's the bullet to the head that he took a few episodes ago.
Oh, okay. We were shining that in his face so much, I thought that caused the flashback.
He says, ever since I was shot in the head, I've been remembering things that I shouldn't.
Yeah, I call BS on that. Lionel should have been like, "Oh, Lois, hi."
That reminds me. That reminds me of a great line from an Animated Tick episode when Arthur says, "Ever since I got my mind back, I've been doing some thinking." Put it down.
Why is he shooting it like a paparazzi in an alley?
It's this Jimmy, John. I'm not surprised by anything anymore.
I kind of hate this Jimmy.
Yeah. Dagan Spear, I don't know what J&D means. He says the J&D comic and diary pages revealed the Lionel and Swan connected through the secret society, I think, and the comic and diary pages were released during season 6. Again, my main complaint about Lionel and Swan being together in this is just when we meet them, it does not feel like they've ever met before. If you didn't have that scene, it still might feel retconning. It depends on how you do it. But you, I mean, he would keep all of that a secret. There is a way to make a big conspiracy like this work. But then again, the problem is it also doesn't feel like Lionel could have known that the meteor shower was coming in the pilot. I still say he would have. I know I said all this earlier, but I still feel like he would have figured out the connection with Clark much earlier. I don't buy that he ever had any of this on his radar. And it would have been really interesting if he did. I kind of wish that it did fit from the beginning. Because Lex is trying to learn the secret all the way through the show, and his father's got it all along. I mean, that could have been great. But I don't buy it, so it's sad. Justice
Lionel just said dynamic duo. I'm calling that a DC reference.
Oh, what did he say?
He said dynamic duo.
That also sounds like stuff that's not in the show as just like material that's released outside of it. And if it's not in the show, then it doesn't count.
It doesn't count, but but to his point, if that was released during 6, it means they were already thinking about it.
Hey, here's a locket that he's never had before. Is it convenient that the keyhole just so happens to form an L?
I mean, that's eccentric. I'm fine with that. Do you think he still?
Oh, I kind of love it. It's so stupid.
Do you think he still wears that locket with his other son in it, with Lucas Luthor? You remember that? You think he still has that?
Yes. How could I forget? You hated that guy.
Hearing Kara say, Clark, I know you sent Lana off to ISIS. I don't like the way that sounds. The show won't stop doing it.
Oh, God.
Up and away. Getting a lot of these this episode. Begrudgingly adding it. Counter.
I'm sick of this category going up and up and up. Oh, in a way. Oh my God. It's this episode. Okay, so
Wait.
this always makes me angry.
He says it won't matter if I can't fly if we don't find him. But you're not going to find him if you can't fly.
That's how you'd find him. So this is Clark being held back by the dumb rules of the show. He has every reason to try to figure this power out now. And none of his other powers have been this difficult to figure. He's also had this power since the second episode.
Yep.
Well, it's not going to be Kryptonite because he's not Brainiac. Or Brainiac because he's not Bizarro.
Yeah, he's not Brainiac, you know.
No, he is Brainiac.
I'll be less than 20 minutes into this episode.
Welcome to season 7 of Smallville.
Otherwise known as the Gauntlet.
If we can get through this, 8 through 10 are going to be a breeze.
You know, I really think Lana should just shut down this terrorist organization, but it's just me.
Also, Clark's an idiot, right?
Yes.
Like, Brainiac is out there and he just sends Lana out all by herself.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, this! And just the idea that...
And Clark?
Supergirl would have to teach Clark how to fly is so preposterous.
That's a good point. Okay, great. Just asks, couldn't Kara just carry him?
Yeah! That's a good point.
Why not?
And it feels like he's just...
Oh God, Lana's dead.
Lana's being written out of the show.
You know, this is the second time this season that we've put something through someone's forehead that should kill them. Oh, a single black tear. So wait, is he gonna mind control her now?
No, she's gonna be like
Probably.
catatonic, and that's why she's in that like hospital where Lex will take her away for reasons.
Prominent Metropolis citizen. What is the headline?
How about you just name her?
Can I get that prop? Where was that newspaper?
Yeah.
I want it now.
Important person who matters a lot. Murdered
In the city.
recently.
How did Chloe not know about this? No wonder she quit being a journalist. She kind of sucks at it.
Clark, I think it's also important to remember that you never actually told her your secret. She figured it out. And, like, as much as I think you should have just told her and let the chips fall and hope that it works out, and it sucks if it doesn't, but it's not your fault, this doesn't even fit your logic of what's your fault. Like, you didn't actually tell her. She figured it out.
Cap, you're asking the show to remember its own continuity.
So what would you have done to prevent this? Then you have to back it all the way up to I should have never had relationships with human beings.
Wait, are you talking about his reaction to... Are you talking about where he says, what if she died protecting me?
Yeah.
He's not talking about Lana.
Oh, he's not? Who's he talking about?
He's talking about Virtual
yeah.
Swan's.
Oh, okay.
I was so confused. Like, what do you mean she figured it out?
Sorry, so we just saw Lana die, and for a second I thought that's who he was talking about. Well, yeah, that was even weirder. Wait. That one is worse, because that goes all the way back to my, like, stop seeing yourself as responsible for stuff that happened before you were born that you couldn't control. Like, okay, so Virgil Swan has an obsession with the Traveler. You're the Traveler. His daughter comes to give you a notebook and dies. Therefore, you're responsible for her death. Now, again, I get that this is the kind of logic that children have when their parents split up and they had nothing to do with it. He should be a little past that now. It's like he's looking for an excuse to shut down every time anything around him goes wrong. I'm sorry I'm an idiot and I thought he was talking about Lana for a second. This show has broken me. It's absolutely ruined my ability to do this.
I do like this where Lionel's kind of panicking because he knows like he's next, but Clark won't listen.
If this will cheer you up, are you going to count that as a rude super speed exit?
Oh, sure. You know what Clark should do? He should lock Lionel. He should lock Lionel in a kryptonite cage to protect him.
Oh my god, that's going to cause permanent damage to her hand that'll never be seen or addressed again.
Did he just call her honey? Has he ever in history called her that?
Nope.
I'm gonna go back and count. Make sure.
Counting pet names.
That'll be on page 1153 of Robert's counting book.
John, Kara's wearing a blue jacket. That means she's Bizarro.
She's Bizarro!
Yeah.
She's Bizarra. My favorite is Bat Zorro.
Do you think this was Chris and Kruk's favorite scene to perform?
Yes.
No one wants to have to wear those contacts. That's the worst. Braden Atkinson, doing this job has ruined you. It has. Thank you for being here to watch it happen. I'm catatonic like Lana now. God, I'm dumb. Can we start over?
No.
No. Wait.
Okay, does he feel guilty about this happening, though? My point stands.
He should.
And now Clark is shut down because his emotional support human is shut down.
Okay, great. A quick trip to the Smallville hospital will heal that right up. I would go to the fortress. That fixes everything.
That's true. So are Jimmy and Chloe back together at this point? Or is he just dating nobody right now?
No, we talked about this before you were here.
Oh, yeah, because he has that cringy... maybe the spark just fizzled out, then 5 seconds later... do you want to see if maybe there's some fire left in this ember over coffee?
Yeah, and the reason he says that is because Supergirl's not that into him, so he's got to bounce back to her, because he needs a girl to be in a dependent relationship with. That's very important.
Oh, they found Isis.
Isis. Jimmy's saying this is really creepy. I'm like, I agree. This looks really bad.
That's not what he said.
No, he said sexy, which is worse.
One of them said.
Yeah.
Somebody said creepy.
I know, but then he said sexy, and that makes it worse in the context that you're looking at.
I think Lois probably would have said it's creepy, and then he would have said sexy.
Okay.
Wait, what? Dagensphere says that I don't know what the Justice and Doom comic is. I've never heard of that. He says the diary pages in that also revealed that Isabel was working for Zod. And how they knew about the meteor shower, something about radiation particles. Oh.
Who's Isabel?
Isabel Teague.
Who?
Teague. Isabel Teague.
I know. But that's which person is that? I don't remember.
What do you? Jason Teague's mother.
But her name is Guinevere, isn't it?
Oh yeah. No, Guinevere.
That's from King Arthur.
Crap.
John.
Okay, wait. Who is Isabel now? Is that Swan's daughter, or? Okay, I don't. Sorry. I don't know who these people are. This is a train wreck now.
Oh wait a minute. Is he talking about Margaret Isabel, the witch that possesses Lana?
Oh, that's
that
Isabel,
character.
Right? Right. I'm sorry,
Why
John.
would you address her as Isabel? That's not even her first name.
John, I'm sorry. I'm never going to assume that you're being the moron after this commentary. Okay. I'm gonna check myself at the door. And whatever dumb thing I think you're saying, I'm gonna check and make sure I'm not the dumb one.
Isabel.
Oh, they've got the newspaper. Okay, that's cool. No, that's cool.
That is cool.
That is cool.
That's from the pilot.
Oh my god, what a flashback!
It's really nice that they
I wish they said
remembered that
something
they
different.
did that.
Like I wish they couldn't be bothered.
Wait.
to keep that consistent.
That guy is wearing a blue costume with a red cape. That is a Superman reference.
Oh, that's not Warrior Angel? I didn't get a good look at it.
I don't think so.
It's a warrior angel with a red cape and a blue costume. No, I have
Brandon
no idea.
Atkinson says this is a glorious train wreck. Thank you.
Okay, so is this flashback like the day of the meteor shower?
Yes.
Yes
Okay.
and no. I don't know.
Okay, here's what's weird about this, though. He's got that newspaper already in his office. I guess he brings it with him
Right.
and then reads it in the helicopter? Is that what we're doing?
Right. I guess.
Well, what's even weirder is he's finding out after the papers have.
Yeah.
No. I don't think that's what it is. I think he orchestrated it, and then he's just making sure that no evidence was found. But I mean, you're right. The timing is weird because you'd think all that would happen before it was published.
And you guys have already talked about this, but like this does not line up at all with Lionel helping the Kents out with Clark, the whole adoption thing.
Oh, that
like,
too. Yeah,
if he had this information the whole time, he'd be like, "Yeah, this is obviously the Traveler." This isn't even
and
like.
And then
And
we'll
it
talk
doesn't
more about
line up
this in
with
the next season.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
But they make it even weirder because we see that he kidnapped Davis because he thought he was the Traveler.
Oh yeah.
No,
Oh,
because
it's
that has
also
the
broken.
funniest image in this entire show of when he realizes that Davis isn't the Traveler. He leaves a 5-year-old boy in the middle of the street in Metropolis.
That's great, and also they left the newspaper on the coffee table.
They
So-
can get another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, retract that praise for.
We'll
keeping the
slightly
newspaper the
retract
same.
it. I think it's cool they remembered it.
Oh, there's that moon again.
But what that wow, look at that. You're always 2 seconds ahead of me. What the newspaper should say, Robert, though, is important rich person in Metropolis killed. Well, you're gonna have to learn how to fly.
That's not Brainiac. That's Milton Fine.
I think he's Milton just okay.
Milton Mid.
John, is this the last he ever comes back for the show?
No, he's in 8.
Yeah, he's an 8. Because they
Okay.
do that whole thing where he's like taking over Chloe's body.
Oh, yeah. Do they do anything with Brainiac 5, the Legion character? Because late 8's when we have the Legion episode, but I don't think Brainiac 5
If
is
I
there.
remember correctly, because that's the end of the Brainiac taking over Chloe. that ends with them taking Brainiac to the future. But I
Okay.
don't think we ever see another Brainiac.
Dagon Spear, I don't know about that because Lionel wouldn't seemingly know the Traveler would be a child. Sure, but my issue with it was always there's always suspicious things around Clark, and he doesn't seem to put together it might be an alien. And even going after the spaceship and all that, you just have no sense that he knew. Like, you could say Poker Face, it just doesn't read like that. It's so retconny.
Oh, Brady says Brainiac 5 is in a season 10 episode.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is season 8 hints that he does know because he takes Davis,
who was a child, yeah.
So, like, he's looking for a child, I guess.
So,
or was he just close to his ship? I haven't seen that in so long.
Yes. Oh my god, they fly now.
That could look
worse. These Kryptonians could just breathe in outer space.
Yeah, that's fine.
That looked all right.
No, it's just a joke because we're never consistent with that.
Yeah, no, we're not. It's always funny. It would have been really funny if they just took that satellite out and the rest of the episode where people are complaining about things being offline. And
so Kara's gone now. And they didn't... She went with him and he didn't fix Lana. Like, that didn't accomplish anything.
Well, Butters, I don't know if we complained about this last season, but I'm with you. He says, I just hate Brainiac 5, or Brainiac 5. Brainiac is a stooge for Zod in this entire series. Yeah, I don't like that either.
Lionel, I have taken responsibility for every moral atrocity I have made in the past. I don't believe you.
You know what's funny? I forgot. They don't even know about the I threatened to kill Clark Kent thing.
God bless John Glover for not phoning it in.
Yeah.
No, Lionel legitimately looks terrified.
Oh, thanks for reminding us about the emissary thing. I kind of forgot about that. It made me a different man. I was a different man before that when Clark was in my body. So really, Lionel's whole character arc is possess him with Kryptonians and he's better. Okay, that's an interesting choice. I think Clark won't talk to you because you put him in a kryptonite cage.
This is awkward.
Yeah. John, have you ever noticed how scared Lionel and, like, more, like, trying to be good guy, altruistic Lionel, John Glover goes more to the performance he was giving when he pretended to be Clark when Clark took his body over? Like, some of that performance comes in.
Yeah.
Hmm.
People
I
will
think at
always
this point
be...
I would hear him out.
Yes, but people will always be more convinced by you if you come at them like a zombie, John. When you put out your zombie hands like this, and you go like, it's gonna be terrible, you do that, it's very convincing.
Yeah.
That's how I get people to believe me.
Oh my god, it's Bizarro.
Stop it! Okay, great. Lionel knowing about Jarrell is weird. Why? I mean,
agree.
he has for a while.
Clark, you can't unless you can fly. You know, I think this episode might get a green for me just for writing out both Kara and Lana. Also, this ends on like a really downer note. Like, Clark loses in this episode.
Pretty hard. It'd be better if we could stay out of the stupid hospital, but...
No, Cap, this is a different building. It just looks like a hospital.
Oh, this isn't a hospital?
I think this is I don't know. I think this is like
Maybe it's a mental
she's
hospital?
catatonic. Yeah.
It's a mental hospital.
It's a mental hospital. Okay. All right. I retract that. It makes sense that she's in a mental hospital. I can't even
What
pay
is
attention
that
to the show.
standing next to? Oh,
Well, you
hey, get it?
Well, you know why-
She's
you know why
got a
that's
guardian
there.
angel.
Yeah, it's a callback to when he had angel wings in the first episode.
This is why Kara was stupid. Like, she just went with him with no guarantee that he'd actually do what he said he would.
I mean,
Yeah,
I guess
gotta write
she's
her out of the
desperate,
show.
but yeah.
And this was her last episode of the season.
Yes, because the big cliffhanger, or one of her big cliffhanger is he will come to check on her before going to the fortress or something, and she's missing.
Okay.
Because at some point, Lex, after he figures out what Clark is, takes her somewhere else.
Oh, really? Dagon Spear says the diary pages also revealed that Lionel got involved in this through the image his dad drew of Jarrell's necklace from Relic when Lachlan shot him.
What?
And
Stupid.
That's how he found out about all of this in the first place, and now he got involved. Not because of his immense resources and being just connected to. I mean, it seems kind of convenient if all these people came to it from different ways.
You know,
This looks creepy.
I think I'd respect this show more if this is legitimately how we wrote Lana out. She's just catatonic for the rest of her life.
And periodically says Kal-El for the rest of her life. That's sad. That's pretty unfortunate. That'd be screwed up, you guys.
Well, that was
something.
That was one of the episodes of all time.
I'm a little conflicted on the sign flip because I didn't love that, but it was, I don't know, was it better than the previous episode that I went right on? Maybe they're about on par. I just don't like this subplot at all, or this subplot, this what's become now the season arc.
Yeah, I was joking about giving it a green because it writes out two characters that I can't stand. But no, I mean, this episode is just as retconny, and it's not as entertaining. I think the only thing it has going for it is it's kind of a downer ending episode. Like, Clark lost everything.
Yeah.
But it also throws everybody under the bus.
Yeah, and it's like, so this season should be the big payoff. You know, you've waited 7 years. Clark and Lana are finally together. They get 3 token episodes and spend the rest of the time not liking each other.
They did the same thing they did to them in 5.
Yeah. I'm gonna flip a light red.
See,
I like parts of this episode, but
same here.
The episode description for the next episode really made me laugh, Cap. It says, "The day arrives that Clark and Lex become mortal enemies."
I think that day arrived a while back. So, Robert, would you also flip red on this?
Yeah, I'd flip red on that one. I don't think any of the characters come out of that episode looking good.
Oh, and I love how this next episode is titled with one of my least favorite TNG episodes too, so that's good. We got Descent now. Great.
Descent into mortal eneminess.
Right after 2 really bad episodes, we have to watch Descent. Descent is the 2-part TNG episode where Lore takes over the Borg, which is about as silly as what we're watching right now.
The slog of red episodes where it's like, oh, this just all sucks.
We always get that toward the end of a season, or not always, but often. Robert, are you gonna stick around for one more?
Oh yeah, I can do another episode.
Okay, guys, give me just 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right, we gotta watch Descent. Let's see.
Yay.
Let's see how this is.
This is the big episode from the season I remember really liking. I don't know if it'll hold up on rewatch.
Well, I hope it does, because I've been flipping red a lot, and this season overall is not very good and kind of a mess. But I was enjoying the first half more than I've been enjoying this back half, at least to watch and riff over. There was more fun, stupid in the first half.
Is this the Lionel death episode?
Yeah. It should be.
Okay,
Spoiler
I do
alert.
remember liking this one. Yeah, spoiler alert for a 20-year-old season of television.
That people are watching us do whole season commentaries on, and we're 7 in. Like, nobody doesn't know about this that's watching this right now.
So,
If you're
guys,
watching the
before we
show for
start
the
this,
first time, it's a terrible idea.
Did you watch this live, like, back in the day, this episode? I don't remember if you were still watching week to week or...
I don't know if I saw this when it aired or not. I think I might have already checked out by this point. Or I might have watched this one and then checked out shortly after. I think I kept coming in and out of it. Because I know I watched the finale when it was on.
So I was just curious, like, what the reaction was, like, if you were watching at the time. Like, did you see that big moment coming, or...
Braden and I literally have never watched this show. I mean, for some people, this might be the way to watch this show. Braden says this is the red sign season. It kind of has been.
He's not wrong.
Why say that? How many have I flipped red versus... quite a few. I flipped 6 green out of 15.
Oof.
That's probably rougher than I've had.
When season 7 was on the air, we all knew that Rosenbaum and Kruk were done, right? That they were going to be out by the end of the season.
I think by the time it happened, we did. I don't know if we knew that at the start of the season. And I was mentioning that to John early on last week, where I was like, I'm not sure if the crew all knew that he was leaving at the start of the season, or if they hammered that out as it went along. I'm really not sure.
Because
when he talked about it before, I can't remember. What he said.
Yeah, he has brought that up on Talkville Summit. I just can't remember.
My understanding was always just that him and Kruk just signed for 7 years and then just didn't renew their contracts. That was always my understanding.
No, that's exactly what happened. But I don't know if he spent some time during the season trying to decide if he was going to renew or not. That's the part I'm not sure about.
Mm-hmm.
Or if he even would have had that window, or if he just had to decide right then. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and when we get to the finale, I don't know if it was a big deal or if that was even part of the marketing. Like, oh, like this is a big one, like this final episode, don't miss it. I don't know if that's...
I think they did play it like that.
What the discourse was.
But somebody tell me in the comments if I'm wrong, because I'm just rusty on this stuff. This has been the most...
Spoiler alert.
This has been the most obligatory of these Smallville streams, where I'm like, I'm here because we promised we'd do it all, and here we go. We're making the best of it. Here we go, everybody. Get ready to press play when I say now. I'm so gonna do it. Everybody, please press play. Hold on, I gotta fix my audio. Okay.
Please press play. Hold on.
What?
Press play. Hold on.
Waiting on John. You having problems, John?
No, I was just joking because you were like, please press play, and then you went, hold on, I gotta fix this.
oh, I thought I was waiting for you. Okay, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Thanks, John. Everybody, please press play. That's a prominently placed fire hydrant. Everybody, please press play right now.
While we're just getting into this, Roboters 100 says, Rosenbaum wanted to renegotiate and they were going to lower his pay to stay as Lex, and Rosenbaum was just checked out at that point. So yeah,
that makes sense.
I can't blame him for wanting out.
You can't blame him.
They want to pay you less, and you're just... Because he has talked about this was very draining for him. having to go to those
Yeah,
darker places.
and I also wonder if some of it at that point was storytelling quality, where he feels like, because he talks about it like, I was sick of being in that dark of a headspace all the time. And I wonder if he's being a little diplomatic, and some of it might have been he also just wasn't digging on the material. Now, having said that, he always admits to not reading the whole scripts in the first place, and he's just looking at his stuff, and he comes in and does scenes. Like, that's how good he is. He doesn't even have to know anything about the show to come in and give these performances. Like, he doesn't even always know what his character's motivations are, and he gives this good of a performance. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To your question,
No,
John, I did not call Lionel dying. Although the way this scene progresses, it gets a little clearer that that's probably what's about to happen. I think, but
Yeah.
And it's just I'm really sad that he didn't have bigger roles after this, because I think Rosenbaum could have been a big actor.
Me too.
of course the factory was just a cover. Nothing is as it seems, Robert.
I think I like the way they're performing the scene. I just can't pay attention to what they're saying.
Dagan Spear, if I remember correctly, Lionel's death was intended to be at the end of the previous episode, maybe a part of the writer's strike episodes as the season finale. Oh, okay. Because like I said, I really thought that his being in his office in the episode 2 episodes ago was kind of setting this up, and then there's an episode in between it, so that makes a lot of sense to me.
I think what shocked me was just opening the episode with it.
It's a cool way to sideswipes with it.
No, it's just messing with him. What if I told you were the traveler?
Yeah.
Robert, he did the invincible thing. Think, Lex, think.
Yeah, these are
Or the
twisted,
Back to the
horrible
Future
mind games
thing.
he plays with him, and I can't decide if I like that or not.
Yeah.
But I guess he's also just desperate here.
This is just how he operates, man. I mean, to be fair, the guy that would randomly throw Clark in a kryptonite cage would also tell his son, maybe you're the traveler.
And the other thing we didn't talk about with Rosenbaum leaving too is just having to shave his head every day on set was annoying, and
Right.
after doing that for 7 years, I get it.
It's still weird when I watch the podcast to see him with hair.
He was just way too of an independent free spirit kind of guy for episodic television. It's amazing he made it 7 seasons.
Hmm.
I really like how the scene is shot.
No, like you can tell,
Yeah.
even if the dialogue is a little questionable at times, like they are giving it their all in this scene.
Yeah, you could tell Rosenbaum's not as checked out as he was in earlier episodes. Like he's really bringing it here.
Well, it's also probably hurting his feelings that he's not only still stuck doing some more episodes of this show, but he's not going to have Jonathan Glover around.
Mhm.
I don't think I
That's how we
needed.
open the episode.
I don't think I needed
Yeah.
that pronounced the way it was. I like no one will even remember your name because Lionel is supposed to be comic book Lex Luthor and Lex wipes him away. I really like that idea. The
was
eyeball
weird.
thing is silly and looks like Lost.
Somebody asked earlier, would you guys say Lex killing Lionel is the show's most important moment? I don't know if it's most important because it doesn't really go anywhere after this season.
Right.
But it is a big deal.
I think it's inevitable, really. I mean,
Yeah, I've never fully agreed with you, Cap, that we should have done that at the end of season 1. But we probably should have gotten here faster than 7.
so
The
when
problem
I
is
say
it's
that,
a big moment that needed to happen, but then we're not going to have Lex anymore anyway after
Right.
this season.
yeah, I mean, I've always said that for where that show is right when that happens. So I know this is kind of a confusing point, but you have to imagine all the directions the show could have happened after that and not compare it to what they actually did, right? Also, I don't think we were talking about this earlier, John and I don't think the show should have been any longer than 5 seasons, and I would have made it even maybe as few as 3. And if this was only a 3-season show, that would absolutely be the place to do it. That is your first act plot point for that character. So like in a perfect world, I would have killed him there, and I would have. And I mean, I like Lionel stuff we do later on. Don't get me wrong, but this would have been a very different show. If I had the keys to the kingdom, and I would have made sure that Lana knew the secret after the tornado, and I would have had Lex let his father die. I just think that's what he would have done there. The argument can easily be made the other direction, where he's not at that place yet, and he thinks there's still hope for he and his father to reconcile.
Yeah, I just don't know if Lex is far gone enough at that point.
He sure looks it in that moment, man. He also has more motivation to want his father dead than any Kryptofreak that's ever done anything to anyone.
That is true.
And not just because of the way he was raised, but remember the context of that situation. I love that Lex shot right there. Keep the context of that situation in mind, that he just like forced control of the plant away from Lex, and in that episode, and all of that. Like, he's taken total control of him, and that's why he hesitates the way he does in that moment. Like, anyway, I'm sorry, I'll get off of that.
I believe this is supposed to be Maggie Sawyer. I don't know if you're counting that as a reference.
I'm not, because
but also I don't remember if we've counted it before, but the police badges are just the Superman crest.
Yes, we've counted that, but we've also counted Maggie Sawyer. She goes all the way back to season 2.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
But it's weird how long
same
it's
actress,
been. Yes.
Or do they recast
Yes,
her?
and we've used her a few times, but it's been a long time. And it's weird how much we're in Metropolis and we never use her. You'd think she'd be here a lot.
Right.
We should see her as much as the sheriff at this point.
Oh my god, no, Lex is in bullet time.
Lex is in detective vision. I don't... I sure did, Alexander. Shut up. I think Lex not letting his dad die or killing him shows more of a struggle between that. Killing him here shows how deranged and callous Lex is now. Yeah, absolutely. If you're going to let him go to full-on evil comic book Lex in the show, letting the show run that long. But again, if this was a subtler, more intimate kind of show, you wouldn't have to necessarily see him get like to that point in the show by the time it ends.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead, Robert.
To your point a minute ago about liking that shot of Lex, they use it. I don't know if you remember this on the DVD. They use that for the booklet, the episode guide. Which
cool.
Kind of a spoiler, but I guess without context, Josh. But I've always thought this was just a really provocative image. I've always liked that picture of Lex. Oh, it was a cool choice. And then you get Bizarro on the other side. Yeah. Perfect reflection of the season. But yeah, I've always really liked that shot.
I don't think anybody should be questioning who committed this murder.
Regardless of how long you think the show should have gone, I think it was a good thing that they get new showrunners next season. Because even with the writer's strike, I feel like Miller and whatever his name is are just tired and done.
I also don't think they're writing episodes. And I mean, their names aren't fully on a lot of it, but like, I don't know how much they're even plotting at this point.
Although, then Discussing Topics says
I wonder
that
about
Maggie
that.
Sawyer isn't brought back in the next 3 seasons, and yeah, that's weird.
That's weird. We're in Metropolis all the
That's-
time. It's basically a Superman show.
Yeah.
And the actress is good.
No, you're right. I'm looking at the writers for each episode, and they're not listed. They do have consistent writers, which is interesting.
Cap, do you buy this monologue, or do you think it tracks?
I don't remember what's even in this monologue.
He's talking about when he was a kid, he loved things that could fly and was obsessed with space. Yeah, he's reminiscing Lionel taking him to the Air and Space Museum.
I don't think stuff like that has come up enough.
Yeah, like I like this scene, but in retrospect, I feel like should have done more with that.
Yeah.
It's just dramatic irony. Because he likes things that can fly.
I mean, he wasn't a warrior angel. I murdered him. Dagon Spear Lex does talk about flying in the pilot. That's true, but the idea that he's real into like NASA and astronauts and stuff, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I don't even dislike it. I just wish that came up more.
Yeah. I really like how almost catatonic Rosamom is playing this. Because no, I'm not even making fun of it, because the idea is,
I'm just laughing because the Lana thing. It's like,
Oh,
that's
right.
how we write out both characters, just catatonic.
But in killing his father, and nearly right after he said "I love you," and there was maybe a real chance for their relationship if only Lex wasn't that far gone. He's pushing the Alexander side even further down. I really like all of that.
Yeah.
And I often will complain about those kinds of hallucinations in TV shows because it's such an easy trope, and it's not a thing that most real people will actually do. Lex Luthor is so far gone and has been hallucinating a lot, going all the way back to like 3. I totally buy it with this guy.
Right. You just have to be thoughtful about it, like Kingpin always seeing his younger self in the mirror in Daredevil. Stuff like that.
Well, you have to make it clear if it's a real hallucination or if it's just symbolism for the audience.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing. In this case, he actually is seeing him, and we're in like a Green Goblin plays, and yeah, that's okay with me. With this guy, that's okay with me. He's that far
The
gone.
show is also heightened enough that I believe this. This Lex is also crazy at times.
But we did it with like every character in Arrow, and I couldn't stand it.
Yeah.
So it really just depends on the show and who we're talking about. It works okay here. Oh my god, look, it's the opening of Watchmen.
I don't know. Yeah, that is for Watchmen. It's just funny. Police light, do not cross. Like, yeah, you shouldn't. It's an open
If you
window.
cross that, you'll die like Lionel did.
I never thought about that in Watchmen, but seeing that here is just really funny for some reason. Clark, put on some gloves.
Roboter says detached as much as he can be from the act. Yeah, I wonder how much of it is that last vestige of his better self, like, coming through a little bit, or how much of it is maybe an even more twisted thing, which is he's actually kind of reveling in it. I can really see that going either way. And I like that I can't really tell why he's acting that way, but I'm buying it either way. Dagon Spear, I like how this is a total opposite to the Madman Lex from the island. I mean, when he throws that drink at his younger self, that feels a little bit islandy, but... Goes without saying, but like the somber tone of this episode is quite good and really appropriate for this. Ooh, Kryptonian flashlight. Maglite. Giant Kryptonian maglite.
I'll take 2.
It's cool that Lionel has the filter on his voice that Jor-El does in the Superman movies.
Yeah.
That's cool. And then the whole thing with Lionel becoming another father figure is kind of twisted and interesting on paper, but I'm with you, John.
Especially after Jonathan's death.
Yeah, right. But
him filling that void.
And his trying to get with Clark's mother earlier and all of that. But, John, I'm with you. It kind of falls apart when he throws him in a cage to save him.
Yeah.
It would have been better if Clark gets to a place where he can almost fully trust him, and then he's still doing the kinds of duplicitous things behind his back that he just can't help but do because he's Lionel Luthor. Oh, he's saying the child is the opposite of the hallucination in the island thing. Sure. I like that the episode is somber about all of this. I do feel like that Smallville should be doing a parade in the streets. It's also really funny that Lionel died the episode after he freaked out on Jimmy Olsen for trying to take pictures of him.
It's like poetry.
Jimmy should be like, oh, I'm glad you're dead.
No. Jimmy's like, oh, this is Pulitzer written all over it. I got a blurry background photo of a man falling to his death. What?
Jimmy's real naive, man. He doesn't know how anything works. He doesn't know how relationships work. He especially doesn't know how that works. Okay, great. Thanks for the super chat. $5 super chat. Pour one out for Lionel Luthor, one of the best character actors.
Lionel Luthor's not a character.
Lionel Luthor is my favorite character actor.
Why is Jimmy playing this so sadistically? He's smiling like, yes, he was murdered.
I don't think anybody
I'm gonna break the story.
I don't think anybody gives Jimmy credit for how much of a horrible human being he is. And I never noticed it until this watch through. He's awful.
Yeah.
Oh my god, is she getting the L key?
No, it's the V key.
Well, yeah, but we were talking about how it was kind of shaped like an L.
It's just funny because as you said that, it zoomed in on the V.
Now, of course, we will get John Glover back in the show later in 10. When he'll be mirror Lionel Luthor.
That's true.
That's a great shot. I'm gonna kill you too. Lex Luthor just goes on like a murder spree.
Would be the best series finale for a Superman show I've ever seen.
Where he goes, now that I've
Whoever
killed my
directed this
father.
one was really taking advantage of it.
So, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you could tell whoever got the job to direct this one was excited to make it. Like, this is a big episode to get.
I love the pacing of it.
Yeah, this is flying by compared to the last one.
But it's also real deliberate. Like, it's flying by because it's engaging, right? But, like, it's really taking its time. See, John, this is where it can feel more like an X-Files episode, and I'm fine with it. This is not a tonal problem. Because it's not reveling in cartoonish, gratuitous violence.
And I like that Lex gets to actually be intimidating here.
You know what? If Lex, you know what's kind of awkward about this though? If Lex had shown up 5 minutes before this, she would have no idea what he was talking about. She just got this key, and he shows up immediately after it pops out of an envelope. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to do very much to him at this point. That was all pretty empty there, Chloe.
Okay, now Chloe, call Clark.
Clark, speaking of that, let's spin the wheel for that last super chat. And if my name is on it, I'm going to make Robert do it. All right, here we go. Robert never gets to do anything with the wheel. No, it's a John thing. John, you have to blind watch again.
God dang it.
And that's,
oh my God, where did John go?
That sucks because this episode actually looks good.
Have you seen John?
John, I'm sorry. I feel bad. You want me to make Robert do it?
No, this is fine.
I don't have to look at Smallville. That's fine. I don't know about the subplot, Robert, with Jimmy. This picture thing.
Well, I like it on paper as just, oh, this is how the side characters figure out that Lionel was murdered. You know, it's important to the plot. I just questioned the motivation.
That's fair, and
details
and how sadistic Jimmy seems about. But it's also
that's my problem.
It's also good that it's not an unrelated subplot. I mean, this is all Lionel has died.
Exactly.
It's, you know what's interesting? This kind of harkens back to the Whodunit episode in what was it, 2 or 3? Except we know who did this.
Right.
God, it's been so long now. I think that was like somebody shot Jonathan Kent, who shot him, or I'm sorry, not Jonathan Kent. Lionel Luthor, and Jonathan was one of the suspects, right? So he wasn't actually dead.
He was the prime suspect, and he was framed by the sheriff.
The sheriff. Because everyone in Smallville secretly wants someone dead, and it's not that hard to get them there. That's really the moral of the show. Is small towns make you insane.
Who is this character? What's her name?
I don't know her name. Glasses.
I can't see who it is, so I don't know.
Glasses.
The lady
gun-toting.
Who's been with Lex.
Yeah.
Who's doing his dirty
she's
work.
his new assistant that was introduced like 3 episodes ago.
Okay. Is she one of the show's like not mercies? Do you think they? I mean, I know what's going to happen to her, but
I mean,
she might as well be.
But I mean, he's had several of these, and this time it just happens to be a girl. Like, I don't know.
Well, and then next season we're gonna get Tess Mercer, a weird hodgepodge of Mercy, Miss Tessmacher, and Luthor lady.
Why did it never occur to me that Tess was that they named her Tess because of Tessmacher? I never put that together. I always just had the Mercy thing with her. Okay, I'm dumb.
Yeah, her name is Tess Mercer.
I mean, I know that, but it never occurred to me that's why they named her Tess. God, I'm dumb. I should fire myself from the show.
It's okay.
That's another character that the CW verse just kind of takes and does their own thing. because that universe also has a sister for Lex Luthor.
That's true.
And it has a Miss Tessmacher.
Weird.
Oh.
That show has an actual Miss Tessmacher.
Yeah, because in this show, we later find out that Tess Mercer is actually Lutessa Lena Luthor.
Oh my god. Yup.
That's terrible.
Get excited, we're gonna have to watch it.
Comes.
But at least I can tell this is Clark and not Bizarro.
They're stuck in that freezer and like she's been shot. That feels like the season finale cliffhanger.
Yeah.
And immediately Lex showed up as if it was scripted that way.
It's a really urgent situation.
Dagon Spear, I think this Not Mercy was introduced very early on in the season. I was going to say, John, I think she's been around for a while, but she's not super memorable or anything.
Yeah.
She's kind of filling that role.
That's Robert's favorite character.
Sure.
Not Mercy. He seemed very upset that neither of us knew her name. There's not a person on the planet that knows her name. Even big Smallville fans can't tell you who that is.
Well, like
Robert
you said,
like
you guys said, the show has a lot of Not Mercy stand-ins.
I don't have a lot of mercy for the show.
Had a lot of screen time.
That's for sure. The moon's gonna crash into the mansion. But yeah, Miss Tessmacher on Supergirl is works for Cat Grant, and they do that just so they can have the joke when she shows up, so that Cat Grant can yell Miss Tessmacher. They do that. They make her assistant.
Does that show have Otis?
I don't think it does. It'd be great if it did that. Dagon Spear, I actually think her name is Gina. Oh my god, Dagon Spear knows her name. But he's not confident about her name.
I don't believe you.
My point stands. John, you can put your glasses on again.
Okay.
But you don't know how hard it is to grieve a father that you threw 40 stories out of a window. Our fathers were nothing like... Wow, you really stretched for that. Our fathers had a lot in common.
I like that that's coming up, though. Like, that should come up in this conversation.
What exactly, though? Just that they both died early?
That he's projecting. Yeah, that Clark lost Jonathan. He's just being a real jerk about it.
Well, and it's interesting that... I mean, he's so far gone now. Like, he's just completely lost himself, obviously. That he used to want Clark's father to be his father, and now he's taunting him with it.
Mm.
And now he's kind of blaming Clark for everything that's happened. I mean, not his father's death, but just... Yeah, you're the person you are today because of me. Like, he's this far gone because Clark didn't open up to him, and that's Clark's fault. Lexmas is Clark's fault.
All I wanted was to be your friend. The detail he's leaving out is that Clark was 14 and Lex was like vaguely 20-something, so I just don't think that friendship was ever that compatible.
No, your line there is, but I couldn't stop spying on you, which made it weird.
Made weirder by the fact that he's spying on a person
on that 14-year-old child
that also likes to spy on people.
Yeah, they do have that in common.
I love his delivery here. This is Smallville.
Yeah, it's great.
He's just breaking the fourth wall. He's just talking about the show. This is Smallville. You know what this is.
I just love how far gone he is here.
Mm-hmm. You were the perfect son.
It is weird when he's like, what would a billionaire have in common with a simple farm boy? Because, like, I mean, Lex, you also have that. Although I guess the answer to that is he saved you, and so You ostensibly got close to him because of that, but it was really because you wanted to find out how he did it.
This is a low blow.
You.
You.
You're delusional now. I saw you be delusional and throw a drink at the fire. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to finally see them in this place where Clark is.
So, Cap, do you
straight
agree
up
that this
blaming
is
him for his
finally when they
father's
become mortal
murder.
enemies, not 2 years ago when their friendship deteriorated?
No, I think they've been. I can see why you would say that on a log line, though. It's like this solidifies more the Superman Lex Luthor thing. I mean, does Clark have any clear proof or know for sure that Lex has directly, just straight up murdered anyone before? I mean, I think he probably knows about times that Lex has gotten someone killed, which should count, don't get me wrong.
Cap, we're not counting how many people Lex kills.
Negan Spear, I do think they were both strong-willed. Yeah, that's such a, like, broad, easy thing to say about a lot of characters, right? Like that's why I say it's a strong. Our parents both had some, or our fathers had something in common. They were both strong men.
I just think it makes sense for Lex to bring that up in that conversation.
I just don't like the way it's written.
John, this is John, this is a trivia question for you. Robotters asked, what was the episode where they were both trapped underground? They basically spell it out in that episode. I don't have any context for that, so go.
It's the episode where like an explosion goes off in this underground facility that Lex has, and Clark and Lex end up trapped down there.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
To get out.
What season was that?
That's last season. That's 6.
Yeah, it was 6.
Okay.
That's one of the better episodes
No,
that season.
that's a great episode.
And it's important. That's pretty pivotal for their arc.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that rude?
Yeah. I'm gonna say no.
At this point, it's hard to say when
Urgent
the person
super speed
standing in the room knows that you have powers. It's only rude in that case if you like cut them off in the middle of a sentence or something, I guess.
This Jimmy only cares about fame.
No, he's so
He's
insanely
psychotic.
superficial.
Not being with Clark.
And keep in mind,
Clark
it's
shows
not.
up. No, leave me.
Keep in mind, it's not even a high school show
Then
anymore.
he's saved by Clark.
I do like that they paired up Jimmy and Lois, just because that is the classic duo.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been doing that more the last couple episodes. Feels like we should have gotten there faster.
Do I have to count it? I'm not going to count it.
That's up to Robert. He's the counting expert.
Oh god, he's killing them with his heat vision.
Roboto, Jimmy is horrible in this. I really do not like his references. I didn't remember him being this bad.
Me neither. I don't blame. I think Aaron Ashmore was good casting.
I did
but
too.
I forgot the
It's
writing
all
was
in the
this
writing.
bad. Yeah.
Like I said, he acts like an immature junior high school student. It's not even a high school show anymore.
Right.
I mean, we have a little bit of a take on, like, immature Jimmy Olsen in My Adventures with Superman, and it's night and day if you compare
Yeah.
these two characters.
Oh my god. John, who is this?
This woman that we're all very
Gina.
infatuated with is dying.
Who is this guy, John?
That is Clark.
What?
I don't know
That's
who that
the
is.
twist.
Am I supposed to know who that is?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying there's going to be some reveal about who that is.
I don't know who that is or why he's framing her. Or killing her. Whatever he's doing.
Putting her glasses back on.
He's framing and killing her.
That's a cool shot. I like the magic hour of that. That was cool. Leo, if it makes you feel any better, it's not the real Jimmy. It's like, that's the reason we had to retroactively say it wasn't. It's like, at some point they realized how horrible he was. They were like, oh, I guess we have to say somebody else is Jimmy Olsen. And he does something to just kind of stamp him out. Stamp out the Alexander personality, right?
I think so.
Again, this is all on the nose, but I'm fine with it.
Also, because he's a redhead, I keep getting reminded of Elton John talking to herself in the Rocketman movie, and that story goes action.
Dagan Spear, I think that guy is maybe working for Edward Teague. It'll be hilarious if they never tell us who did that, though. Maybe Lex got her killed just because he's in a bad mood. John, what do you think of this kid's performance?
I think he's fine. It's a little awkward just because, like, I don't know if this kid is maybe as emotional as I think the scene might need, but he's fine.
That's just a little awkward just because you want to know, like, physically what is actually happening here. But I like how dark this goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is Lex putting in that fire? Did he just get third-degree burns?
What if it's a real child? He's not hallucinating.
Oh my god.
No, this is messed up, especially for cable television.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's rank all of the young Lex actors in the show. There's 4 or 5 of them.
I mean, John, by 07, 08, you've already had several seasons of 24 with lots of really brutal torture scenes. Like,
that's true. I haven't seen that show, so I don't have any.
And that's on broadcast. That's not cable.
Hey guys, it's a Chloe Clark Loft scene. She has to fill that void left by Lana.
Oh yeah, we're not going to get to count those anymore until next season.
Until next season.
But the last time we'll see her is one of those, which is great.
That's true. Oh, that's going to be an historic day.
Nicholas Bodo, is Lex killing a kid the darkest thing in the show? No, because it's a representation.
It's not a real kid.
It's not a real kid. Yeah. He's burying himself, the innocent part of himself. I want to say that kid is not playing the pathos that the kid in season 3 played it, 2 or 3, with that great flashback with the death of Julian Luther.
Julian, yeah.
But you can make the argument that that's supposed to be his innocent side without all of that, and so he shouldn't be playing it with the same level of pathos. But then you get kind of actual flashbacks with that kid playing it the same way, so it's a little dicey. And also, we've got several child actors playing him around that age, and none of them look anything like the same.
Yep. Yeah, one of them from season 5 or 6, where it's not kid Lex, it's like teenage Lex.
Yeah,
that's the one we bring back later as clone Superboy.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Oh, I
That's
didn't know
cool.
it was the same actor. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm grieving the father I murdered. Everyone leave me alone. What is this exchange going to be?
Geography of this matches other establishing shots we've seen of the Daily Planet. That there's a cemetery this close by.
Right next to it. It's fine.
It's fine. I do like the scene.
I don't know why they're both here at exactly the same time.
Most of the weekend is like the city at night, and it looks like it's supposed to be traffic, but it's like poorly rendered, so it looks like just a bunch of lava or something running together.
Why are they both here at the same time?
Cap, it's like poetry. It rhymes.
Okay. I like that if there's no exchange here.
Yeah, me too.
Yikes. Yeah, it's pretty good. You don't get it, Clark. He deserved it. Clark should be so conflicted about how he even feels about Lionel at this point. Like, how should he feel about that character now? I don't know.
To be fair, though, what I like about this is it's that thing that a lot of people do in real life. When somebody who was, kind of maybe not the greatest person in life dies, we tend to forgive that at least immediately and just focus on the good stuff they did.
Discussing Topic says they're the only ones that came to the funeral. I don't think that's the funeral.
Oh, this is the funeral. They're the only two that came.
Yeah, and I just don't buy that. Like, you can say, oh, he was evil and horrible and nobody would show up. He's too famous. He had too many acquaintances. Like, he would have had a big funeral.
No, I know. I'm just kidding.
I know. I'm arguing with discussing topics because he's wrong.
That would be really funny, though, if those were the only two that showed up.
He's also probably joking, and I respect that joke. So that goes green. I mean, that's probably the best episode of the season so far, right?
Yeah, it's green from me.
Yeah, I still like it. I think in a vacuum, it plays better than all the nonsense build up to it, to how we had to get there. But I still like that episode.
Oh, definitely. Well, and your standards for the season are not very high.
Right.
I'm just saying, what would have made that funeral scene better is if Lex looked at Clark and went, "I'm just like you, but a little more bizarre."
Clark's wearing...
And then it revealed that this was actually Bizarro Lex.
Lex is wearing a black shirt with a purple jacket.
Yeah.
Oh no. The next one's a Jimmy episode.
Yay.
Oh, crap. Hey, the title is accurate. It's called Sleeper.
That's what I'm planning to do during it.
I could go for a nap.
John, are you gonna make it?
Yeah, I'm good.
I mean, admittedly,
we woke up earlier than I intended to.
Oh, I'm sorry, but we've cheated with this, where this whole exercise is a lot easier now because we get a whole night's sleep before we start, and then we end before normal bedtime. So, Robert, are you good to stick around for one more, or have you got to get going?
I could probably do one more, but I do need to switch discs, so I'll be right back.
That's fine.
In a minute.
We'll go to a 1-minute break then. See you guys in just a minute.
Cool.
Oh, John's not back yet. That's all right. Hi, Robert. You guys say something. I can't hear.
Hello?
I can hear John, but I can't hear Robert.
Hello.
There he is.
Hey.
Hello, Robert. And John, you're a little quiet.
It's like, sorry. Cap, does my mic sound fun?
Yeah, your mic's all right. John, say something.
Okay. Yeah, the other day when
Hold on.
Hangout, when I used my phone, now I feel really self-conscious about it.
Oh, yeah, that's all right.
It
Stop
sounds
using your
awful.
phone.
No, sorry, Robert.
It's more convenient.
I just need to listen to John for a minute because he seems kind of quiet. John, say something.
What's up?
Well, keep talking.
Testing. Hello. How?
Yeah, you seem quieter than you were before. Is there any way you can up your mic volume?
He sounds fine to me.
Oh, weird. Okay. Well, I'm hoping everybody
Talk
can hear
louder,
you.
John.
You seem a little quiet.
Wait a minute. How's that?
It's the same.
I'm not sure why I sound quieter all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you should just talk really loud.
Well, it's really appropriate. It's gonna be appropriate for this episode.
Oh, now we can't hear you at all. Maybe you're doing that on purpose. I don't know.
Yeah, I was whispering really quietly.
Oh. Okay, whatever.
This is supposed to be a professional show, John.
Yeah.
You don't have time for these antics.
Thanks for that, Robert. The joke's on you. All right, Sleeper. We are 4 from the end of this season, and I'm glad we got a real solid one there. I love the production value of that episode. It looks great.
Yeah, it was really good. We needed a green one after the last few.
Yeah, we really did.
Yeah, of the ones I've seen, that's the best of them. Can they keep the quality up? We'll see.
almost certainly not. Robert, especially if the next one is a Jimmy episode. Right now, I like him slightly more than that guy I was rooting for to die all of the first half of the season. I'm glad that guy's dead.
You'll get your wish.
The Julian Luther clone. I'm sorry, what, John?
I mean, we're talking about Sleeper, right? Like
Yes.
that's at least what's in the episode description. I don't know. Maybe that's the B plot.
Because yeah, Hulu just says it's Clark desperately searching for Brainiac and Kara.
Oh. Well, I don't know. We can just watch it. Here we go. Everybody get ready to press play when I say now. We're about to do it. And here we go. Everybody please press play right now.
Oh, wait a minute. Robert, I think I know which one this is.
Yay.
This is the spy episode.
We have to do that.
Gotta do that.
I was worried about that when he said something about it being a Jimmy episode. Robert, I think I'm with you that last episode works a little bit better in a vacuum, but there are a lot of things about the overall Clark and Lex arc with what that does that I really like.
Remember Mission Impossible?
Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this a reference to like an old 50s like Jimmy Olsen book that they did?
I mean, there's the Jimmy Olsen comic has lots of wacky shit, but I think it would be giving this show too much credit.
Did you call that a
If you're
reference?
looking at again for all the deep cut references in this show, we don't do a lot of the wacky Jimmy Olsen stuff. Like I joked earlier about like them never making a Kryptofreak, and it's like, yeah, that is kind of a missed opportunity. Jimmy Olsen turns into a werewolf. He turns into a turtle Godzilla monster.
Yes.
There's lots of goofy stuff from the comics you could have done.
Yeah, you could have had him be on a like kids TV show wearing a turtle costume, or you could have done something with Halloween. Like, there's all kinds of things you could have done. Robotters, don't kill yourselves over this. It's best to get well rested for some of it. This is pain inducing. One thing that you should never do, and that we shouldn't have done when the show was on, is get excited to come back next week after a major episode. There is literally not a place where you have a huge, important, like, they're advertising everywhere trying to get you to watch it episode. It's like a seminal moment or key issue or something, and the next episode is great. It never happens.
Yeah.
I might be wrong about that, but my memory is that never happens. It's always a lame one-off, who cares episode next time. You know? Like, what's the episode right after Rosetta? I don't know, but I guarantee you it's mediocre. What's the episode after the 100th episode where we kill Jonathan Kent? I don't know, but I guarantee you it's mediocre. And I will say that's not always necessarily the case right after a season cliffhanger, because very often it will feel like a 2.5 or 3 episode.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, very often the second episode of the season kind of matters.
So, Cap, just out of curiosity, I pulled up to see what the episode right after Rosetta was. It's the one where that Clark's classmate claims to be an alien.
I knew it! I was thinking that. See? Really mediocre. And you know they're not gonna... And we complained about this when we watched that. You know they're not gonna go all the way with that, because we just had Rosetta. So the very next episode, he's not gonna meet another Kryptonian.
Cap, what are you dipping in those pretzels in?
Why is that any of your business?
I have nothing to say about this scene.
It's something laced with kryptonite. That's all I know.
It's hummus. If you must know, it is hummus.
Kryptonite laced hummus.
Yeah. What can I be an honorary Kryptofreak? What power do I get with kryptonite laced hummus? And is anyone upset that we're not talking about this scene? What is on Jimmy Olsen's shirt? The heck is that?
Why is it every time they talk about their relationship, it's a fire metaphor? Wait, so he waited until she was gone, broke into her apartment, made breakfast or dinner?
It's
and
breakfast.
Was like, surprise.
He's a controlling freak. They also can't decide if they're dating or not. Are they dating now?
Right.
I think they're...
See, now he's getting too pushy. He's trying too hard. Why are you ever with... Why do you even talk to this guy, much less date him? He's horrible.
Also, Jimmy, you've been hanging out with Lois a lot lately. I need Chloe to throw that in your face.
Yeah, how dare you?
Why do you want to be with me? Just go be with Lois.
She's trusting, and he's like, oh, you're busy. That means you hate me.
Meanwhile, I'm going to go hang out with Supergirl. Oh, wait, she went into space. I'm going to go hang out with Lois. You can't say anything about that. That's a terrific point, Robert.
No, because you know the minute she does, he will just be like, but Clark.
Was anybody else, like, meanwhile at the public library?
Yes.
No, that's too big of a plot point to resolve, in the first 10 minutes of this episode, Chloe. He's not going to have the keys yet. We have to really build that up first.
Yeah, no.
This might be the peak of everything bad that happens to Clark at the end of the season is his own fault because he ignores everything because of Lana.
You're describing every season.
Yeah, but I'm saying this is like the peak of it because he gets the fortress destroyed, he loses his powers, and ends up in Russia.
Well, do you remember that season where he caused his mom's miscarriage and blew up the farm? I mean, it's like we keep doing that.
John, to your question earlier, there is, unsurprisingly, in a spy issue of that Jimmy Olsen comic, because, it was a really popular 50s comic. I would say it's going too far to say this is a deliberate reference to that, just because we never do, like, wacky
Yeah, but
Jimmy
it's
stuff
so
in this show.
specific.
But I think it's a TV show trope. You got to do the spy episode.
Am I doing
at
it?
some point? That's
am I not doing? Am I doing it? Am I not? Okay, fine. Just for Robert. This would not be counted if Robert wasn't here. I just need everyone to know that. If you're fine with 137 blatant DC references. You would find a way to count that map in the background as a reference if you could come up with it. How you gonna do it, Robert? How's that map in the background a blatant DC reference? I know you can do it. I believe in you.
Well, there are a lot of maps that often come up. Oh my god, he's playing GoldenEye on his phone. What is that? What am I looking at?
I remember phone games from this time. They did not run like that or look like that.
But that's not a phone. It's like some.
I think it's some kind of
knockoff Game Boy.
Gaming did not look like that in 2007.
It did not.
Correct. Yeah.
Handheld gaming barely looks like that now.
Well, to be fair, I mean, you had the PSP by then.
Yeah.
Like
that ain't a PSP.
No, I know.
Yeah, that's not a PSP.
That thing just looks like a phone, but I'm talking about graphically. There were things that looked decent by then.
Yeah, but I mean, the PSP was also like ahead of everything else at the time.
I'm just saying it existed. I don't know. Like, you don't even know what that is. Like, you're saying it doesn't work because it's not a Nintendo system? Like, there were things that could do that, is all I'm saying. I think, John, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm calling you out now, I think you keep thinking that this season is earlier than it is. Because every now and again you'll say something that makes it sound like you think we're in 03 or 04, but we're already to 07 and 08, and I think you keep forgetting that.
We're in 07, but I mean, even in 07, like, the PSP, sure, but that was the exception.
I'm just saying this in general. I think you keep forgetting what year we're in.
Maybe I mean, that's possible. I'm just using the PSP as the example because it's the most recent one.
I'm sorry, what's happening right now? I don't care.
She's hiring Jimmy Olsen to be a spy.
Oh, okay.
They're persuading him that Chloe is part of a terrorist organization.
She is! He said ISIS, John!
Whoa. Why are you assuming that ISIS is a terrorist organization? Is it just because it's named after the goddess?
Why did you bring all these weapons to a coffee shop? Meanwhile, at the public library... I forgot about lunch with you because you're needy and pushy and I don't like you. Also, could you wear anything but that outfit? What would Bizarro Jimmy wear?
She said this earlier, that she's going through a career change.
But John, that was like 10 minutes ago.
He's busy trying too hard, John.
Oh, God. This episode is going to suck.
Ooh, sprint.
What?
See, I just want everything to be outdated now. I want that phone to be like singular wireless. Let's see what folks are saying in the comments. I have nothing to say about this show. Robotters, Captain Logan's kryptonite powers are drawing strength and intelligence and has no one he can interact with anymore without becoming extremely frustrated. Only thing I can come up with on the spot. So I steal strength and intelligence? I want to know what that says about me. Like, I have to steal strength and intelligence. I have none. That's great. That's great. Thanks for that. Roboters, Bizarro Jimmy takes the worst photos with the lens cap still on. Wow, that guy actually said that out loud. It's not the gods I'm worried about, it's the government.
What are you talking about? I agree, Lex.
Tick, it's the government. That's okay. We have all the government we need.
I ran it up to the highest level, then run it higher.
This is when Lex is being written like Jimmy Olsen.
Is Clone Julian already dead? Have we already done that episode?
And thank God, because if I had to deal with this and him in the same episode, I would stab myself with this feeling inside.
This is not healthy behavior.
No, everything he does, we say this. Like, but they play it as he's endearing.
You know how a normal person breaks into his girlfriend's work at ISIS?
You know how a normal person goes to his girlfriend's terrorist operation?
How does he know how to do this?
Well, because being good with a camera means that you're a technology genius. We also know that because he's somehow running modern 2025 graphics on his 2007 handheld device, at least according to John.
You know what? When we get to season 8, I'm going to be rooting for Doomsday in that love track.
I'm already rooting for Doomsday. He's not in the show yet.
The options are Doomsday and Jimmy, and Doomsday is the better option.
Well, and that guy's not a terrible person until you find out that he's a big monster with bones protruding. Like, and even then, that's just a Jekyll Hyde thing. It's not like Davis Blue or Davis Blue.
That was a Harry Potter reference.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. What's that guy's name?
Davis Bloom.
Oh, it is Davis Bloom. I thought I said I pulled something out of my face and I went, I don't think that's right, and then it was.
She just name dropped Rita Skeeter.
Oh.
That's somebody, right?
No, that's a Harry Potter reference. That's not a DC reference, Cap. Retract it.
Yeah, no, that's why
you can't ungong that gong.
That sounded like a DC thing, but yes, that's a Harry Potter thing. Now I know who you're talking about.
Wait, but now she just said 1989. Is that a reference to Batman 89?
No, it's not, because 89 is when the meteor shower happened.
Okay.
It could be a reference to Batman 89.
It's not. That's just the year that they would be the ages that they wanted them to be.
But Cap, that's impossible. Why did Clark age 20 years from that to the start of the show?
Well, there's the age that they tell us they are, and then, I mean, they've been trying to dupe us since the beginning with stuff.
Remember the key?
We saw it.
Oh, hey, he's calling him CK again. Because he's cool.
Have we gonged that before? The CK thing?
Right. Oh, does that not come from this?
No, that's Lois and Clark.
Oh, okay.
And it might even be pre-Lois and Clark, but it's definitely a Jimmy Olsen thing. I'm going to count it now, because I don't know if I ever counted that.
No, okay.
Yes, he calls him that from the very beginning in Lois and Clark. That's a giant blind spot for you guys. You guys got to watch at least 3 or 4 episodes of that show.
Yeah, like I've seen some episodes, but I didn't watch more.
I broke into her office and illegally hacked her computer.
Stop calling him CK.
I mean, it's better than calling him Smallville when you're in Smallville. Well, you're probably not who she thought you were either, because you suck.
Oh, screw watch. Name one reason to lie to somebody who you supposedly care about. He's
Maybe
just
that
awful.
person is an overbearing psychopath.
Sorry, Jimmy, I can't make breakfast. Oh, you're lying.
Meanwhile, I could
I
just...
thought you cared about me.
Also, he's breaking into everywhere she's ever been.
Meanwhile...
Next, he's gonna break into the fortress to try to prove that she's been there.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes for one of these plots seem much higher than the other. I mean, when he's saying, I'm going to go right up against Jarrell. Yeah.
Remember how we praised the previous plot line, or the previous episode for every plot line being revolving around Lionel's death? And yeah, we're already past that.
This is the antithesis
This
of
is the Smallville I remember.
Brady says they really wasted Aaron Ashmore for season 7 and 8. Wish they didn't kill him because of being the same age as Clark. He's supposed to be younger. That was stupid. To be fair, they didn't have a choice. Like, that was a mandate from up high.
It's still horrible and stupid the way they handled it, but
yeah,
I think it's.
I mean, if you're gonna
point.
do Lois meeting Clark this early, and he meets Perry White before he ever goes to Metropolis and all of that, I'm okay with a Jimmy Olsen that's around his age. Like, if he's cool. Like, if you want to go your own way that much, you've
Jimmy
like
deserves to be thrown into a volcano.
The idea of a like possibly evil Jarrell, etc., it's just the lameness of eventually it all has to sort of, in a super contrived way, line up to what you know. That's what sucks about it.
Yeah.
I'm spying on you
so
because I can't trust you because you're constantly lying to me about really important things.
You didn't stay for breakfast, therefore I'm tracking you.
In a hilarious way, he's acting like a really terrible, lame Lex Luthor right now.
And why does Jimmy trust this lady?
There's a lot of that this season. People are... You can't confirm anything these people are saying to you, but you're just doing it anyway. That's a big issue with the show in general. It's ironic to me that Arrow has an episode called Trust But Verify. After it takes so much of its cues from this. I'm just saying. Did I see on that computer right that club is called the Ace of Clubs? Isn't that a comic location from something?
Yes,
it is. You know what, that is in fact a reference. I'm gonna gong it. Do you know what that is? And it would have been really amusing if he was in this show. But the Ace O Clubs is the bar that Bibbo runs.
Oh,
in the comics.
Okay, I don't think I know who that is off the top of my head. But...
That's a Death of Superman character.
Yeah, I've seen like the 600 adaptations we've done of that, but I haven't read that stuff.
Well, he's in the crappy 2-part movie, I think. I think they put him in that.
Yeah. Also, Ace just comes up a lot in DC stuff. You got Ace Chemical Plant, you got the Royal Flush Gang.
Ace from the Royal Flush Gang, yep. Ace the Bat Hound. It's true. There's like a quadrilogy of aces. What is that about? Also, Jimmy just doesn't do the spy thing well, and like, oh, did you see the stupid gum is back?
Except when he does.
John,
Yeah,
did you see
he's got
that?
the gum.
The gum is back. Somebody's gonna get stretchy powers in the scene.
Look at your phone.
And like, maybe it's supposed to be funny that Jimmy is just awkward and not good at this, but
Yeah,
it's
but now
not.
it's, look, he's confident.
And this is one of the scenes where I wonder if
Stiffest
it's really
dance I've
happening
ever
or if it'll
seen.
turn out to be in his head. John, get me out of this episode.
Do you think the viewers would be mad if we just skipped this one?
Nicholas Bodo, you guys should do Arrowverse. I think I would shoot myself in the head on camera.
I don't know if I'd be able to make it past like season 3 of Arrow.
Yeah, and there's all these
weird.
shows, and so many of them are really, really rough.
Wait, Brady says that they turn Oliver's apartment into the Ace of Clubs set later. That's funny.
That's great. Hi, Michael. How you doing, man? What we are up to is watching, rotting our brains on purpose, watching more Smallville.
You're not enjoying this
Bad
steamy
Smallville.
dance scene?
While entertaining the notion of doing
The most,
Arrowverse,
like-
I don't know.
This is the most just awkward, clumsy dance scene I think I've ever seen.
No, John, it's sexy.
You know, every time I do stuff on Arrowverse,
Is
even now, people still seem interested. Like, I occasionally consider doing more blind commentaries on that, but I don't think I would ever go start to finish. I don't think I could
Right.
do it.
I think I just want to see you suffer, Cap.
That's it. Well, and John, you and I have decent stuff we want to cover, or at least more fun stuff.
Yeah, because the problem with Arrowverse is after a point it would just be us going, this sucks.
I mean, I'm kind of there here, but, you know,
Yeah, but I at least know next season I'll have like more positive things to say.
yeah.
That's a good point, Roboters. You should do more George Reeves Superman on the channel at some point.
Yeah, I mean, a mini marathon on that could be cool. I don't know how much I would have to say about that show beyond that.
Chloe is a more believable spy than Jimmy Olsen.
What are you talking about? He's doing the Mission Impossible thing.
Pete Ross is a more believable spy than Jimmy Olsen. I don't even know who that is.
Okay, it would have been stupid, but could this have been the Pete Ross episode where Pete Ross is hired to spy on Chloe for some reason? Because they have
Yes.
a past?
Yes, that's a much
That
better,
would have been better than what we got.
if still stupid idea. Yes.
Because you could just have Jimmy be the gum Kryptofreak.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just
And
figured
both
out what
of
you
those
do.
episodes become more tolerable.
I just figure out what you do with Pete. I just thought of this, so I would need some time to workshop it. But you have Pete figure something out. Now, the Veritas stuff sucks. I get that. But it's here. We're stuck with it. The cover for what Lionel was doing in Smallville on the day of the meteor shower was buying the cream corn plant out from under Pete's parents. He figures out something to do with that plant that puts him on the trail of the Veritas conspiracy, and he comes to Smallville to tell Clark about it.
You did it.
That's all.
Brady
That's
wants to know what
all
episode
you have
is
to do.
worse, Sleeper or Noir? Noir.
We hated
So far,
Noir.
Sleeper.
This is just as boring as that was. That, I think, annoyed me more because it was trying so hard to be like, how stylish we are.
Which one was Noir?
That's the one where Jimmy like is unconscious and thinks he's in an old like.
Oh.
It's
Yeah.
probably worse because
I hate that TV trope so much.
it's even more of a waste of time because nothing that happens in it happens. right?
I just think at that point I didn't hate Jimmy as much as I do now.
That's fair.
Michael, I'm partial to the idea of seeing some Fleischer Superman on the channel for the new movie. I did commentaries on all of those years ago.
Yeah, and they're short,
Man,
and there's not that many.
Somebody else suggested the DCAU, which would be fun.
The whole DCAU.
So
let's cover it all this year.
Yeah, well, I want to say stay tuned. I don't know exactly when or what I'm doing with that, but I have been kicking around a series going through that entire thing, and I would do that before I would do Arrowverse, but I need to get past the movie before I can
do things that are good.
Yeah, and I know people would show up for that. I know people would be excited about it. The question with that is, do I do it? Am I going to do it with marathons like this, or am I going to do like a daily, quick half-hour show on it? Because I've kicked that around. Because I could make it. Because I can make it a whole year. I figured out the numbers, and if I did it, now I'm just planning things on the channel again. But if I did it 4 days a week and took 3 days off, I can stretch it to a whole year. Okay, we get it. It's James Bond. Stop it.
The gadgets, like James Bond.
John, do any of these shots of Jimmy make their way into the opening credits in later seasons? I don't remember.
I think so, because he's only in one more season.
Yeah, Michael, the only thing
That's true. Yeah.
The only thing that sucks about the old Fleischer things we did is because those were supposed to be public domain, I actually showed them on the channel, and one of them I got away with it, and the other one I got the video taken down. So only one of those is currently available, but we did 2 videos on it. I'm not paying any attention to this episode right now.
I don't know who this lady actually is or what she wants. Like,
apparently she wants to spread strawberry jam all over Chloe's face, because that's what that makeup job looks like has happened.
Oh, and now that video game.
Play your video game.
John, it's setup and payoff. We had to set it up earlier to see him do something with it here.
It's brilliant. I think it's funny it's in black and white to evoke the Game Boy, even though it looks like PS2 graphics. Robert, I'm really glad you stayed for this one.
I love
oh my god.
This is the episode Robert leaves on. He's just like, I can't take this anymore.
You had to come in for this one.
What is more boring?
And not the gum episode.
Or the remake of The Fog.
Jimmy just punched a woman. That's interesting.
And he wound up with strawberry jam on his face, too. That's a really bad makeup job.
That's really bad.
It's on her teeth, too. That's got to be uncomfortable.
Well, it just depends on whether she likes the taste of strawberry jam.
Yeah, she's fine now.
Remarkably fine for somebody who was bleeding everywhere.
Yeah, there's no scratches on her face or anything. I also like that the guy who agreed to be a spy is complaining that she didn't tell him the truth. Oh, but she didn't give me any choice. That makes it okay.
Yeah.
At the very least, you don't get to be all hypocritical and dog on her for keeping things from you when you just did that. Also, I'm so tired of making this point with the show.
Oh, thank you, Brady. I was right. He said that the part with Jimmy shooting the stupid gadget out of his cufflink, that is in the Season 8 intro. That looks really familiar, so that's why I asked. That's a dumb moment to use for the opening credits.
I think I deserve the truth. Like, really, dude?
I think you deserve to get booted off the show. Seriously, if this was a competitive reality series, he got booted off week 2.
Yeah.
Is this where we break up? We're not gonna make it easy this time. So you're saying if she didn't want to date you anymore, you wouldn't take no for an answer? That's creepy.
Yeah, you're right, Cap. If he's on that a reality show like that, he makes it the first week just because he's the pity one. He's the one people give a chance, and then week 2 he's out.
Hey, John, maybe another thing we could do when the series is over is a ranked tier list of Smallville characters.
Jimmy Olsen.
That'd be fun.
Oh God.
No, not Jimmy Olsen, just Smallville characters. Like, where does Jason Teague go? He's like D tier. Like, we should do that whole
It's like
thing.
A tier because it's really funny how quickly he turns evil.
What about side characters who are recast? Do you keep them or do you separate them into 2?
Side characters that are recast, like who?
Who did Rucker Hauer play? Because he's recast.
Oh yeah, he's recast.
He's Morgan Edge.
That's Morgan Edge.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you forget? He's not recast. He had plastic
He had
surgery.
plastic
so now
surgery.
he
Oh,
looks
right.
like a guy.
Is there anybody in the show that's just straight up recast and we pretend like it's nothing happened? I don't think that happens in the show. I cannot think of an example.
Well, I mean, it's different, but I mean, there's multiple Jor-El actors and Zod actors.
Yeah, that's different than
It's
straight
different,
up recasting, though. Well, okay,
Yeah.
that you're right with Jor-El and Zod. I get Zod's different because he just possessed Lex. Jor-El, kinda, but it's like a voice too. It's still a little different. There are a bunch of young Lexes, but that's not recasting as much. I guess if it happens with the same age, it is. Anyway.
And Aunt Nell's never recast.
Aunt Nell just doesn't come back, yeah. She would get booted off the island week 1, by the way.
Love this storyline. If this was the end of it, it just proved to be empty and like there's nothing there.
That'd be great! Brady, $10 super chat. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the support today. Sending this just to make you guys feel better. This episode is god-awful.
Thank you, Brady.
It is. He is an honorary Kryptofreak. He already is an honorary Kryptofreak. Maybe we'll do a couple of wheel spins.
Oh my god, it's
It's a protractor.
Oh, it's a...
Robert, this looks like a puzzle from Resident Evil 2.
No, it looks like a silly birthday card you get somebody.
He's gonna use this to find the traveler. And it just takes him to the Kent farm.
That is the most obvious puzzle in the world. Gee, I wonder if I just line up the gaps.
It might as well have come solved.
Ah, that was horrible.
Robert, what would you do if this was the box from Hellraiser? Oh my god, it's Agent 47.
We might as well have done the Hellraiser episode
It's
of this show
like-
at some point. We did everything else.
Yeah, we did everything else. It's like some other guy is going to kill
a
Agent
zombie
47 with fiber wire. That's
Well, there is
crazy.
one.
Oh,
remember the zombie
suitcase to
episode?
the head.
Yeah, I said there's a zombie episode, yeah.
I thought you said do a zombie episode. I was like, they did.
No, I said there's a zombie episode.
Actually,
Like, they
really
did
good.
everything.
Do a barrel roll.
They did vampires.
So I hit him with a
The
suitcase.
vampire one I think is the most egregious one because they just straight up have one of them be named Buffy.
Oh.
So wait, he's got a scratch on his face, but not Chloe.
Well, she had like a tiny one
Chloe had, like, a
next to her
little
eyebrow. She had like a little
Yeah,
one.
it's the Halloween school of injuries where she was beaten to a pulp, but it's just a tiny scratch.
I think you should cut an album called the Halloween School of Injuries. That's a good name for a record.
Well, you know, Loomis was in the explosion, and he's just got a little thing on his face. It's fine.
Yeah, he had plastic surgery.
I feel like the cherry on top of this unfortunate Sunday is Lex and Jimmy in a room together. Because, like, here's a guy that can't hold his own remotely close with Lex Luthor. And if I liked him, we could have fun with that. But this should
Why do
feel
you
like...
talk like that?
This should feel like Lionel, like early seasons with Lionel and Chloe. and no.
What? Why do you talk like that? Nobody eats on Lex Luthor's time for free or whatever. What?
His dialogue is terrible this episode. Lex should be like, there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Isn't an Arby's.
What is that picture on the wall?
I don't know.
Also, how much time does Lex spend in his office at the Daily Planet? Like,
As many hours
just because
as
he
the
owns
scene
it doesn't
needs.
mean he would have an office there.
And he's looking at his novelty birthday card again.
And he lives in Smallville, and he just murdered his father, which means he has that office now, too. And then we keep being reminded, oh yeah, that's right, there's this larger story where he's trying to go find Supergirl. Why do we have to sit through this spine nonsense?
Why is the description of the episode that they're looking for Kara and Brainiac when it's not? That's not what happens this episode.
I mean, he's looking.
They're talking about it.
See,
It's
one of the
not-
synopses we saw is being truthful about what the episode is about, and the other one is desperately trying to get you to watch it. Oh, okay, at least this wends its way back around to trying to explain how the meteor shower got here. Because she's talking about a vortex. And
I think the Men in Black are going to show up in next episode.
Supergirl, the galaxy is on Orion's belt, and Supergirl at the beginning of the season is talking about, like, trying to figure out how the meteor shower could have possibly gotten through 23 galaxies. And I was wondering if that would ever come back, and it actually kind of is now, and so I guess that's good. I still don't understand how a whole other meteor shower got unlocked in 4, but I'm not going to rehash that whole thing again, or we'll all explode from
it's
confused logic.
It's
You
like
see
Power
Robert?
Rangers Turbo. They found the keys. And they turned them, and the meteor shower came.
This is the kind of show where the answer to prophecies is there's a prophecy.
What are we, some kind of prophecy squad?
Okay, so that was another episode that I could have just held this up the whole time and it would have never changed.
That is a strong red.
Is that the worst episode of the season? Because we said the Pete Ross episode might be the worst episode of the show, but I think we also kind of forgot about Noir.
I mean, there's a lot of contenders.
I can't wait to see Michael Rosenbaum to talk about that one.
At what point is he going to be like, nah, I'm out?
The next episode's
Peter
Apocalypse.
Ross, episode.
Is Darkseid gonna show up?
Yes.
No, Robert. That comes later.
Oh.
Now is not the time for Apocalypse. That comes later.
I think I can do one more with you guys.
Oh, good.
I'd like to go out on a higher note.
I need you to help pad this out.
This episode might be terrible, but it's got to be better than the last one.
Robert, at this point, you might as well just finish the season. We're almost there.
I can't. I can't. But I can do
You've got better things to do than Smallville?
one.
I don't
How
believe you.
dare you? Sir?
Debatably.
Hey, at least we get to do 89 tomorrow, and you get to prove
That's
how
true,
much I
yeah.
don't know about a movie I've seen 25,000 times.
Well, it's
Do
why.
that project again, but with Batman and Robin. That'd be funnier. Anytime
Yeah,
you Batman and Robin without going crazy.
Well, some people left some questions on that post you made, like some trivia questions. But I don't know if they're going to be there in the live chat tomorrow with the answers. So I'm probably gonna have to find the answers to those ahead of time by myself.
Oh crap! I only
So we'll
saw.
see.
I didn't look at them because I didn't want to see the questions ahead of time. But I only saw that there were 2 responses. Were there more
Yeah.
than that?
I'll look at those again later.
Was it people that left several questions, or they're just 2?
I mean, it might still be just 2.
Oh, okay.
I haven't checked.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping that some of the folks coming live bring questions too. But we'll just pad it out with what you've got if we need to. You can just really take your time. Every like 10 minutes, he throws a question out.
Yeah, there's still just 2 questions, but they didn't include the answers, so if they're not in the live chat, so I might have to find those answers by myself at the time, but it's fine.
I didn't think that through, I guess, when I said leave questions. I should have said leave the answers too, because I'm not going to look at them.
Yeah, you can edit it.
It's probably too late now. I've left like.
Don't edit it. Make Robert do research.
I should do that. I've left like 5 posts since then. I don't think anybody's even going to see it at this point.
That's true.
All right, you guys ready to just go into another one?
I'm ready.
Do it.
Okay, Apocalypse, Season 7, Episode 18. We've got 3 more left to go.
Is that a DC reference?
This is... No. Because it's not going to be about... Also, quit it with that, because that's not how Apocalypse in the comics is spelled. Because
That's true.
Marvel has Apocalypse spelled this way. DC has a planet where it's got like a Y in it. Well, Apocalypse has a Y in it. What am I talking about? It's spelled differently. It's...
They spell apocalypse with a Y. It's so different.
It's so different. I think it's with an I, and that's what I was trying to say. I can't do this anymore. I have embarrassed myself out of the... Anyway. Let's spin the wheel first. You want to make a compilation of all the dumb crap I've said today? Is that what you said? Screw you, Robert. Yeah. Let's spin the wheel. Let's make Robert do something stupid. He deserves it.
I accept that.
You should. Oh, Cap is Lex and John is Clark again.
Okay, so am I gonna be Lex?
Yeah, you can be Lex and John is still Clark.
Okay, so who's Cap?
Are you ready, Clark? I'm still Cap.
Cap is Cap.
I just have to remember to call you guys Lex and Clark, right, Clark?
That's harder. That's gonna be harder for you. That's fine.
Probably. I can remember that for 5 minutes, I think.
Are you ready, Clark? Are we mortal enemies at this point in the season?
Always been mortal enemies.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Robert is the real hero of the story, or is the real villain of the story. And,
You're the real hero. I want the show where that's the speech. He's like, yeah, Jonathan, I'm the real hero of the story.
Right after he's taken his ring and he goes, yeah! All right, Lex and Clark, here we go. Everybody please press play right now.
Okay, so that's a stupid thing I never noticed before, now that you sent me down this rabbit hole. So, Cap was right that Apocalypse is spelled with an I in DC Comics, but the movies Superman, Batman, Apocalypse spells Apocalypse normally.
So did the comics.
Where we go to Apocalypse.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be a double entendre title, where it's like Apocalypse, but the planet is It's like an actual apocalypse, right? But the planet... Or at least I was assumed that was the point of that, Lex. Dumb. I don't know.
I just love that the Veritas stuff has been shoved again to the background so we can hurry and wrap up the Supergirl stuff.
Yeah, it's weird how little we're doing with that. Like, we did 2 big episodes in a row with it, and, like, it's in the background, but...
Why did he need her to time travel?
What now? Clark?
So... we just established that Brainiac used Kara to jump back in time to the day Krypton exploded.
Uh-huh.
And now Clark can apparently... The other Clark, not me.
You're Clark.
Time travel to that same time and stop Brainiac with the disc.
And also, everybody's got to be stoked because we know the Krypton in this show for very much of an episode is going to look great. I don't remember what exactly we did with this, but immediately I've got to be going, oh no. They're going to go to Krypton in this show.
It's a Wonderful episode.
Oh, yeah.
Clark. I vaguely remember this one. How off the rails does this go, Clark?
This is what the world would look like if Clark wasn't here.
That's right. That's right. Which is another kind of typical genre premise that you could do something fun with as a one-off episode. But
yeah.
I really hate it
It's shocking we hadn't done it yet.
I really hate it when you're teasing the audience like this, where a one-off episode is established as a major important episode. Where we go, here, the catalyst for it is this ongoing story that we want to see develop, and we're going to sidetrack in trying to develop that. It's freaking irritating.
It's like,
Clark.
Hey,
I regret this.
Hey, Clark, your favorite sound is back.
God, what are you showing me here? Come on.
You also gotta love that we didn't even do that in the fortress.
D. Kirby, so how exactly did Kara allow him to time travel? I don't know.
Cap, you know what would make a premise like this more fun, though, when you do this obligatory TV episode? It's an excuse to bring older, like, I don't know, if you had, like, John Schneider back for this one, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are the chances they
Good
name
call,
their
Lex.
other son when the alien version doesn't come to Earth? Also name him Clark Kent.
No, I'm fine with that. That Martha would think of that again. I mean, she does just kind of, when it happens initially, she thinks on her feet, and she just goes, like Clark is my maiden name. I thought it would make a good first name, but I could see her floating it and Jonathan liking it. I'm fine with that.
I think I'm just usually more forgiving of a goofy TV premise like this when it is an excuse to bring back, like, older cast members, or, I don't know, just have fun with it.
Yeah. Well, it's weird when his face is obscured
Kirby,
like
they
that,
flew
because
to
you're
that
thinking maybe
wormhole,
it's going to be
and
somebody we
apparently
know.
that's
I'm sorry, what, John?
Oh, sorry. D. Kirby said they flew off into space and boom, they're in the past. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what
'Cause
happened.
they flew through that wormhole.
Because they rolled a D20 and they decided this time Brainiac's going to do a time travel plot. But yeah, Robert, are you with me that, like, we obscure his face with sunlight, trying to make the audience think, oh man, it's going to be somebody you know, and then it's just some guy who goes, I'm Clark Kent? That's not how you handle that. You just let him walk right into frame and say, hi, I'm Clark Kent. That's what you do. You don't obscure it like that. And I don't like the obscuring thing very often, even when it is somebody that you don't know, just because it's so overplayed. Like, I'm really done with those.
I also forgot this is how I just assumed in this reality Jonathan would still be dead at this point, but no, he's still alive. We're just conveniently not gonna see him. Like, that's lame.
He's still alive because Clark never time traveled to kill him.
That's ironic.
Don't admit that, Clark. Yeah, they're on a cruise? Okay.
That's easy.
The family that's, like, always near poverty could afford a cruise.
Yeah, they don't even take vacations. Name one time they've gone on a whole vacation. It's a big deal if they go to Metropolis for dinner. They don't do that. Show sucks.
Don't do that.
I just named one. They're on a cruise.
You got me, John. You're John again, by the way. You got me there. Man, what a good point. I didn't think of that. Good job, Tom Welling. Way to direct the episode where you don't have any superpowers.
But why doesn't he have superpowers?
Well, I say that. I'm going to assume he's not using superpowers much this episode just because of the premise, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember what happens in this.
Okay, is he being stupid or...
Yeah, that he would...
To be fair, like, what else is he supposed to introduce himself as? He
Well,
doesn't have another name he can just tell people.
I would come up with something. She possibly knows your doppelganger. That's going to be awkward. But yeah, Robert, I think when they obscure doppelganger Clark's face at the start of this, a lot of people are likely to go, oh, they're going to bring Whitney back.
Right, yeah.
What's her life better without Clark in it? That's a little weird.
Yeah, that's the whole point of this episode. It'd be better if Clark was never here, and then he goes, oh, the meteor shower was my fault, and I should just find kryptonite and kill myself. That's how the show ends.
A very important detail that we didn't bring up is, so Kara and Brainiac flew out into outer space and time traveled. Where they went, they didn't need roads.
Also, if Brainiac succeeded, the world would already be different, and Clark would have never wound up here, so we have to just assume it didn't work and everything is fine.
Okay.
No?
I am going to call lies on this. If Clark never came to Earth, Lois would not be a reporter because she would have never come to Smallville to look for Chloe.
No.
Because Chloe would have never went missing.
And she had no interest in journalism. Why would she have gone into that? Oh, because it's fate, John. It's comic book history that dictates how things go, okay?
I'm starting to regret coming on to this one.
She wouldn't be a reporter at the Daily Planet.
I'm not sure Jimmy Olsen would be here.
Clark, you sound like a crazy person.
Why does everyone seem happier in this reality?
Well, he's happy because he never met Chloe, and so he can't be jealous of Clark.
They should have called this episode Clarksmith.
Yeah, like that's a good point. Lexmas is the exception, not the rule, right? Like that's actually a thoughtful, fun alternate history episode, which is usually a terrible TV gimmick. Every other time we try that out of the show, it usually...
Well, and the reason
I
that
like
worked
that detail,
is because
it's a little awkward because they obviously can't get Jensen Ackles because he's doing Supernatural. She still ends up going to Paris, but instead of going back, she settles down and gets married and has kids.
That's also awkward because she was underage and he was a lot older than her, but whatever.
But you see my point, right, Cap? Like, it's a miracle Lexmas is as good as...
It is. Well, and when that was first on, I was like, this idea is dumb. And the reason it works is because it stuck the landing. I mean, that's why it works. And I like a lot of scenes in that episode, but if you get to the end of it and it doesn't inform Lex's road to darkness, it's pointless. And it works because it actually furthers the story in a major way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the worst part of that episode is the Clark subplot with Santa Claus. That's the part that sucks.
I don't even think it sucks. I just think it's out of place.
This says Tom Welling also directed season 8 Injustice, season 9 Legends, which is Absolute Justice Part 2, and the season 10 episode Patriot and Booster.
Yeah, and I think by
the end... Why is she here? No, why is she here?
Because
the only reason that they sent her here is because Jor-El sends Clark. If Jor-El never sends Clark, then they would never send Kara here.
John, what I can't remember is if this will turn out to be just like a weird alternate reality that's not what would have really happened, or if it's like like actually butterfly effect. There might be some kind of revelation about why she would be inserted into this. I can't remember though. Oh yeah, Lex is already the president.
We're doing President Luther. So he just said that's Linda Danvers. I don't know. I know that they used that before. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Did they say her name though? Did they say the Danvers part?
They did.
Okay. Yeah, I will go on that because we already.
But they used it in a different context that it's been used before.
Yes, but I would count it anyway, Robert, because we only got Linda before. We never got Danvers.
Okay.
That's why I was asking about that. So why would Lex go dark so much faster? Do I just because he doesn't have Clark to? I guess I buy that.
Wait, did he just say that meteor freaks popped up everywhere?
Yes.
Again, how?
What do you mean?
Meteor freaks would have only happened if Clark was here to come in the meteor shower in the first place.
Well, I guess the idea is that the meteor shower still happens, but just Clark wasn't amongst it. I mean, oh, you're saying it wouldn't have gone there because Jor-El sent him to Earth on purpose.
That's where his ship is programmed to go.
Dude, I don't know. But again, I don't remember.
Don't you know?
There's Ace of Clubs again. I also don't remember, like I said, what exactly this alternate reality is supposed to be right now. So I'm holding out judgment a little bit on some of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, these are mostly just questions that I have. I'm hoping it comes together. I don't know if I trust.
Like, is it?
Oh my God, the Ace of Clubs is just Oliver's apartment. Yeah, that's the same set.
And also, it's annoying that they're calling this the Ace of Clubs because you could call it anything else. Like we just did that as
your first returning actor, Robert.
Oh yeah, we got Sheriff Adams.
We got one. That's nice.
It'd be really funny if we also got the other sheriff. Just all they're doing is the returning sheriffs. But I don't like that they call this place the Ace of Clubs because that's a hole-in-the-wall bar in the comics. There's just no reason for this to be called that.
Mm-hmm.
But Cap, I think you're forgetting reference.
Oh. But to their credit, they don't do that a lot where they'll just name something. Like, usually it's more or less close to what it is in the comics. Like, Maggie Sawyer is like Maggie Sawyer. I don't know.
Yeah, but you also have Mxyzptlk, which is not Mxyzptlk at all.
Yeah, that's true. This is my favorite show.
I do like the show a lot, despite itself.
Oh God, we're not even 15 minutes in.
This is rough.
What? Dear God.
Brady, $5 super chat.
What are you showing me here?
Oh, you already read his super chat. I didn't realize it was a super chat. My apologies. Thanks, Brady. We'll do another wheel spin here in a couple minutes. She should be like, who? McCaffrey, doesn't Kal-El die on arrival to Earth? Is that the idea? Is that all the meteor shower still happens because Clark just died on impact?
I don't know about that, but Brady says later in the episode, Brainiac is going to tell Clark he's just going to use Kara's fortress to release Zod.
Oh, he is using his powers.
The idea is
never mind.
It's not that Clark never came; it's Kara came instead. So yes, some things may have happened similarly since there was still a Kryptonian there.
Yeah, but why would they send Kara to Earth if they're not sending?
I mean, is it any less convoluted than why they send Clark to Earth?
Well, no, I know, but it's Jor-El that made that decision. Jor-El doesn't have anything to do with her going there. He didn't know about it.
Shouldn't Kara have been raised by the Kents in this reality?
Well, no, she would have gotten buried. Here's the thing: she would have gotten.
That is a classic comics. What if this small thing changed? This time it's Kara that's sent. I don't know. That's fine.
But that's not what they did. Is it?
Confused.
Like did she? Was she still buried under the dam like originally, and then how'd she come out?
We're gonna find out.
He's always got to have his one
It's
black
nice to see it.
glove.
Yep. It's nice to see him in the white suit again.
It'd be even funnier if it was all bloody now.
And everybody's just cool with it. Oh yeah, that's just his look. The only thing we're kind of having fun with in this episode is a more traditional Superman Lois dynamic.
Yeah.
I do like that underneath all the like, because at first it looks like everybody's happier without him, but then you get to this, it's like, oh no, this is horrifying. Like they are a step away from nuclear war.
No, we're playing out the what am I trying to say? The image that we have in first season of him, of Lex with the president suit and the blood and everything. We're like, this is that actually happening.
But John, I've seen Crisis on Infinite Earths. Lex is gonna be president, and Clark's still gonna retire and take away his give up his powers.
Stop it.
That's the end game of this series,
That never
John.
happened. I don't. You're making that up.
Lex is gonna be president, and everything's gonna be fine.
Gee,
He's
Clark,
not gonna worry
I wonder
about
if
it.
Everything's
you
gonna
could've
be-
predicted that things would be better off without.
Everything's gonna be Milton fine. And I also like Brainiac and Lex teaming up for this to happen, because that's classic, and they had an uneasy team up earlier, and Fine's gonna make nuclear war happen and destroy everything. That's all right. This got a little better with one scene.
Yeah, this is kind of picking up speed a little bit for me. I wasn't sure about it in the beginning, but I think it's just because I forgot a lot of where it was.
I just didn't remember where it was going. Yeah.
Oh, because this is how we're gonna do the glasses.
Oh, stop it. Okay, that was kind of fun.
Is this a DC Comics reference that he's just comic book Clark Kent now?
Yes. This guy's press pass. She's gonna put glasses on him. I think she's probably gonna put glasses on him, right?
Oh yeah, we totally do. Have we done that before in the show. At this point, we must have.
We've done it. Yeah, we've done the glasses thing once when he was blind.
Okay.
Oh yeah, but those were sunglasses, weren't they?
No. They had like Clark Kent-esque glasses that he put on. So he had a prescription so he could see better, while his eyes were getting
there it
better.
is.
Yep. That's so blatant.
You're like my brother, Lex.
And
My brother Anakin.
yeah, and I kind of like the idea if it is reversed where she saved him in the first place and they have this relationship.
Yeah, somebody mentioned in the live chat that they might be going for a Lex Supergirl dynamic that we had at the 90s comics. That might be a stretch.
If they're together, yes. If they're romantically together, yes.
Okay.
But she would have
we'll
to
see. I don't remember.
But she would have to be sleeping with him, or that doesn't work.
Okay. Yeah, because that was like Matrix Supergirl.
Matrix
or
Supergirl.
Something
Yep.
weird. Yeah.
But they're not sleeping together because she says you're like my brother. So I don't think they're doing that.
I wouldn't put it past this show.
No, I'm just saying I don't think that they're thinking about
yeah.
that 90s dynamic if they don't have them romantically involved. What do you guys think? I know I get made fun of for wearing fingerless gloves all the time, but I'm thinking about going with one leather glove all the time.
Is that from the comics?
I don't think it is. I mean, we sometimes will see Alex with 2 black gloves. The singular one.
So is the idea that Kara landed and was found by the Luthers?
Yeah, we talked over it. I missed it. Maybe that is what we're doing.
Because he just said, with everything my family's done for you.
No, they just said it. His father found... Okay, so she didn't save Lex.
And this has probably come up before, but he said the Reeves Dam.
Yes.
Yeah, that's in the...
Have we counted it? I'm not sure. This is great.
This episode's really turned around. At first, I was like,
just the way he's dressing her down, and I love the classic Lex. You're an alien. Like, you're an alien. I'm the president. You're subservient to me. That's just real classic Lex Luthor stuff. I actually like this idea better than the Earth 2 thing. It's weird we do both, right? Where we do this version of reality where she gets raised by Lionel Luthor, and then you do the season 10 thing with the Clark Luthor business. This alternate reality is more interesting than that one.
Brady, $4.99 super chat. Pete Ross should
thanks.
have been in this episode working for Lex. That would have been a cool way to tie into the comics. Who?
Yes,
that would require
that
the
would
show
be.
to have a Pete Ross.
Well, and this episode could have been a big deal for the fans if, like Robert said, they brought in 4 or 5 old recurring actor. Yeah,
it
cast
made it a lot more
members.
fun.
You bring in Pete Ross, bring in Aunt Nell, and then murder her immediately. I mean, there's a lot of cool things you could do. It's really funny that I expected there to be no superpowers in this episode. This ends up being kind of a bigger superpower episode. Or maybe not bigger, but I wasn't expecting Supergirl. So again, I'm wondering, was time actually altered, or is this going to somehow be like a reality in his head or something? Because I don't know what that device did.
I don't remember.
I mean...
You didn't trust him like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, so even in this reality, she doesn't recognize...
He doesn't use that face on Krypton. They're consistent about that. Unless they ever have a flashback where he does, then this is dumb. I don't think I've gone
coin toss.
a super chat, and we'll do a couple more wheel spins. I don't really want to do one now because I'm suddenly more invested in this episode.
The best episode we've had since Lionel's death.
Ah, it's a good shot.
John, that was 2 episodes ago.
That feels like 6 with how bad the last couple are.
So the biggest complaint I have right now with this episode is you didn't hook me. I was ready to turn it off 10 minutes in. Because I'm just so tired of this kind of gimmick.
It opened really bad.
And then you got kind of creative about it.
Talking about truth.
I'm not gonging truth, okay? Yes, it's Superman. We get it. Leo, it's not the Flash. We're okay. Brady, Jarrell used the key to show Clark an alternate reality of him not being on Earth. See, I didn't think this was honest-to-God time travel. I thought it was something like that. It's also...
I love that this Lex is just so far gone. But yeah, we'll kill, 90% of the human population. Well,
again, remember that vision with all the blood? He was apparently destined
Oh my
to
god.
kill all life on Earth, practically. Oh, he's got a kryptonite bullet. That's bullet time.
Yeah, that's two. Bullet time. Clark on kryptonite.
Gun like a comic book thing.
Yes.
I mean, we do it quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, you could also count it as a reference.
I don't think that's a reference.
Okay, well, wait, but the kryptonite gun thing, though, I think is in Superman Batman when Lex becomes president.
Oh,
and this
is
is Lex become so.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
Because how recent would that have been to this? When was that super? Was it like 2003?
It's like 0102. It's real early.
Okay.
Yeah, Superman Batman, the Jeff Loeb stuff, starts in early 2000s. I mean, I think the animated movie is like 2010 or 11.
Yeah. Maybe 2009. Or no, 10 or 11.
Well, are you talking about Apocalypse or Public Enemies? Because
Public Enemies. Because Doomsday was 09, right?
yes. No. Doomsday is 07.
Or was it 07?
That's why I'm
Okay.
thinking Public Enemies has got to be 10 or 11.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe as early as 9. And then I think they're going to use the same footage here as that Vision in first season with the missiles. Like, they are looking directly at that episode, and because they do a symbolic thing. See, this is that shot. So they do a
they're just reusing footage though.
Yes. But I like it because
amazing.
they do a symbolic thing in that episode. Why can't I remember the name of that? Where he sees all the plants die, but some of it is not symbolic. Some of it is literal with the missiles. Mm-hmm. And so we're seeing that just play out. But it's interesting if Jor-El is just showing him one possible vision because it's all related to stuff that happened in a vision.
And yep, that's the Terminator 3 shot.
Yep. That was a good line delivery from Marsters there. Which I guess was supposed to be just Jor-El talking through him, really.
You disappoint me.
I'm surprised Jor-El's voice is in this episode, because it was really weird that when he came here and tried to talk to him, Jor-El just doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
Well, no, what was weirder is the way they shot it is that, like, it started coming out of Brainiac for some reason.
The brain interactive.
Just call
construct.
it Brainiac, Jor-El. Come on.
Did he need to show him that vision to motivate him to try to stop Brainiac? He was already on his way to do that.
Have you met this Clark Kent? He's really stupid.
I'm surprised there's 10 minutes left of episode. Is he just going to resolve all this in 10 minutes?
He has to go to Krypton.
Now he's actually going to go to Krypton.
The Red Sun. Does that count as a comic book reference?
I mean, we already know about the Red Sun. I don't know. At some point,
Krypton looks suspiciously like the Fortress.
Do you have to take the time to say that? Like, if I were you, I would just, do it. I don't... Roboter says yes. Okay, fine. Like, everybody just wants me to up blatant DC references to like 1,000 to stream. All right. There we go.
That's Kal-El. Is that a blatant DC reference?
Robert,
Yes.
Robert, I'm kind of glad this is your last episode, man. I'm just kidding. We'll miss you. It's funny you said you were going to only come for a couple. I think you've been here for as long as you were last week.
Oh no, I think is this only my third?
No,
I
this
haven't
is your
done that
fourth.
many. Oh right, I did Veritas. Okay,
You did Veritas.
Okay, so this is my fourth.
Yeah.
I think I did 6 last week.
Oh, did you do that many? Okay.
To be
Yeah.
fair, there was a string of episodes that were really long, so it just felt like twice as long.
I do think... I don't know, do you guys wish that they had attempted a whole episode where he's back on Krypton, or is that just too much to expect for the budget of the show?
Yes.
Yeah.
He also said you're not in Kansas anymore. That's a blatant Wizard of Oz reference.
Because I know you're counting those, but... Because I want to complain that we're wrapping this up too easily, but I also don't see them doing a whole episode here.
Right.
Is it really cringy that he's sending himself off to Earth?
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, we are gonna do more Krypton flashbacks in 9, I think, with the Zod stuff.
Well, and DC loves that stuff. Like, there's that comic that reveals that Barry Allen is the lightning bolt that struck himself to give himself powers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
It's not always clever
Yeah.
to have the big reveal be it was you doing a thing yourself all along through time travel shenanigans. Like, Enterprise almost did that with Archer being Future Guy. Like, everything does this.
Because I know you're not a big video game guy, Kat, but have you ever played the first Infamous?
I played a little bit of it, but I didn't play all the way through it.
Because that's what that game does. That's the big...
Oh, really? When I worked at a game store...
It kind of works because it's a video game, but...
When I worked at a game store, I played a couple of hours of it. I really enjoyed what I played of it, but I didn't get very far.
Yeah, I love those games.
I do have to give them props for making the explosion of Krypton look kind of close to the recent
like the
movies.
movie.
That was fun, and
Yeah.
the shot
Not a DC
of
Comics reference.
it is. I'll whatever. 1,000.
Is the Kent Farm a blatant DC Comics reference?
The Kent Farm is a blatant reference to the fact that we're watching a show about Superman.
I'm with John though. It is pretty silly that we just saw Clark Kent send himself from Krypton to Earth.
It is weird that between this and the Lionel death episode, that's a lot of like big potential season finale episodes we've been doing with that stupid Jimmy spy one in between.
Yeah, I do like that he didn't solve everything. That like this didn't all work out okay for him. I mean, he did save the whole world. Or at least according to Jarrell, he did. Because, you know, Jarrell just showed him a vision of what might happen. We don't know for sure that Lex Luthor would end up nuking the world if he wasn't there, but maybe.
So this is a nice conversation built on Clark's own experiences, because she wants to go back again and try to stop Krypton from being destroyed.
Oh, yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
He, who has already meddled with time and lost something very dear to him, is like, maybe we shouldn't do that.
Yeah, no, we can only go back
So-
to stop someone else from changing history, not to change it ourselves.
Yeah. So she's now back for a little bit. Is it weird that this season keeps writing her out?
And then bringing her back.
Bringing her back. It's happened like
writing her
3
out.
times.
Well, and John's right, because last week we talked about this, and I'm like, well, they did that because of her, her limited episode count. And he's like, well, then just have her in the background and not show up in every episode. You don't have to keep writing her, like, losing her memories and going somewhere else and be kidnapped. And
Right.
oh my God.
You were just here last season.
It's a Lex and Clark loft scene.
This is really weird after their last conversation. You murdered your father.
Allegedly.
I want to know if it's Kryptonian in origin, Clark. Kryptonian. Yeah, that's how they described it.
Leo, I swear to God, they're gonna do it with Daredevil. They're gonna have Matt push himself into the chemicals.
That's all. And then, like, Peter Parker has to make sure he's bitten by a spider, and
Legitimately shocked we haven't done that with all the multiverse crap they keep doing with that character.
Martian Manhunter has to burn his family up in a fire. Bruce Wayne has to murder his parents. I think we have done things with Batman where he has to, like, make sure they get killed. I think we've done that.
There is that.
They're kind of sitting on the edge for everything.
I think it's in that Batman Superman series they were doing in the early 2000s, where this villain like meddles with time, so Bruce never lost his parents, and Clark has to persuade him to go back in time and make sure it happens, so he becomes Batman again. Because since he never became Batman, Ra's al Ghul takes over the world.
Oh, I think I've read that. So I really like that Lex is pretending to make this about Lana, but it's really just still trying to get Clark's secret.
Yep. Is this
mild-mannered reporter? I'm calling that a reference.
Base. Jimmy set me up here. I hope it's okay.
I like that Cap is slowly losing his mind, not because the show's quality, but because of how many DC references there are.
I don't know why. I'm tired of doing that.
Okay, great. It says Tony Stark has to kidnap himself. Wolverine has to give himself adamantium.
And amnesia.
John Henry Irons has to push himself off a building so that Superman will catch him.
Why did you say it looking at her like that? Like you were angry.
He's just having a really bad day. Clark,
No, I do really like
does
Eric
Clark
Grant in this
drink?
episode.
Huh?
It just occurred to me where it's legal for us to drink now.
That was like 2 seasons ago.
It was really
Yeah,
odd that
no.
he said check your driver's license. Like he doesn't know how old he is. Check your driver's license. We're legal now. Okay.
I mean, to be fair, I think there could be an argument to be made that Clark Kent wouldn't know how old he actually is.
That's fair. You know, it's never good in the show when
God.
somebody shatters.
He's crying over spilt milk.
What happened?
Oh, what a cliffhanger!
What was that? The
I
cliffhanger is
love that
she
the
spilled
cliffhanger
milk.
was a slow-mo shot of her in a tight white t-shirt. In the milk.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a new gratuitous sexy bar for this show. Like wet t-shirt over, not t-shirt, but over milk. It's weird. Well, John, I had a whiplash experience with that.
Dude, at first I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be dumb."
Yeah, that's.
And then it won me over.
I mean, it's not great.
I guess
gotta
it's a
go
green.
It's a green.
Robert's like, "It's a green."
Like, I guess.
I don't like it, but it's a green.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't like
it
the
really hit
direction
it
we're at
straight in the
general.
middle. It's just bookended by dumb.
That's true. Oh, Robert, you didn't like Clark Kent sending himself into space?
That's like the one bad thing in this episode.
Brady, I don't get that scene either if it's supposed to be Brainiac. Yeah, is it? I don't remember what happens next.
Next, a cloaked stranger who carves Kryptonian symbols into his chest attacks Lex.
Oh my god.
Oh, I remember that. Okay, I know Robert's got to get going. John, we've got 2 left, right? Is it 3 or 2?
No, because this is 19, and then we just got 20.
Yeah, so we got to do 19 and 20. So do you need to break to eat, or are you good doing 2 more before you eat later, or like what do you want to do?
I can just push through and we'll do the 2.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a break. Feel free to grab something, tide you over, or whatever. And Robert, I guess we'll bid you farewell, man. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, man. Thank you guys for having me. I'll see you tomorrow, Cap.
You always
bring
bring,
out with only 2 episodes left.
and I mean this with all sincerity, Robert. You always bring a lot of really needed extra padding, and I really appreciate that.
And DC Comics references.
Not to mention the padding. I have had to swing this mallet so much more often. Thanks to you. I've gotten really good at that gong. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for doing this show, and thanks for doing that. Once again, quick plug. Real late tomorrow night, 11 o'clock my time. I know, it's late at night. We're doing another 89 commentary, and I'm gonna answer trivia questions about that movie, written by Robert. So, and other people, hopefully. So come in for that. It should be a lot of fun. Thanks, guys. That makes it sound
Later.
like we're leaving. We're going to go to break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Bye, everybody.
All right, everybody, we're back. I gotta fix my boxes here again because Robert left. That always messes everything
Always
up.
breaking things, that Robert guy.
Yeah, and he makes me count too much, which really pisses me off. But other than that, we really appreciate that guy. Thanks for being a Robert. We're just going to talk about you behind your back for the next hour and a half. That's my plan.
We could have gotten through that spy episode without him.
I thought that the whole way through. I was like, thank God there's another voice here. John, is it a better first half than second half, or is it just we've run out of steam because we've had to watch this whole season? Like, I cannot tell.
It's a better first half. You have some really fun, like, one-off episodes, and you don't have to deal with the stupid Veritas. The first half is also more focused.
Which is
This
funny
back
because we
half
were
is
talking about
all
how it was
over
more
the
all over the
place.
place than other seasons.
Yeah, until I got to this back half, and now I'm like, oh no, now it's all over the place.
Everything is relative. Everyone's a relative, John.
No, wait. I don't like where this is going.
I mean, a relative of someone, not of all of each other. Okay, this next one is called Quest, and I assume it's gonna wrap up more of this Veritas nonsense.
So I'm like 90% sure, because the Veritas stuff is the finale. Like that goes to the finale.
Oh wait, okay.
This is the episode with the Voyager guy.
Oh yeah, no, it would have to be, wouldn't it? Yeah, Bob Picardo. I've met Bob Picardo.
Who I know most from Gremlins 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's a character actor who's done lots of TV. He is a main character in the last season of Stargate Atlantis too.
Have you seen Gremlins 2? Because he's really funny.
Not in a very long time. I should watch that again because I forgot he was in it.
Yeah, he makes out with a woman gremlin.
I'll get right on watching that again.
That movie's insane.
Okay, is everybody ready for more Smallville? I'm sure you are. Let's see if we have an audience.
Save me.
We have a little bit of an audience. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys. Hope you've had fun with this as much as you can. Or maybe you love this season, and if so, more power to you. We got 3 more left to do after this, and I can't promise when we're coming back for 8 yet. My time is kind of limited with kids and things, but I found 2 Saturdays in a row I was able to do this, and hopefully we can do that again in the not too distant future. Summer is going to be kind of crazy with my movie and everything, but we'll try to do it again. I'm hoping, John, maybe against hope, that we can finish this before the year's out. That would be wonderful. I don't know if it's possible.
I think we can.
Well, I wasn't even able to do this until 5 months into the year, so I'm hoping so. John's like, I can. I'll just let you do it by yourself, John.
That would be terrible.
I can't wait to see the feedback on that. Just throw John to the wolves. He's watching season 8 all by himself.
I forgot he was in Chuck for an episode.
Yeah, he jumped all over the place. All right, here we go. Everybody get ready to press play when I say now. We're going to watch the episode called Quest. See what I did there? Anyway, here we go. Everybody please press play right now.
I think what you meant to say, we're going to watch the episode formerly known as Quest.
No, Jason's been watching a lot of Tribe, or listening to a lot of Tribe Called Quest. I attempted to reference that.
I don't know what that is.
That's a rap group from the 90s.
My rap knowledge begins and ends with Eminem.
Or I guess it's more of a hip-hop group, but yeah. I know not very little about that myself because that's not my kind of music, but Kareem is a big fan of that, and we've got a reference to it in our movie. The
I
cryptograph,
forgot he's in.
it's very important.
Robert Picardo is in Looney Tunes Back in Action.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Just watched that.
That's not a
weeks ago.
put-upon accent at all.
No, that is just what that guy sounds like in day-to-day life.
But yeah, this cryptograph thing, it's such a priceless heirloom that it doesn't feel retconny and like it was just added this season at all.
No, but to be fair, that is Lex just like lying. He doesn't want it out of his sight.
I mean, yeah.
I'm going to now lean over this fireplace and stare dramatically, so the door can open.
Boy,
I
if
think he does that on a nightly basis. Like even if somebody doesn't break in, he just stands there for like an hour, leaning over the fireplace.
he does a lot of that, yeah, just drinking. So you have a pool table, go do something. Robotters, it works for what Smallville is, but you can tell doing Clark Kent before Superman has completely run its course by this point, which is not good since they keep going. Yeah, and that's just the CW desperate for things people are actually watching. So obviously they have this long track record of keeping things on that have any audience at all.
Well, and it's awkward because then by season 8, it's just a Superman show.
Dude, just the sheer number of times we've done this season, where it's like, oh look, Lex is dead again. Do you think they're messing with us because by this point the audience knows that Rosenbaum is leaving, and so they keep pretending to kill him?
It really feels like Goff and Miller just don't care.
Well, I don't think they're here, really. I mean, their names are still on it, but I don't know how much they're actually keeping up with the day-to-day right now. I wonder if
that's
they've...
what I'm saying. Like, they've just checked out, and, like...
I think they've checked out.
The writers are running wild.
I think they've pretty much handed the reins off by now, and they probably have some say in how Lex is written out and major stuff like that, but I don't think they care at this point.
It's so funny that Glover's still in the opening credits.
Well, they're going to keep that the same all the way to the end of the season.
I know, it's just really weird.
The only show...
He died like 3 episodes ago.
The only show that I'm into that regularly changes opening credits to fit with what the status quo is right now is Power Rangers. Power Rangers will change its opening titles 6 to 8 times a season.
I've been watching this channel that does like kind of deep dive introspectives about Power Rangers, and it actually like talks about the Sentai as well. That's how I learned that In Space is a video game based Sentai.
Yes. I knew that.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
But because our mutual friend Hayden is really big into the Sentai, he sent me the funniest thing is he sent me the White Ranger from Mighty Morphin, that Sentai as morph sequence. Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
I couldn't keep my couldn't stop laughing when I realized the White Ranger in the Japanese Sentai is like 8.
Yeah, you and I talked about that recently.
Oh, okay.
Because, like I said, that's why there are scenes where White Ranger is jumping around like a crazy child, and then they have Jason David and Frank have to just come in and voice that and go, and it's amazing.
I do remember having this conversation.
John, your camera, like the light in your room is like flickering. Is that your camera going out, or is there a light that's?
I have a light going out.
Oh, okay. You look like you're in a B horror film.
I am in a B.
You look like you belong in Smallville.
It'll fix itself here soon.
Jimmy's so selfish, he can't even bother to stop to get cheesecake for his girlfriend. So, is it... kind of provocative and maybe interesting that Lex gets a Kryptonian symbol carved in himself while he's desperately still seeking the secrets to Clark and Krypton, and then he's gonna die next episode? Or is that just kind of the obvious Smallville thing to do? I mean, remember, Clark also had a Kryptonian symbol carved into himself seasons ago.
Poor Chloe, man. She's like throwing herself at him, and he's like, I don't care.
I like how John just doesn't even care about what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think I missed like the first half of your question. I was like, I don't know what's happening.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying, do you think it's provocative or at all interesting that Lex gets a Kryptonian symbol carved in himself the episode before he's going to ostensibly die in seeking the secrets of Krypton?
I think if that was like they made a big deal out of that in the finale, like look what's happened to me because of your people or something, that could have been interesting. But it just kind of feels like a coincidence.
Well, I was just Traveler and the Savior, so he literally gets Kal-El basically carved into himself.
True. Yeah, I mean there could be something there interesting.
I can't even praise this show for cool thematic stuff anymore. I have to ask permission first. I have to be like, is that cool? I can't decide if that's cool. I just think it's funny that they keep chasing keys, because out of context it just sounds like Lex's car keys or something. It's like, we gotta go get Lex's keys. That's the MacGuffin for the season. It's Lex's keys.
He's always losing his car keys, that Lex Luthor.
Sometimes he leaves them out and Clark can't decide if he wants him to steal his car or not. You remember that?
Yeah. Oh my god, Lex healed.
Meanwhile, in Gotham...
No, this is
Detroit, I know.
Gotham.
I know, it's Detroit.
I didn't actually see if it was Detroit or not.
Discussing topics. I know Lex doesn't actually technically die next episode. I'm just saying, ostensibly, we're supposed to think that he's dead. And the show plays it like he's dead for half a season.
When they're writing that, to those writers and showrunners' knowledge, he is dead.
Yes.
I think this show mentions Bloodhaven at some point. I can't remember though.
Bloodhaven comes up in the first season.
Oh, okay.
And you know what episode it is? I just remember this.
Oh.
It's the Club Zero episode. It's the it's the doppelganger of Jude Royce. I don't know how I remember that guy's name, but that everybody thinks is dead, or that is dead. And he says, Lex, or not Lex, he says that he was found in a greasy spoon in Bloodhaven. I actually remember that.
Oh yeah, I remember that. This assassin guy is lucky that the guards that were guarding his target are inept, because none of them could aim properly. And he was taken down by Lex, who can actually aim.
And because Lex is evil Lex Luthor this season, he's shooting guns a lot. You notice that?
He is. This was his audition for Agent 47.
He should have gotten it. Brady, they say Gotham twice in Smallville. Yeah, Gotham does come up.
That is the one frustrating thing about that first Hitman movie, is I really like Timothy Olyphant in that role, but that movie sucks.
D. Kirby, my favorite line in season 8 sums up all 7 seasons really well. I have been holding on to a lie on this farm that hasn't existed for years.
Yeah, he does have that, I think, at the end of the premiere.
Robotters, wasn't Bruce supposed to be written in as a one-off, but Begin stopped it? They tried to get Batman in almost every season. They just kept trying to make that happen. I'm surprised this episode isn't called Sanctuary after that line. It just sounds like a Smallville episode.
Isn't there already one called Sanctuary?
I mean, that'd be wild if that's true.
Okay, apparently I'm just... Yeah, apparently I'm just hallucinating. You don't say. Nicholas Bodo, to save you guys from being bored, what is your favorite underrated villain performance in a superhero movie? Mine is Turturro as Carmine Falcone. Is that underrated?
I think people like that. I'd have to think about it for a minute. Underrated villain performances.
I'm gonna pick one that I don't know if is underrated, just not a lot of people talk about anymore.
Yeah.
Michael Clark Duncan is the Kingpin.
Oh, sure. No, I love him.
I think he's great.
This isn't a great answer, but the guy who plays the villain Dorian in The Mask is pretty good.
He's so good.
This guy is a cartoon character.
Also, I'll throw out Kane from RoboCop 2. I think Kane is great. Before he becomes a giant robot. Then he's just awesome.
Yeah, I've only seen that once for a review, so I don't remember it super well, but I didn't love it.
Yeah, he's got this like cult leader thing going on.
John, we've got our standard, like, lead up to the finale that's kind of dull by itself, right?
Yep. So I just thought about this.
Yeah.
That like Russian guy that's guiding him. You know who that is? Not the actor, but just like in terms of what he brings to the show.
Yeah, what's that?
That is the gypsy guy from season 2 of Buffy with the terrible accent.
Oh, sure.
That has a.
Now it is a Daredevil episode.
I'm gonna show my buddy that movie soon. He fell in love with that character through the show, but has never seen the movie.
The Daredevil?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of a fun idea to have a Kryptonian church, John.
Yeah. My issue is because we're gonna find out. You know, this is all set up by Teague.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes Virgil Swan less special.
Well, the whole Veritas thing kind of does. I mean, unless...
Yeah, but you could still, if this didn't exist, I could still say Virgil Swan is the only one that figured it out and like learned the alphabet.
Sure.
Now we have another guy that taught himself Kryptonian.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And set all this up.
I don't like that. Well, like I said, I don't like the idea that different of them all came to it separately and figured these things out, because I just don't know if I buy that that would happen.
I do like this though, because this is dealing with the whole like the people that see Clark as like a god.
Yeah.
Remember Man of Steel?
That comes later. That's like 5 years after this.
It is. I don't know if you've ever talked about this or thought about this, but
yeah,
it is crazy because Smallville ends in 2011. They have a new Superman movie out just 2 years later. Because Man of Steel is 13.
Yeah. But what's weirder is that Returns didn't quite work out the way they wanted it to, and they were going to do sequels to that, so it was a good long time before we got another Superman movie. Like, they were already looking at those franchises as real separate in a way that they never allowed that to happen for Batman. So they weren't like, oh, Smallville's on, we can't have a Superman movie. Like, they did a Superman movie in the middle of Smallville.
I still wish we'd gotten that Superman Returns sequel. It sounds insane.
I think Picardo is a good casting choice for a priest or a monk or
So,
whatever.
I don't know if you have this.
Yeah.
I am having a hard time fitting him with the other Teagues that we met back in season 4.
I'm having that too. Well, and how is he related? I missed it, if they told us.
I don't think they've said, but I would have to assume that he would be Jason's
Like,
dad.
is that Jason Teague's father? And I guess this guy was married to Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman?
What was it, Isabel Teague?
No, it's not Isabel Teague. It's Guinevere Teague. And Isabel is the witch. We sorted this already. So, I always feel weird about this idea when you get a religious zealot that comes in and has this real specific belief system that is not widespread and that no one knows about. So he goes, Lex isn't a believer. And I'm like, why would Lex be a believer? He's been trying to find all of this stuff, and he can't get enough information about it to believe anything.
Okay, so I have consulted with the almighty Smallville wiki, and yes, this is Jason's father.
Oh, okay. Well, that by
Is he
itself
always this way?
feels massively retconny, but okay. Again, this all should have been in season 4. It's like we've gone back to 4.
Back to formula?
Back to formula. Oh, no. Of course he's
How
got...
do you know all of this?
Yeah.
That's Clark on Green Kryptonite.
That's another crazy Smallville prop.
You know what? I don't think we've ever done an adaptation, because I don't think the show does it, is the Kryptonite ring.
Well, it nods to it, because it gives Lex that ring in the Black Kryptonite episode. That's the one place we do it here. And they're playing that like it's foreshadowing. So the season 11 comics probably should have done it if they didn't. Well, except they couldn't because he doesn't know Clark Kent is Superman, so...
No, and those comics after a while are just like, here's all the heroes that you wanted to see in the show, but done in the comics.
Yeah, a lot of that's awkward, but it also knows it's silly, and that's why I kind of enjoyed what I read of it.
The only one I didn't like was the Flash one. I remember that one feeling kind of mean-spirited.
I don't know if I got to that.
Because that just deals with like the Black Flash or death or whatever.
Yeah, we'll have to decide if we're going to go through that stuff or not.
I'm curious about their Wonder Woman.
Well, this guy's pretty smart. He knows he's not getting out of this alive.
Something that I think is impressive with the show going as long as it did is it lasted through that like early wave of superhero movies, you know, from like from X2 onwards, through like the Dark Knight and the start of the MCU before it ended. Think about that sometimes.
I missed part of that. Are you just saying like the show ran through all that history?
Yeah. Like it ran from like the beginning of the X-Men movies to the Dark Knight and Iron Man.
No, it's really interesting. Like you get that's a great point. That Smallville runs through the initial kind of growing pains superhero movie period, and the tail end of the show is the beginning of the onslaught and the Renaissance. It's a real specific period of history. I mean, it's a decade, but oh, that's not a bad line.
It's a good line.
My father's obsession made me an orphan before I died.
I like that they managed to make this kind of personal, even though I think it's really silly that Lex never heard of anything about this until now.
Yeah. You think there's any part of him that's like, I shouldn't have murdered my father before I figured this out? I mean, he wouldn't have helped him.
Nicholas Bodo is still talking about great villain performances. He said, another villain performance I like that I don't talk about as much, even though he's well liked, is Brian Cox's Stryker.
Yeah, I mean, in our circles, it comes up a lot because I'm such a giant Stryker fan. So if people don't talk about it much outside of the channel, I've missed that. I don't think of that as like an unsung thing, especially because we couldn't stop doing versions of him in the other movies. He felt like
I'm curious.
He felt like the second most iconic X-Men villain to me in those movies, next to Magneto, because we kept casting him.
Now I'm curious. Are you just a movie Stryker fan, or do you like the comic version as well?
I like God Loves Man Kills a lot, but I'm not like a huge fan of that character in the comics. I just love Brian Cox's performance, and I like what they do with him in Ultimate too.
I really should read Ultimate X-Men.
So I'm not sure. Again, they're trying to connect all this old continuity stuff.
Just now caught up to the Cave story arc.
Finally. I started to make some kind of point. I'll think of it in a minute. Oh yeah, so I'm not sure that they're even attempting to reconcile at all Kryptonian lore with this monk guy and Catholicism, because he's still in a Catholic church and you've still got a crucifix and all of that. But does he see the Traveler and the Kryptonian symbols and everything? Does he see this as somehow the second coming of Christ, or what am I trying to say? Like a disciple of Christ or something? Or
the way he was talking,
or has he gotten rid of Christianity in his mind and he's just in a church because he used to be Christian? Like, I don't know if he's connecting these things at all.
Well, because he specifically calls Clark the savior and like bows to him. So I think it's kind of a mixture of like he's replaced the Christianity with Clark. So he sees him as like a mix between, like, say, the return of Jesus or like his disciple.
Yeah, this is getting weird. Like, I'm not sure why he takes it in such a religious direction when Swan wasn't doing that at all. And maybe the idea is we're doing that typical science versus belief thing, and that's what breaks up Swan and this guy and Teague as friends, because he says Swan was his mentor.
If he wants to kill Clark, this is the most convoluted way I've ever seen to do it.
That's really funny.
Does this count as Clark on Green Kryptonite?
Yeah, it does. And he's there's so much of that this season. And he's treating it like a ritual, but all of this is made up. But it's interesting that he says there's different ways to interpret the messages in the ship. Did you catch that part?
I didn't know.
Where he says, he quotes the ruled them with strength thing.
Oh.
And then he says, and he's treating that as Clark would be a benign savior, a benign leader. And then he says, for every passage Swan quoted, there's another interpretation that you're our destroyer. And
Yeah, but
I guess
know
you
if
can
I
say you
take
could
this guy
interpret
speaking
that
facts.
either direction. Like rule them is either like evil dictator, or if you'd have to look at it in a religious way, maybe, to see that as a positive thing. But anyway, I'm sorry, John, what were you saying?
I don't know if I can believe anything that this guy says because he's clearly lost it a long time ago.
Well, yeah, I mean he's clearly just interpreted all of this in this weird makeshift religious way. I think this is maybe more interesting if there's a whole cult around it. If there's a whole like zealot, it's weird. It's one guy,
And he carved the same symbol that Jor-El did in season 3. I don't know if
yeah.
you caught that.
And again, I think this works better in
Victor-
season 4 if this is connected to the stones.
Maybe he'd still have the burn on his chest that they forgot about. Victor Herman, $4.99 super chat. Hello, just popping to say hello.
Oh, thanks.
Never watched Smallville. Should I start now, or is it too late for me?
Well, I wouldn't start here. I would start with us at the right now in the moment, probably.
No, don't start here. It's never too late to start a TV show. Like, give it a go. See what you think.
I mean, I'll say what I always do, which is I'm love-hate with this, but when I started it, I fell in love with it, and it was one of my favorite things. And I've seen 1 through 3 just over and over and over again. And I have to say, I don't overall.
Now you'll never watch season 7 again.
I may not watch any of it ever again. I mean, like I'm in a place where it's not what it was for me, but I still have a soft spot for it because of what it did for me when I was younger. You know, and Rosenbaum's performance is amazing, and there's a lot of really great stuff in at least the Lex stuff, and in that looks rough.
Yeah.
And in the Jonathan and Martha stuff, really just the parallel with the parents stuff. It's worth watching at least the first couple seasons for that. But get ready for some hokey, and get ready for some repetitive, formulaic storytelling.
I will definitely watch the show again. Keep into consideration if you're watching this after the fact. This is before I've seen the new Superman movie, but this still has my favorite Kens. This still has my favorite Lois Lane, my favorite Lex.
That could all change with that new movie.
Yes, it could.
Of those 3 things, if there's only one that's going to surpass my favorite performances or casting, it's more likely to be Lois than anything, just from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and that's just because I think I love Erica Durance, but they bring her in too soon, and so there's like entire seasons where she doesn't have anything to do.
And this isn't fair to her, and I have. Oh, that was weird. T just referenced Warrior Angel.
Do you ever feel like you're watching an Indiana Jones fan film when we watch this episode?
With the Lex stuff in particular, yeah, there've been several points in the show.
Okay, so to go back to your question at the beginning about him having a Kryptonian symbol mark carved in his chest, I forgot we did the same thing to Clark. I actually kind of like that idea.
Yeah. Ooh, I like that he said Alexander there. Oh, naturally he's not going to tell him who it is because he can't know yet. And then when he finds out, we're going to sort of kill him.
That is consistent with his character because the reason that he was doing what he did was to keep the Traveler out of Lex's hands.
Well, that's fair. But I was going to say, I've really been one around with Erica Durance on this watch with you, and I always liked her performance, but I used to have more issues with the way they characterize her, and I've been won over on it pretty hard. But this isn't fair to her, this show, but just it's hard to see her for me as definitive because I didn't want Lois meeting Clark that early. And so for me, your definitive Lois Lane is always going to be one with a proper Superman. That's not fair, but So mine is still maybe Terry Hatcher, but I grew up with that.
Yeah, and like I respect those Reeves movies, and I think the first one's okay. They are not my like. If I'm gonna watch something Superman, that's not what I go to.
You can be weird. That's fine. Well, you have lots of choices now.
We do. The big thing with the Reeves movies is I just really don't like their Lex. That's not my take on Lex. I don't like the stupid real estate thing.
Well, I'm glad this fight isn't happening in Lex's office. Bullet time! Are we gonna have convenient unconsciousness?
Oh my god! He
Oh.
destroyed that CGI clock. That's convenient unconsciousness and a. Oh wait, never mind.
No, it's not.
Rude super speed exit.
It was gonna be one of them. It was always gonna be one of them. Man, the plotting of this show is just a frame tray puzzle, man. You got like 12 possible pieces, and they're locked inside of a grid.
Nicholas Bodos' My Adventures with Superman is also there too. I mean, that is great. That like I love that show. Its biggest weakness so far is the villains. Brainiac is the first like great villain that show has had.
But he is the best Brainiac. They gave us or he's up there. I mean, I still love the TAS Brainiac a lot.
Yeah, all right.
And that made him Kryptonian in the first place.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the first thing to do that. Oh, look, he had a really tiny disc.
Definitive, some of that stuff feels just because that's what we do going forward.
Yes. I really liked the metal Luthor Corp logo on the plane. That's cool. I want one of those. I want to put that somewhere. Roboter's Krypton's Brainiac was pretty stellar. His casting's really good. I never finished season 2. I really want to do that with John if he can find a way to watch it, because it's not on Max anymore, and that thing is bat stuff crazy. You just won't even believe what they do. You wouldn't even believe it if I explained it to you. And your head will explode trying to watch that first season. Their Lobo is amazing in the second season.
Nicholas Bodo says, for a lot of people, Michael Lex is one of the few things people prefer over the Donner films. I mean, right until Superman 2025 comes out, I am very confident saying that Rosenbaum is the best live-action Lex Luthor.
Yeah, he might get tied here pretty soon, but we'll see what happens.
I don't believe you.
So wait, he brought
I can't help when he says stone by stone that they took it apart, moved it, put it back together. What?
Well, he said that in the beginning of the show, too. But
it's goofy there, too.
But, John, so we've got to retcon everything to be part of this conspiracy now. Like, the castle is here because of Veritas. Like, everything led to Veritas all along. That's why they had to put the logo of it in the windows and hope you would just go with them that it was always there.
Yeah, Cap, don't you know how conspiracies work? It was always there. It's everything.
You weren't supposed to notice it yet. That's why they didn't show it to you. I mean, I guess what we're learning here is there just are a lot of good Lex Luthors. There's a couple of bad ones, but, like, I like Shay and Lois and Clark, too. I mean, like, there's a lot of good ones.
Superman characters are weird because there's so few live-action versions of some of them that most of the definitive ones are just animation, because we do a lot of Superman in animation. Which I think has helped with this show, because you get some characters like Lex Luthor that still feel definitive for live action, because we haven't had anything close to that in live action since.
Yeah, but again, there's still been some decent ones. I mean, like I said, I like John Shea a lot. You just haven't seen that.
I haven't seen that. Yeah, and I don't, and I don't know about the Superman and Lois one. I know Hayden hates him, but
I haven't gotten to him yet.
it's a weird casting choice. I don't know if you remember who it is.
I don't.
It's Abraham from The Walking Dead.
Oh, yeah, somebody told me about that. Maybe it was you. But yeah, that's weird.
Not who I would have picked.
Dude, I know we're wanting to do Buffy and Power Rangers and other stuff, but it would be so easy to just keep going with Superman. Like, there's so much Superman.
We can only talk about Superman.
Because we can do Krypton, and we can do Lois Clark, and we can do Superman and Lois, and we were talking about My Adventures.
Superman and Lois. At least they didn't bring back John Cryer. Good God.
Yeah. Was he also a legend? Was he a myth man and a legend? I don't understand the ritual. Does he just make up a ritual? He's the only person that believes in this. Or did he develop a cult and we just don't see any of it? I don't know what's going on. It's a problem that he's the only person in that church.
He developed a cult of one, Cap.
He's a cult of personality. By himself. I do like building up to this giant confrontation with Lex that can only end in one way. If you've got to get rid of him. Can we not say destroy in a live-action show for adults? Like, it's not a Saturday morning cartoon. You can say murder, you can say kill. Come on now.
Well, and it's strange because this show usually says, like, kill, you know, like Lex killed Lionel. Or...
We got destroyed twice in this episode. Brady says, I don't think the writers know what's going on.
Why are the only options ignore Lex or destroy him?
Yeah, I mean...
I feel like there's an in-between.
Well, there's nothing stopping you from putting him in a kryptonite prison. I mean, you know, there's a lot of choices here.
Just go the full The Flash, where they have a room where they just illegally store people that break the law.
Have Jor-El put him in the cave wall. I mean, there's a lot of options.
Yeah. I don't understand why the two options are ignore or destroy.
Oh, look, Lex still knows how to play the piano. What are you talking about? Oh, he's gonna figure out where the secret thing is in the mansion, like, really easily. Oh my God. Of course. It was there all along.
Can't tell if this is stupid or brilliant.
I'm gonna go toward the first thing you said.
It's the fireplace that he leans over every night.
Yeah, yeah. He's like, it's right in there. Now I'm gonna assume this was there all along, and they just go, "That's those diamonds." Like, that's an important.
Oh, that.
Brady says
Yeah,
it's both.
It's easy to retcon.
It's both stupid and brilliant. This music's a little much. Oh! Break it.
Yeah, that could have been there the whole time and we wouldn't know.
Are you saying that sarcastically, or?
Like this.
Yeah, I mean, it
Wait,
could.
Oh wait, because this is the orb, and the shield's gonna go in the orb.
I guess it's sort of fun that he had a
Wild
way
with this
to.
dollar store toy.
I guess it's kind of fun that he had a way to kill Clark in the mansion the whole show. Because doesn't this thing take away his powers?
It will, because that's gonna be the big cliffhanger. Is the
Is it blue
fortress
kryptonite?
falling on itself.
Or what is it? Because it's shining blue. And it takes away his powers. I don't remember what it does.
It's a dollar store toy. It lights up and it floats.
It would have been funny if those Kryptonians that were here before found
this
this.
is the map. It's gonna show him where the fortress is.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. I don't remember the scene at all. Oh my god. He found it. You know why? You know why he was finally allowed to find it? Because he's getting written out of the show. If Rosenbaum wanted to stay, we would not have done this at all.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know if you thought about this when you watched the Superman trailer, because that the new one shows that like Lex is gonna find the fortress.
Yeah, just like Superman 2.
Yeah.
It felt like a callback to that.
But no, it's clearly a callback to this.
But sorry, what was your point with that?
It's just interesting that we do that like with almost every Superman adaptation that either goes long enough or is in a status quo where everything's established.
Yeah, no, that's true. I don't have super strong opinions about this one, or feelings about this one, but I guess I'm going to go green.
Well, light green. There was enough here that I was having fun. I don't know if it's all smart, but it wasn't boring, which I guess is my standard at this point.
Yeah, and it wasn't horribly cringe-inducing or anything. I mean, the stuff in the church was silly, but kind of fun silly. And Picardo's always great. I mean, like, that was good casting. But that's one of those things, right, that I feel like should maybe have been done over multiple episodes.
Yeah.
Like, establish that he's there
I still don't
earlier.
think it fits with the other Teagues that we've met.
No, I mean, all of that still should have been season... Everything we're seeing right now should have been season 4. That's my big takeaway with this whole thing. Arctic. Why don't you just call it Fortress? Or is there already an episode called that?
Is that wouldn't that be the episode where they find the fortress?
I don't know. I don't think so, but... I don't know my episode titles real well with the show past... I don't know, first couple seasons. Well, John, next time we do this, it's going to take longer, because we'll be back to 22.
Oh no, season 5 premieres Rival.
Yeah, I don't think they have an episode called that.
That is a missed opportunity.
Well, we got one more to do. John, do you need a break, or are you going to just knock it out?
I might need like 30 seconds, but that's about it.
Okay, no problem. Guys, give us just a minute. We'll go ahead and break, and when we come back, we'll watch the last episode of the season. It's Arctic, and thanks for watching. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, one more to go. It's Arctic. John, are you ready to finally knock out 7?
Are you ready?
I don't know, man. Like, this episode kind of writes itself. Like, I don't remember it super well, but I know the fortress caves in on Lex, and I know he yells at Clark for not just telling him everything in the first place. That's kind of the point of the episode.
The only thing I remember is the ending, because I think the ending is, like, perfect.
I think all that really matters is the ending. I think it'll just pad out until we get there.
Yep.
All right, well, everybody look forward to padding. Once again, we're going to have to pad it ourselves. Here we go. Are you all synced up? Are you ready to go, John?
I am good to go.
Everybody get ready to press play. We're going to do it. Please press play right now.
And it's funny because
Previously
on Hulu,
on Smallville,
it shows the description for the next episode, which is season 8, and they just straight up call it the Justice League is searching for Clark. Even though that I don't think they ever use that name in the show.
Do they not? I guess they don't.
I don't think so. Maybe in season 10.
They stopped using the announcer voice guy for previous on Smallville. They had Rosenbaum do it. It's like, Rosenbaum's leaving. We're going to make him do this, too. I remember Lana.
Cool.
No, we've spent so many hours complaining about this character, John.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind. They used the wrong clip from that scene. They should have used the clip of it going, "This is Smallville."
Lex has lost touch with reality, though. I like that Clark comes out and says that. They showed the destruction of Krypton for no good reason.
Well, you know, that did happen previously on Smallville. They didn't specify when.
That's true. I'm just not sure why it's relevant enough to be there, except the obvious. Like, oh, at least he's in 2 episodes. I forgot about that.
Remember this guy?
Yeah, we just met him. We should have met him way earlier, but...
Why is he dressed like a normal person now?
It's the only way they'd let him on this airplane. Why is he on Lex's plane?
Well, you know, all rich people have the same plane.
They only have one plane in the show. Oh, how did Supergirl get on this plane? Also, is he charting a private jet? Like, what is this plane? Oh, it is.
Yeah,
okay, he just said it. I'm actually kind of surprised that they didn't write her out earlier in the season and that she's actually in this episode.
Well,
I just mean the actress, like.
Oh.
But I also
You
don't
mean for
think...
like the 4th time.
I'm also with whoever said her falling in milk like that didn't make a lot of sense if that was supposed to be Brainiac.
Yeah, the problem is I don't know when the switch occurs. Like, is that who he brought back with him?
I thought that was the idea, is that he
she's
just
pain?
brought her back. But then if that's the case, why did he drop like that? And why is he pretending to just go drink milk? Like, I don't know what's happening. Or was he just trying... I don't know. Why is he hurt if he's just pretending to be her? Like, I'm missing something. Well, at least she's polite. Calls him Mr. T. While she's choking him out. I forgot Kara was in the Phantom Zone.
Yeah, because this is really trying to make me think, oh, maybe she's a little more darker than you thought.
Which isn't a stretch in this show. Discussing topics, what are you guys going to do without Lex to praise and Lana to complain about? I don't know, we're going to be lost, man. We're going to be up a creek with no paddle. How are we going to do it, John?
We can do it.
John believes in us. It's just going to be nothing but doomsday talk. Discussing topics, I feel like the writer's strike made them just take the easy way out with Kara in this episode and didn't fully plan it out that episode. So you think they've retconned already whatever it was they were sort of setting up with them? Because I don't know the full story of how compromised this gets where. And we do have to give it a little bit of grace with the writer's strike thing. And again, I do applaud it for somehow getting as many episodes out as they did. The season would have benefited with fewer episodes more planned out, but they would have had to know they were going to have this problem from the start, and they wouldn't have known that. Robotos, Martha and Lois are kind of the only female characters the show respects. And Chloe, they're back and forth on.
The writers of Smallville back and forth on something? No.
Yeah, that just describes the writing style of the show, John. I sure love Lex and Jimmy scenes. Well, that didn't sound like blackmail. What do you want me to kill her?
Has she?
Could we axe some of the unnecessary words out of this dialogue?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. It's a prerequisite.
Yeah. Well, you know, this was written by IGN writers. They love to overcomplicate words.
Oh.
So there's a new game coming out, Death Stranding 2, and the guy that did the review, like the preview for it, spends like 10 minutes gushing about the original. And I'm making this joke because he says, Death Stranding transcended the framework of ordinary video games by metaphorically depicting cosmology and even anthropology through the act of delivery. And I don't know what that means, and I can't stop thinking about it.
It sounds like a Smallville line.
Yeah.
This is how Clark's gonna get in there, because that's believable.
Is this a DC reference to him working in the paper?
Sure, why not? Thanks, Robert.
You know, Robert and I spent way too much time hanging out together.
It's kind of a slight against Clark's dad, but all right.
This show doesn't remember that.
Well, she goes, aren't you destined for greater things than working on a farm? I'm like, God, I guess Jonathan's life was pointless. Or it would have been if he hadn't run for senator. Thank God he did that, or Chloe would have no respect for him. Or Chloe, Lois. The same thing. Same difference.
Whoever they are.
My back does not want me to keep sitting in this chair, John. Think about the future. She just quoted 89. It looks exactly like Lex's private jet. Wait a minute. I was just strapped down in a weird ritual by that guy. That singular cult man. Good pronunciation there, Chloe. Well done. John has nothing to say about this riveting finale.
I don't have anything to say so far. Like,
I'm trying to keep this going here, John. Maybe John's just sucked in.
I am very captivated by this episode. I love the white noise that doesn't mean anything.
D. Kirby, Chloe becomes
Light
so
again,
self-righteous.
irritate
and
the
judgmental,
viewers'
especially
eardrums
Clark. I mean, that's
even
true.
more.
But there's places where
Oh,
she's more
God.
likable than the other two characters you mentioned. Anyway, I'm sorry. I was talking over you, John. John's finally talking, and I'm not letting him talk. What an
Tell me
a-hole.
where the drugs or other drugs are.
Kara? No, Kara.
Kara.
Wait a minute, I never understood my cousin. We should have just not helped her get her memories back.
Yeah, but then he would have been stuck in that kryptonite cage.
Oh, we probably don't want that. I do think Lionel's death was probably better for Clark than him being alive.
Why is this a conflict we're having 20 episodes into this season?
Nicholas Bodo and Captain John, what's your favorite take on Bizarro and Metallo? I don't know if I straight up have a favorite Bizarro. I mean, maybe it's animated series. And then Metallo, probably that too. I mean, kind of like Batman animated series, a lot of the definitive versions of those characters for me are there.
I don't have one for Metallo. Like, I guess it's animated series by default. Superman or for Bizarro. I mean, obviously it's Smallville. I mean, he has the greatest line ever written. No, I like the Superman, the animated series one a lot. But I also really like the Superman and Lois one. At least in season 2.
Oh, does he come back and he sucks?
He turns into Doomsday. I think. I could be wrong.
So I keep hearing that, but I'm not there yet, and I'm suspicious of it because what it looked like is they had him in the containment suit to make you think it was Doomsday, and then it turns out to be Bizarro. So if they wind it back around and he's Doomsday, okay, but I haven't gotten there yet. I'm not sure if that's what happened.
Yeah, so I've only seen things out of context, so I don't want to speak for sure on that.
Yeah,
That's
don't
just
tell me
what
anything.
it looked like.
I'll get there. I keep forgetting to finish it. Which makes it sound like I don't care about that show, but I don't know, I just get easily distracted. I'm not watching a lot of TV on my own that's not for the channel. Kara, you've not been yourself. Hey, John, I don't know if we got a straight up people who aren't themselves episode this season. I don't think we've counted it.
Yeah. Oh, we should have counted Pete.
I don't know. He's a Kryptofreak. I mean, is he not himself any more than
like himself? Because
any standard Kryptofreak?
well, yeah, but he's not acting like himself, like Pete.
Yeah, but he's not really under an influence. That's a lot more ambiguous. I mean, we never counted that with... If you count that, you have to count Chloe when she gets persuasive powers. And we didn't count that either.
True.
It's not like Red K or anything.
The only other one I could think of is Lana when she gets Clark's powers.
But that's the same thing. It's just a Kryptofreak type influence, but it doesn't really count. That's kind of fun. That's a throw. It was a kick, but I'll count it. Throw just means a stunt or a stuntman flies across the screen.
They fly now?
They get thrown now.
Hey, can we get rid of Jimmy and like bring back Oliver or Anyone but Jimmy?
Could we get rid of Jimmy and I don't care if you even replace him?
How long is this since the last episode?
Now that we've been told that this is the Green Arrow set, I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Jimmy,
weird
you
to have.
suck at this.
It's pretty weird to have a standing set like that you haven't used in a whole year.
We used it.
What's that?
We used it a couple times this season.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean,
'Cause remember, Lois and Oliver are there during the Black Canary episode.
no,
'Cause
I
that's
know,
how she
but
finds out that
that was 14, 15 episodes into this season, and Green Arrow's not there through all of 6. It's almost a year before we see it again, and like that year's worth of episodes.
Sure he's not in 6 like at all.
What's that?
He's in 6, isn't he?
No, he's introduced in 6, but he's not there right at the end. He's there for a while, and then he's written out. I'm just saying, collective episode count. It's like almost a year's worth of episodes before you see that set again. All I'm saying is, the only point I'm making is they have a standing set that's just sitting there a lot that they're not using.
Yeah. Don't worry, they'll fix that with this next season.
Oh, I know. I mean, I guess you can say the same thing about the Talon. Like, it's not used anything like as much as it used to be. Wow, you put that together all by yourself? That's
It's
amazing.
almost like she's some kind of brainiac.
Oh, wow. The actual Supergirl maybe wouldn't have even put that together. That's amazing. Hi, I'm Brainiac. I just wanted her to say that. I would give real money to hear her say that. What means justice and what means American way?
Remember Virgil Swan?
Well, we said his name a lot last episode, too. Discussing topics they fought
Remember...
Bizarro in Oliver's apartment. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. Nicholas Bodo, kind of unrelated, but I heard Toyman is really creepy in TAS. Yeah, I like him in that show. If memory serves, they have a decent Toyman in Supergirl. And they do like a legacy villain thing with him. Some of this is coming back to me, John.
So I like this show's Toyman because he's like really creepy.
Yeah.
You're right, it's a legacy thing in Supergirl, but reversed. Because one of her best friends / co-workers is the son of Toyman.
Yeah.
And like his conflict is that his dad's a supervillain.
That's kind of a cool twist on it.
Yeah, but I don't think it ends up going anywhere after the creative control shift.
Oh. Well, I remember liking it fine when it happened. I don't know. Let's just watch the clocking episode. I don't care anymore. Can we stop talking about Supergirl? That show sucks by the second season.
Well, we're just talking about Supergirl. She's on screen. It's relevant.
Oh, that's true.
It'd be nice to get like a definitive live-action Supergirl.
I think we might get that finally. We said this earlier, but I think that might happen.
It might happen.
So, has it occurred to you that Brainiac is kind of doing the same thing with Lex right now that he did to Clark in season 5? Just the way he is, like, we play this Brainiac as really emotionally manipulative.
Yes, it's also the same thing he did in that weird alternate future thing that Clark was shown.
Oh, good call. And he's doing it as the character who was his second in that. So that's kind of fun.
Yeah.
But we just... I'm just going to reiterate this. Dungeon, yeah. Who do you think it is? All roads have only led to one person for 7 years. But... I forgot what I was going to say.
All roads lead to Smallville. I feel like I've seen that more often than you're letting on, Chloe.
Yeah, I think he does this somewhat frequently. D. Kirby, I noped out of Smallville or Supergirl 3 episodes into season 2. I lasted a little longer than that, but I don't think I ever even finished that season.
So I did end up eventually going back and finishing season 2. I don't remember if it's 3 or 4, but I left off like halfway through that Rain storyline that they were doing.
Oh, maybe I popped in and out of it because I think I saw a little bit of that. Maybe I forget now.
I think Rain is season like 3. Jimmy Olsen becoming Guardian is the dumbest thing.
Yeah. Well, it felt like they kind of make him John Henry Irons at some point. Where they go, we've got an actor that could have played that character. We'll just kind of make him that. And I'm like, but he's Jimmy Olsen. I don't understand that. And they were so obsessed with Death of Superman stuff. And so is Superman and Lois, but I like what they do with it more. It's also not hard. Yeah. It's a low bar. I mean, anything is better than I'm Cyborg Superman.
I don't know. That was the best part of that show.
What if this Jimmy became Guardian?
I would die laughing.
And then we can talk about
whatever Ashmore this is.
This is Aaron Ashmore.
He has no like threatening presence whatsoever.
Then we could talk about Jimmy's dumb helmet.
No, you want to talk about dumb helmets? Remember Diggle's like Magneto helmet?
No, I know, that's what I was talking about. We always talk about Diggle's dumb helmet, and then it'd be Jimmy's dumb helmet.
I thought you were talking about the Supergirl Jimmy's dumb helmet.
Oh, he also had a dumb helmet.
So many dumb helmets.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I'm running around. I shouldn't expect you to know what I'm talking about. Yay, another Jimmy Lex scene. See, we are just padding this out.
Yep. We gotta wrap up the Supergirl stuff. We gotta get Lex to the fortress.
Are we sad this is the last time we're gonna really talk about Rosenbaum until they make me freaking angry and I want to throw things in the last episode of the show?
Yes.
Yeah. The big takeaway with our watch through this, like positive for me with Lex, is it was not the light switch making him evil that I remembered it. That is more gradual than I ever gave it credit for.
Yeah. No, the only light switch is just this Veritas nonsense.
Yeah. And he makes conscious decisions every time he goes much darker down that road. So the problem is never being totally evil and almost two-dimensional about it. It's believing the character could get there and that he was a real person who made the choices that got him to that place. And with the myriad problems with this show, I cannot say they didn't at least mostly accomplish that. And then they totally ruin it by the last episode. But you could sort of ignore that and just go, well, this is this dumb clone thing now, and it's not gonna matter past that because we're not gonna get more show. But there were definitely better ways to get to a closer Superman status quo where Lex either I was gonna say where Lex just knows that he's Superman and lets him be Superman for some reason. It's all you had to do.
Why is this how we write out Supergirl?
I mean, I guess something writer strike.
Yeah, but then just don't write her out. Let her come back next season.
Well, she does, but she's not a regular. Discussing Topic says it's sad this is Kara's last episode as a regular. She's really wasted. Really wasted. We had to watch her with amnesia for 3 of her, 11 episodes, or whatever it is.
Yeah. She didn't even get amnesia.
How did this guy wind up in the exact same plane Jason Teague, or Teague's father crashed in?
It's fine. He's Jason Teague now.
So, Lex is one of the dumbest characters in TV history. And the reason is because he's getting in an airplane during the season finale. He should know better.
He should just be self-aware that this is the season finale.
What a mook. Nicholas Bodo, you guys ever thought about doing a stream like this on Lois and Clark? Yes, I have. I don't know if John would want to do it, but he and I have other things we want to do.
Shot.
But there is a part of me that wants to just go through all the Superman stuff like this since we've done Smallville. I do think Superman and Lois would be super worth doing, though, because it does so much this show does intentionally and better, and it feels like Smallville 2 to me, which is what I'll call it in the titles if we do it. The real question is, when we do more marathon streams, are we gonna count anything?
We'll do a Power Rangers stream and just count every time they say it's morphin time.
Or whatever their call thing is in whatever
Yeah.
season we're watching.
Yeah.
God, I feel bad for all the actors that had to wear these contacts this season. Roboters. Lex, there is not a plane I won't board. There's not a woman I will not sleep with. There is not an episode I cannot sustain a head injury.
So
I also just love that you wrote that with no punctuation. It's really
so
funny.
Chloe somehow drained him when he did whatever he did.
I want to put that on a
And I don't
t-shirt,
know if it's her
Roboters.
meteor power,
Just like that. I'm sorry, what?
or what. So Chloe drained Brainiac when he did whatever that was. Would that happen with any meteor infected person, or is it just Chloe because she's special?
Well, I think it's because of her power, right?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. If he did that to another meteor freak, would the same thing happen?
Well, I think it's because her power is to drain people. Right? Isn't that what she does?
No, her power is to heal people.
I've been a little bit confused on what exactly it does. Because I know she's healing people with it, but there was some kind of exchange thing. I don't know.
I think it's just that it takes gives her the injury or the equivalent of.
Can it go the other way? I guess that's what I was wondering.
I don't know. Okay, I call bullcrap on the fact that he managed to switch them. On Krypton. Do you remember where they reveal she is?
What, just the Phantom Zone?
Yeah.
Somebody mentioned that in the comments. I forgot about it. But you're saying you don't know where that happens and if it makes any sense?
I just don't think that makes sense. Like, it goes from him being stabbed and like crushed to them on Earth to her in a small shirt covered in milk.
And why was he in the kitchen pretending to get milk with no one around? I don't know what that scene is.
What was hurting him?
Why was he hurt? Can anyone explain that scene to me? Did they literally think Brainiac is taking her body over, and then they decided, no, psych, we'll just say it was always him all along, and they did that in 2 episodes? Did Todd McFarlane write this?
Yes.
Okay, well that explains everything. Why can't I get away from that guy? How many times are we gonna blow up Brainiac?
Yes.
Dude, I didn't spin the wheel for that. Oh, I was supposed to spin the wheel again for a super chat. I forgot to do that. We've got 15 minutes. I'll do that real quick. It shouldn't cut into the last scene, whatever it is. Oh, read from the textbook. That's not a bad idea right now.
Don't read from the book.
Especially because this is the last time we're going to be able to. There's no more past 7.
Yeah, this is the stupid scene where they'll explain later, but she's just gone.
I'm trying to see where we want to... Yeah, I think Lex is checked out. It's fine.
No, that's not what he's talking about. Do you remember this?
No.
So he goes to see Lana, who has apparently had a full recovery and checked out, and she breaks up with him with a DVD letter.
Oh, yeah, no, I remember this. This is... Yeah. This is some Power Rangers crap right here.
Well, do you remember the
Right?
They retcon it that Lex forced her to do this under duress.
Oh, my God. I forgot about that. Yeah. I can't wait to get to that next season. Okay, I'll read some of this. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
They expect you to believe that on the other side of that camera is Lex and a bunch of his goons.
They love retconning crap, dude. That's almost as bad as whatever was happening with the milk. Anyway, let me read this. Brainiac masquerading as Kara echoed Bizarro's impersonation of Clark at the start of the season. Okay. And also helped Brainiac toward his end game. Are we going to say anything about how it looks like it's completely retcon? Like the milk thing? Okay. Holly Henderson explains Brainiac's unfulfilled plan. Brainiac can't touch the crystal, and he wants to control Clark, so he's going to lead Lex to the fortress, she notes. This is children playing with action figures. His idea...
Tom Welling is killing this scene. I will give him that.
I'm sorry, I should be watching the show. His idea is that when Lex puts the crystal into the console, Brainiac's going to somehow maneuver it so he has the power. They don't know what's happening. Henderson's co-writer Don Whitehead adds, in Apocalypse, we see Brainiac working for Lex Luthor. In a way, that could become their relationship. We just talked about that, is clearly kind of what they were doing with that. If everything went according to Brainiac's plan, he can manipulate Lex as Lex manipulates the Traveler. Arctic saw the conclusion of Clark and Lana's romance with a video message from Lana saying her goodbyes. She knew... You're going to love this, because they don't know they're going to retcon that in 8. She knew if she saw him, she would never be able to leave, Brian Peterson says. Darren Swimmer adds, her primary concern is Clark's well-being, and she knew that it was in Clark's best interest that she not be a part of his life anymore. Except...
So I will say...
Lex has goons!
But that was a really nice scene. Like, Tom Welling, I think that's some of the most emotion I've ever seen him play in this show.
I'm sorry, I wasn't...
a nice Clark and Lois moment.
I wasn't even watching it.
I know, you missed it.
Well, I'm sorry, I had to read from the textbook.
He was legitimately sad.
Good job, Tom Welling.
then we're back to this crap.
So they did the Dear John letter thing apparently because Kristen Kurek was in Thailand filming the Street Fighter movie.
That's amazing.
And so they just sent someone there to shoot that real quick.
Why does this like a reoccurring theme with DC and superhero stuff? Superman stuff specifically. The actress playing Lana is off shooting another movie. Justice League is screwed over in reshoots because Henry Cavill's off shooting Mission Impossible.
It happens a lot. Robotters, it had to be... Oh, I didn't know this. With Brainiac, they were like, if we don't bring him back, we can just say he was destroyed. The problem is they get approval every season since 4.
Oh, so they're not thinking that they're going to get approval again. Okay, Cap, because
Yeah.
you're married, I'm not.
I sure am.
Did you start your proposal with, I'm glad you're in the world?
Yes, and I pulled the ring out of a plastic egg.
Did it look like you spent $2 on it?
Well, he does just say he did. He got it at the hospital gift shop. There's also this weird running thing the last couple episodes where Jimmy only shops at the hospital gift shop. I don't know what that's about. But no.
Such a dumb,
I did not say anything that stupid and sappy, and also I wasn't as pathetic as him and constantly complaining when my wife has ever spoken to a male of the species. And so she actually said yes, and this woman shouldn't. And if she does, then she's unsympathetic. I don't like her anymore.
So if discussing topics of importance in entertainment is right, it's even worse because it's not going to be Lex holding her at gunpoint when they retcon that video. It's Tess, who doesn't even exist yet.
That's so good.
That is such a stupid way to end Chloe for the season, being dragged off for, I don't know.
That's such a typical thing to do with for a cliffhanger too. And we also have our cliffhanger music here. John, we've got 5 minutes left in the show, and we got to build up a big cliffhanger, so it's going to go...
Darren Root said, Cap said it when the twins were born. I'm happy you're in this world.
I'm happy you're in this world. Oh, here we go. He's in the fortress, you guys.
I love this look for Lex Luthor with the trench, like the long coat.
Oh, it's great. And they've been building that through the show as one of his big villain looks. Like when he gets... I think he's wearing a coat like that when he gets mind-controlled and is shooting at Clark in the first season. Like the first time he does anything very evil because he's being mind-controlled to do it. Do you remember with the persuasive guys?
Yeah, I think you might be right. The episode that you couldn't stop complaining was called Hug.
Yeah, because it should be called Handshake. Lex has found the dry ice machine, folks. He has found it.
And I will say, as nonsensical as the build-up to this was this season, this still feels as big as it should.
It does.
Like, Lex Luthor has found the fortress.
And again, he's only allowed to do that because the actor is leaving, so we have to progress the narrative finally, but... Robert, all roads led to this, obviously.
Oh, is he going to take one glove off so he's just wearing the one?
Oh, he is, isn't he? Maybe not. He should, though. He should. That'd be great. Oh, here we go. He's got that dollar store toy. Nicholas Bodo, yes, my wife does not like Smallville. She thinks I'm ridiculous for spending so much time with it.
I like that
Good
line.
line. No, that's great because they called that the fortress at the start. And it's dumb that they both got named that, but that's wonderful. And him holding the dollar store toy thing is kind of an iconic shot in the show now.
Yeah.
Strange visitor. That's also a good line. Who wrote this scene?
Don't know, but it's better written than half this season.
This belongs in a completely other season.
Robert Wild, Cap has spent more time with the show than his own children.
That's not true.
Yeah, this is just comic book Lex Luthor.
Yeah, well, especially because he's spinning it to be, you know, his heart's in the right place. He's doing this for humanity. Everything led me to this moment.
Clark, you have super speed. Run over there, grab the stupid thing, and
Well,
chuck
yeah,
it.
there's that. Yeah, for once, no one is controlling you. And I love the way this plays, where, like, if only you had told me at the start, I could trust you, but now you're just the alien thing that Lex Luthor in the comics always thinks of Superman as. And the tragedy of this is there's a possibility that if he had told him at the start before he went down this path, it would have worked out. But then this all could have happened much earlier if he'd done that also.
Okay, Grace says, there he is. After a season on autopilot, Rosenbaum's back. No, you can tell he mostly just likes working with Welling at this point.
And he knows this is the last thing he's going to do in the show. So it would matter to him that the way he goes out is good. Which is part of why I'm sure it was hard to get him back again ever.
That has not aged well, but I don't even care. The scene is too good.
No, that's rough. I mean, I thought that at the time, too. Like, the show just does not have the budget for the... Wow. This looks like it's not even finished rendering.
My question is, how do we get from this to he's in Russia?
Well, that's how you get to Russia. Just a bunch of things fall on you in the water.
That is a great cliffhanger.
No, it is. And it's nice that you don't have the whole cast in peril. Like, you have the Chloe thing, but... Is that it?
Yes. Because they just let Jimmy go for some reason.
There is a lot of
Lana-
paddingness in that.
Lana is being held hostage by a character they haven't invented yet.
Well, I'm assuming you're going green on that, yeah?
I am going green. That is a good episode. It's a little fillery, but it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks that we're going to lose him for the rest of the series, but the overall arc works. As drawn out as it is. And that does make me really happy. And then, obviously, we're going to have all this goofy aftermath stuff where he's still alive, and we'll do that stuff.
Yeah, but like...
Forgetting that.
I don't know. That's easy for me to ignore in his character arc, because it's not going to matter when we bring him back.
Yeah, but then I'm going to hate that.
I hate the memory wipe, but him and Welling have such a good like on-screen presence together that I can't help but enjoy their conversation.
Yeah.
In the finale.
We're gonna have probably a giant point of contention when we get to the end because I don't see myself flipping green on the finale. Like I don't see how it's possible.
I don't know if I will either because I like that scene until the memory wipe, but I don't know if I like anything else in that finale.
I don't like much else in that finale. Yeah, like the Darkseid thing is super lame, and I guess the Lois stuff
never been the
is
final villain.
okay.
Or if you're gonna do that,
say again.
it just needs to be a guy.
Yeah, Well, and like they made it too big, like bringing Apocalypse to Earth and all of that. Like no, and the Superman Returns suit is super lame.
Oh,
And Welling not
blame
putting it
Welling for that one.
on.
Just let him wear the suit, or just wear the suit, Welling. Come on.
Just put it on for a scene so that we don't have to laugh at how they superimposed your head on a suit. Like, anyway, we're getting 3 seasons ahead of ourselves, but we will try to be back in as soon as we can. I don't know when I'm going to have another couple weekends line up, and if it doesn't look like I will, I don't think it would be horrible if we put a couple weeks in between. I just don't want to have like several months in between half a seasons, John. I want to be as close together as we can make it. But we're going to do our level best to get this show finished this year. Again, I don't know if it's possible, but we're going to try. And we have lots of other things we'd like to do, Superman and otherwise.
If you can believe it, we do have other interests besides Superman.
We have like 5 other interests besides Superman.
Yeah.
We're going to have whole new showrunners next season, John.
We are. I'm legitimately excited.
Everybody that's been watching these with us, and for looking at them after the fact if you do that. And thanks for the support with Super Chatters. Is there anything else, any other business we need to cover before we bid everybody farewell, John? It's still weird to me to be at the end of these and not feel like I'm going to pass out.
I know, right? No, I think that's everything. We got through the worst season. It's all uphill from here.
I guess we'll see how I feel about that because I'm dreading some of the cheapness of 9 and 10.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, if there's fun stuff in it,
it's all
we can
uphill
get
from
past
here.
that.
Season 10 is going to be a little rough because that whole like the superhero registration, their take on Civil War is really dumb.
Oh, I forgot about that. Of course, they have to do that before he becomes Superman. Got so ridiculous. When does he put on the coat that's like the pseudo Superman jacket?
That's 10.
Is that not all the way until 10? Okay.
Yes, because he wears the black shirt and trench coat like all the way through 9.
Okay. Because I will through 9 I'll wear a black Superman shirt, and then when we get to 10 I have the black version of that jacket, and I'll wear that for that stream.
That's awesome. I like their take on the black Superman suit, personally.
Yeah, I think the jacket he wears looks really dumb in red and blue, but when you make it black, it's kind of cool.
Yeah. No, by the time that you're just like he's just wearing like a jacket with the S on it, it's like just put him in the suit. Come on. Or just we've said this before, just do the Superboy thing. It's just a t-shirt with the S.
That's all you got to do. And they sort of did that with the black shirt, but then just do that after that. Discussing topics, this feels like a milestone stream. We've progressed so far. Yeah, it's weird to finally be past Lex Luthor. People keep asking me how I feel about, finally being to a bunch of stuff I've never talked about. And, like, I never did anything on 5 and 6 either. Like, we've been in that territory for a while. But I guess this feels to people like just uncharted territory from me because we're finally getting past Lex. I don't know why 7 is the moment that everybody went, oh, well, you're finally there, but
because it's the end of an era, not just Lex, but like half the original cast is gone now.
Yeah,
the old showrunners are leaving.
Well, I guess what I mean is though, I would have thought everybody would go, okay, 8, like that's crazy. How do you feel about being there? But it was 7. It's like coming into 7. But anyway, Roboters, just think when Counting Kryptofreaks was first thought up, it's been a huge journey with Captain Logan. Yeah, it's taken forever, and I'm now doing this in the most half-assed way possible. But it's been really fun. And
well, see, what Cap hasn't said yet is after we're done, he's going to go back and do it the old way and make sure that we counted everything, episode by episode.
No, I'm going to make Robert do it. Darren, it could be worse. You could be doing a flash watch along.
God. I'd be checked out after season 1.
John couldn't even do it. I'd spend the whole time trying to come up with things to say, and they'd be, John, talk. Say anything. Read a grocery list.
More than any of those other CW shows that I remember, hits a wall after season 1.
Okay, great. Double check your math. Oh, with the count. No, I'll make Robert do it.
Yeah, that's what Robert's for. He's writing a book.
That's what he's for. All right, we really appreciate you guys.
It would be funny to watch the final season of The Flash, where their villain's dialogue is just other Batman movie quotes.
Really?
I don't know if you remember. Do you not remember that?
Well, I didn't watch it.
Oh, no. So I saw clips. They do the Let's Get Nuts, I'm Vengeance,
Oh my god.
I Am the Night, and I think there's
Why?
one more. And it's Red Death, from Metal.
So they did that because it was a way for them to do a Batman villain. I see.
Except the identity. Do you know who Red Death is in that show?
Remind me. I've been told. I can't remember.
The second Batwoman.
Oh, that's right. That's so insane. That's so funny. They threw her under the bus fast, yeah?
Yup.
You know what? We should do those.
Oh, God. We'll just do the final season.
We'll just do the final seasons of each of those shows.
And Arrow's finale that's not really a finale.
Yeah, it's well, Flash's finale is awful.
I don't think I even know how that show ends.
And that wrapped up the whole Arrowverse. And it was such a nothing. Yeah. Oh, it was rough. Well, guys, thanks again for watching. And like I said, we're going to try to do this again as soon as we can get away with. I was Captain Logan. This was John. John, thanks for wasting all these hours with me, man. I'm sorry. I can't hear you for some reason.
Fun.
No, it has been fun. All right, bye. Bye, everybody. We're going to get going. See you later.